This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good Tuesday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center giving you the latest on a very dangerous situation that's starting to really develop here as we look toward Texas here, the eastern part of that state. I seeing some tornado warnings pop up really toward parts of Louisiana and Mississippi where we have a PDS tornado watch in play until 7 p.m. tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time there in that purple area. You even see a little bit of southeastern Arkansas involved in this as well. It's not very often that we get a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, to be issued. So that's why we're so concerned here. We have the logo red, of course. This is a higher end type threat, though, so we really need to be on guard. Needing to be ready to get to that tornado safe spot here. If you're watching from this area, if you have relatives in this area, make sure they know what's going on. We haven't had any confirmation of tornadoes on the ground right now, so that's some good news. We haven't had any here today that have come on in from National Weather Service sources or anything that I've seen so far here, but we'll continue to be watching because that could change very rapidly here. And once we have a tornado on the ground, it could strengthen very quickly into maybe a stronger tornado. That means winds there in excess of about 110 miles an hour or so. So we really have to be on guard here. It's a rare situation that we're dealing with this purple area outlined for this PDS type threat here. So you see that area that we're watching, but let's go ahead and get to some of these tornado warnings. I know we have a couple of them here that catch my attention as we get here to the north a little bit of Jackson, Mississippi. You see a little bit of a hook here northwest of Kosciuszko. As I look down here to the south, there's Jackson. We just got to watch this, maybe areas there off toward northeast around Starkville even there on Mississippi State University. Need to be watching this over the next little bit here as this progresses. We'll just have to wait and see the exact movement of this, but just looking at this live, that could be something they'll eventually need to be watching there and taking action for. But right now we have a tornado warning in play. The most recent one issued for parts of Holmes, Carroll, Atala, and Montgomery counties there until 3:45 Central Time. The one previous here for parts of Holmes, Carroll, and LaFleur. So again, we have a couple different tornado warnings for this action here. And we actually had some tornado warnings popping up earlier in toward Alabama, southwest Alabama, that general region. Right now it's a thunderstorm warning for parts of Washington and Clark counties there. So we'll be watching that potential very carefully to see if things refire. I know that's not an official tornado watch, but there is a tornado threat as we get in that general direction there. As I put on the SPC information, you actually see a threat now. It's kind of been expanded here all the way into some of our southwestern Georgia counties as we get early tomorrow morning before 7 a.m. Now, after 7 a.m., there is a marginal risk in play that we retweeted it here this morning at Cloud Casey on Twitter. Need to be watching that potential. We won't have a formal update tonight. More than likely, we'll be in the special coverage here, keeping you guys safe and informed, just involved with this coverage. So let's go ahead, though, and look at another tornado warning in play right now. This is heading maybe this storm into the general direction of Macomb, Mississippi. So we need folks to take action here around Macomb, Mississippi. A tornado warning in play for you guys. This is for parts of Pike and Emmett County there until 3:45 Central Time. The Weather Service there, it looks like in New Orleans, is saying that this will be around Macomb there about 3:35 Central Time. So you got about 30 minutes at the most, if not less than that, to go ahead and get in that tornado safe spot because things can always speed up a little bit. We could be talking about the western part of that town being impacted a little bit sooner. You just never know with this type of environment. We want to err on the side of caution. That's why I'm kind of giving a little bit of an advance heads up there in terms of maybe wanting to be in shelter even earlier than that, because really whenever you're under a tornado warning, you should go ahead and take shelter. You shouldn't wait around here. They're issued because you just really need to be taking those tornado precautions. And now you may be wondering what we mean by tornado precautions. So let's go ahead now and pop those up on the screen. We have the tornado watch precautions and the tornado warning precautions laid out for you here. So a tornado watch meaning that conditions favorable for tornadic activity. You want to be charging up those devices in case you lose power. Have multiple ways to receive alerts, and then if you're in a mobile home, that's the time. This is the time right now when you're under that tornado watch to consider maybe getting to a safer structure. Now, points there. I mean, you really would rather not be having to make that decision right before a storm moves in on you there. you would rather go ahead and do that because mobile homes are very dangerous places to be if a tornado were to hit that type of structure. Now, tornado warning, you want to seek shelter inside a sturdy building. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and you want to protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. I know when a tornado is detected using radar or spotted, that's when we have a tornado warning issued by the local National Weather Service office. So we really need to be on guard here this afternoon, really monitoring what is happening as we get the latest information on in. I know we're checking all our different sources here this afternoon. Thanks so much for tuning in on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch here as we try to give you the very latest as we get it on in. I know talking about stronger tornado potential, really when we get winds over about 110, 111 miles an hour, that's when we talk about that more considerable damage here and what constitutes officially a strong tornado. So really just having to be on guard in these type of situations here. I know when we have these type of threats evolve, and then as we get here further, we'll be on, of course, for our local type of threats that evolve as we get toward that Wednesday here as we look toward southwest toward the Florida Big Bend. I know we could have some type of severe threat evolving maybe tomorrow morning, and we'll be here for that as well. Lower threat toward the east, but the lines should still be together enough to maybe produce some thunderstorm activity, and maybe even a quick strong storm that even turns severe on us there. So we'll just have to continue to watch all this and not have the chances laid out here for our local area in case we don't have too much time to get to this here as we look ahead later in the coverage if we get tornadoes on the ground. But this is local, North Florida, South Georgia, our local counties. The biggest threat for rain is on that Wednesday here with a stronger storm threat, especially around Tallahassee and Albany. That could even be one that's severe in nature. So marginal risk in play there. But back toward our maps, you see right now this tornado warning here as we get out toward the Macomb, Mississippi area. We're watching things there. This is a tornado warning right now for parts of Pike and Amick counties here into 345. We also have a tornado warning here in toward parts of eastern Texas. This is for areas there in Sabine County. So it's either St. Augustine or St. Augustine. I'm not sure how the local pronunciation is there in East Texas, but this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado there 21 miles north of Ebenezer, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So need to get an interior room away from windows there as well. I know getting some different information in right now, checking all the different details that we're getting in. I know we've had some hail potential come to fruition here this afternoon as we look at some of these different storms. You see even there's a severe thunderstorm warning in North Alabama right now as we get closer toward the Huntsville area, some gustier winds there, maybe 60-mile-an-hour gusts possible as we're looking in toward that area. So not just limited to the areas we're talking about here, but the purple areas where the greatest danger is, and these storms that are discrete in nature, we have to watch. Now, if we really get a whole bunch to develop, maybe that kind of cuts some of them off. But if we just have these storms here that are really by themselves, that are really able to take advantage of the atmospheric parameters, those profiles, those characteristics here that are going on, you really just have to be really mindful that this could turn pretty serious here pretty quick. So let's go ahead and say some other information. I know this is the model guidance that I was looking at behind the scenes, but here's our significant tornado parameter, and these values are going up over 3 now in some of these different areas. And then as we get here, our instability values, as this tries to get further north and overlap with a higher tornado parameter, that's when we're really going to be concerned here, folks. So we really have to be taking heed of what could happen when we have the energy and the sheer overlap, have the maximum overlap there. So again, just have to be really cognizant of what could happen. I know I'm checking some different things in the chat. So if you see my eyes kind of wander to the side here, that's what I'm doing. I know we had in Holmes County, Mississippi, hail to about 1.25 inches in diameter reported just a little while ago. So let's see where we want to go with this right now, though. I know we're checking some details here right now. I know we have some traffic cameras we can pop up here from time to time. But right now, I do want to go ahead check some other sources that we have at our disposal here in terms of our other Doppler radar technology informational tools. So again, let's go ahead right now and see what we have on the mobile radar because we're watching a storm there. We have a storm here right now in Clark County, that general vicinity there, that border, it looks like with Washington County. that has some weaker rotation on in it. We do not have a tornado warning on it right now, but that could change here at a moment's notice. So I'll be watching that potential here very carefully with you. I know we see some other areas developing. Those don't look as robust here in nature. There is some weak rotation here, though, as we get north of Bay Minette, but that didn't look quite as favorable right there. But this one here definitely has had that tornado warning type of potential in it. So let's go ahead and go over right now to some other radar to know. Looks like a tornado warning being continued by the Shreveport office right now there in East Texas. But I want to go over to our Jackson, Mississippi radar because we're really watching things out that way here right now. This is a scan that shows some very strong wind energy, not necessarily producing a tornado at this moment, but we have some very strong gate-to-gate rotations showing up here that go ahead and put our storm motion here from the warning on the screen. The latest, I know it kind of changes around, so I have to switch it, but it's still showing it even on the latest track there based on the latest movement of the storm here. It's still showing a strong rotation here northwest of the community of West here in Mississippi. You can see here we have a TVS signature, but it's not exactly aligned here with the worst of the rotation, but that worst of the rotation is headed toward areas like Beatty, Mississippi, Poplar Creek over the next little bit here. You can see maybe up there, again, somewhere closer to Starkville. We'll see. This says it may be going a little bit further north, which would be good news there for Mississippi State University. But that could change here. That could change at a moment's notice. I know we'll just be watching this exact movement here. I know batting this up some. And we're going to have to kind of see exactly how this moves on us here. I know sometimes these stronger storms can have more of a right turn in them, become more of a right turner. Hopefully that didn't become the case here for Oktibbeha County and Mississippi State University, or the higher populated area there towards Lowndes County, Mississippi, around Columbus. We'll just have people watching that area here as well. So again, we're watching things very carefully. I know I'm trying to get the latest updates on in here. We're checking some different things. Right now, I do want to pop up our power outage information. So I'm going to step off real quick. I'm going to go ahead and get that pulled on up for us here in just a second as we continue to watch this situation that we're dealing with. Again, we have, looks like 4 tornado warnings right now in play in the country, so we're going to really be paying attention to those, obviously. We're definitely going to be giving you the latest information on what can happen here in this type of setup as we try to give you these latest details. Now, I suspect we're not going to have too many power outages so far, and that's definitely the case at this moment. That can change here rapidly, though. That can definitely change on us here. So let me go ahead and switch sources now. We'll go ahead and take our power outage.us computer here right now. Definitely an important tool in our toolkit here that we can use as we give you the latest information here. I know there's a lot going on, so we're checking all of our different sources, even when we're not on camera behind the scenes here right now. So you see the map. I mean, the highest outage number right now is Jackson, Indiana, then Texas. You see some in Alabama, though, and that could definitely be because of our storminess. In Mississippi, only about 1,262 customers in the dark right now, according to PowerOutage.us. You see Alabama there, 4,665. Let's dive on in there in Alabama a little bit, and you'll be able to kind of see. It looks like northwest Alabama, actually, getting some of these higher outage numbers. So again, we're going to be watching the situation very carefully here because these numbers will likely go up significantly in some spots. You want to charge those devices. That's something that's very, very important to do here in this type of scenario. So let's go ahead now and go ahead and pop up, I think, that Mississippi map. So we'll go ahead and go back toward that PowerOutage.us view here to broad view just for a second. And then we'll go into toward Mississippi, see if there's any areas that are already highlighted that are of concern. Here you see, looks like there, that area in central Mississippi where we had that more concerning type of storm. Says about 200 customers in the dark in Holmes County. Towards southern Mississippi, you see a Meade County there, a Mick County, about 112 customers in the dark. Wilkinson County, 59. Pearl River County, 637. So these numbers will likely go up. I know getting reports into the Weather Service now in Jackson of trees being blown down in the community of Lexington, there in Mississippi, between there and Durant. So we'll be watching very carefully as I go ahead and come back on camera now, continuing to follow everything here for you in the Weather Center. Just checking that rotation. That's very strong rotation. It's not saying there's definitely a tornado on the ground, but If we were to get a tornado to pop out of this, it could be a pretty strong one here. So we have to be cognizant. It's not the perfect look here with the alignment, but it's still is able to get definitely some of that more moist air to come in from the south there. I know one of the limiting factors today was that potential maybe for some storms to develop to the south of this. Not seeing that to too much of an extent here at this moment, but definitely can become an issue here at points. So there's definitely some things that can cause us to underachieve this event, but there's other things that can just make it into a historic event. And honestly, there's a chance, not saying it'll happen by any stretch of the imagination. There's definitely some limiting factors, but the higher end potential is there for this to be one of the worst tornado outbreaks here of the decade in the U.S. So really got to be on guard here. I know I'm getting some new information in now out of the Memphis office. A severe thunderstorm warning now for Calhoun and Chickasaw County there in Mississippi until 3:45 Central Time. So let's go ahead and move up that way now. You can see that warning there should be coming on the board any second. We'll go over to that radar side. In fact, again, not saying it will be by any stretch of the imagination, but as we go ahead and get this latest view on here, this definitely has that potential, at least based on the atmospheric ingredients, to be one of the worst tornado outbreaks of the decade if the things come together the wrong way. So we just have to be really watching. So again, we're looking here right now, getting the latest information on in here. You see that warning just popping up on the screen for us there. You see there some of that wind energy around Walt Hall there in Webster County, and you see some of this action here as we get further up toward the north and east. You can see around Slate Spring, around Manatee there, some of this action will be coming on in here. You can see they're right on the edge in Slate Spring, but some of this other action here definitely need to be watched further on off. As I go ahead and put the right wind mode on, you can kind of see the track of where some of the worst of the wind could end up going, but there's definitely some wind energy here we'll be watching as well. I'm kind of talking more. There's some little areas of rotation more than anything that have my eyes kind of watching here, but there's no tornado possible today. That's the good news. Nothing that's overwhelming at this moment. We haven't had any confirmed tornadoes based on any information we've gotten in from the Weather Service so far, but that could change here rapidly, and that's why we're here in the Weather Center, because we could all of a sudden go from no confirmation of a tornado to maybe a strong tornado on the ground in a matter of minutes. That possibility is there. So again, I know Weather Service Memphis talking about they expect the storms to be rooted in an elevated layer further north toward I-40, which will reduce the tornado threat. However, with a pocket of cold air in the middle layer to the atmosphere, hail will be possible along with damaging winds in Memphis, and the remainder of West Tennessee is not out of the woods. That kind of means maybe a lower tornado threat if we can't get that instability up there to the north, but you just never know here in this type of setup. So we have to be on guard. I know the Shreveport office is watching as well. They're really saying that storms there, especially south of I-20, have an opportunity to tap into an active environment to produce tornadic thunderstorms and large hail. That's going to be there according to the Shreveport office there as we're looking down further toward the south. Again, when we talk about I-20 there, we're getting, you see Monroe there, Ruston area, south of there. We already have a significant weather advisory. Some of these storms really, we're looking really high up on the radar here, but they don't look good in terms of already showing some pretty good rotation. So we definitely could get some tornado warnings to pop on us here pretty quick. So again, a nasty situation on our hands here. Again, you can kind of see southwest of Winfield there in Louisiana. Southwest of Winfield there in Louisiana. We're watching some rotation there for sure. We'll just have to continue to watch these different scans here. Again, we're definitely going to be paying attention, and then as we get here toward Winsboro, Louisiana there, you don't see as much on the lower scan, which is good, but definitely have some rotation in that one. This is one that we need to watch there, and then to the south and west as well. Another storm that has that little hook on it. Not a lot of rotation in it yet. It doesn't look like, but that could change rapidly. And I want us to be paying attention here as we give you the latest information here in the Weather Center. This storm here in East Texas has that tornado warning on it. We're looking at it about 5,000 feet up, about 4,500 feet up on the Fort Polk radar. So definitely some rotation there. Nothing overwhelming, though, at the moment, which is some good news. But we have to just pay attention. Things can change here rapidly. That's why we're here. That's why we're on guard watching things here from the Weather Center. But let's go ahead and go back over right now to those tornado warnings there in Mississippi. I know we're watching Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas here, Alabama to some extent as well. There's a lot going on, so I'm trying to do my best to keep on up here in the weather center. But this has a TVS, a tornado vortex signature, meaning a stronger threat of a tornado in it. Though as I say that, it looks like it went away, but doesn't necessarily mean that threat's going away. As we have the greens and reds, they're just a little bit elongated right now. They're not exactly pixel to pixel here with the strongest winds. So maybe some stronger winds there headed toward the community of Beatty there versus an actual tornado. But that could change rapidly. Things can change very rapidly in this setup here. So we have to just stay on guard. It's a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch that's in play until 7 o'clock Central Time tonight, folks. For parts of Louisiana, Mississippi, even a little bit of Arkansas in it as well. So we really got to stay on guard here in the Weather Center. But since we don't have any tornadoes on the ground right now or nothing that's saying an immediate strong tornado threat is upon us, we're going to take about an 8-minute break, 9-minute break here in the Weather Center to gather some new information. Let's go ahead though and see real quick the overview here. Again, you see the purple area with that PDS tornado watch in play until about 7 o'clock tonight. You got to stay tuned. We have right now 3 tornado warnings in play, 3 red boxes, 1 right there in East Texas. That goes until 3:45 local time. The other 2 do as well for Meade County there, Mississippi, Pike County, Mississippi there. And then you get further to the north there, tornado warning for parts of Atala, Carroll, Holmes, and Montgomery. So we'll be tracking all of this for you. These temperatures so unseasonably warm. That's one of the big factors in all of this. I mean, seeing 70s and 80s on the board here after Thanksgiving, that's not really what you want to see. I know in a couple weeks, maybe the eastern U.S. gets some cooler air, but that could mean some wintry weather. We'll just wait and see in that regard. But right now, very warm as a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Kilmichael there near Winona right now, according to the Jackson, Mississippi office there. With that warning continuing for parts of Atala, Carroll, Montgomery, but canceling at Holmes until about 3:45. With that moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So I know when we're at east of Stark in North Central Florida, we're at 75 degrees. So unseasonably warm here. That's the fuel for all this, and we're definitely seeing these rotating storms. Haven't seen a lot of that rotation really reach the surface yet, but that could change very rapidly here. So we'll be watching all that here for you in the Weather Center.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now at about 3:30 Central Time. We're now getting word of a confirmed tornado now as we're getting there near the community. It looks like invading there toward that Attala as well as Carroll Montgomery region, Attala County there, depending on the exact pronunciation. I know we're watching this thread here very, very carefully, and now a tornado has been reported by the public. It looks like northeast of the community of West there in Attala County there. So again, we're watching around Carmack. We're watching this thread here very carefully. You see the tight rotation here. I know there's a funnel cloud just a little while ago northeast of Lexington, Mississippi being reported. Under that purple background, that's for the PDS tornado watch. Such a serious situation that's on our hands here, but now an actual confirmed tornado on the ground. So we need to get folks into shelter here. You can see the rotation on our other mode. Let me go ahead and go on over to that right now. I know we're watching that very carefully here in Attala County. Again, we'll just continue to watch this situation here as it progresses, as it develops, as we just kind of see the progress of things here. You can kind of see that rotation. You're not necessarily seeing any type of debris really popping out, but Poplar Creek, the next spot here that could be in line for this confirmed tornado. So the time to take action is now here around Poplar Creek in Montgomery County, Mississippi. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground doing damage. You really need to take shelter because we have this threat here that's in play. So again, a tornado was reported there just a little while ago. So that's not what you want to hear. A damaging tornado is the indication here by the statement from the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi. So Poplar Creek there in the path, Kilmichael in the path as well. I know we're going to be watching this threat as it progresses on off toward the northeastern about 50 miles an hour. It looks like Starkville right now. The worst of this will probably go to the north of Starkville with this cell. Now we can't run other cells here that develop and move off toward the north and east, but I know this one in particular here looks like it'll head more toward the north of Starkville, which is some good news for Mississippi State University. We just have to continue to watch here and to monitor the progress of things here in the Weather Center. I know we're just going to be paying attention to everything that's ongoing here. I know different warnings and updates coming on out. It's a thunderstorm warning continuing right now for parts of Holmes, Humphreys, as well as LaFleur and Sunflower counties there in Mississippi. That's going until about 4 o'clock Central Time. So we're just going to be watching the progress of everything that's going on here, watching all the different developments here in the Weather Center, just kind of paying attention to see exactly what is going on here. I know we're just trying to give you the latest updates to protect you, your friends, and your family here. Just trying to give you the very latest information on what is going on. So I know you can see the new update come in. I'm checking some of my notes here right now. I know just trying to see exactly what is going on here, trying to add some of my notes so we kind of know where to take things here as necessary. But right now I see the new tornado warning popping up now for this confirmed tornado. First one we've had confirmed by the Weather Service today. You see some pretty bright colors showing up right now with this confirmed tornadic action. Again, you see the movement here right toward Poplar Creek, Mississippi. Confirmed tornado on the ground. This could definitely cause some damage. So the time to get in that interior room, the time to get away from windows is now here around Poplar Creek here in Mississippi. So again, just have to be taking those tornado precautions here right now. You can see what is going on. Not seeing a debris signature necessarily popping out right now. We have to be monitoring for that, and we have that inflow notch, which is indicative here of this tornado potential. So just guard against that supercellular characteristic come into play here. So you got to really take heed because that can cause the storms here to get that inflow and really strengthen here rapidly. So again, that's what we need to do right now here around Poplar Creek in Mississippi. Again, we have a confirmed tornado. There's some lightning with this as well. But again, the tornado threat is the most concerning. That new tornado warning right now for parts of Choctaw, Tibahaw, as well as Webster and Montgomery counties here in parts of central and northeastern Mississippi, north central Mississippi there to about 4:30 Central Time. So that's for almost another hour. You see this box here, just cutting off right before Starkville. The latest track here still would take us to the north of Starkville. Now they might barely clip town with the warning here. They might just barely miss town with a new warning that may be required down the line, downstream here. So we'll just continue to watch all this here in the Weather Center. And that rotation's showing up pretty strong here. Some more different modes, and this mode is not showing up quite as good. I know going between some different things here. It looks like it's weakened in that latest scan, which will be some good news, but things can definitely change on us here. Pretty quickly. So we'll have to just watch to see maybe if things kind of reorganize here with that rotation. Maybe the couplet that we were kind of seeing a moment ago kind of reorganizes. That's definitely a possibility that we could see here. So we just have to be kind of on guard for that potential. And then there's a little bit of rotation that looks like near the community of Walthall there in Webster County, but nothing that's necessarily needing the tornado warning in and of itself. But the tornado warning for Walthall in general is for the storm down toward the south and west that we're going to be watching. It could move around. Even though the track right now has it going kind of between Starkville and Walthall. That can change here. You got to be ready for that to occur. And you got to respect the polygon. Walthall, you want to go ahead and take this tornado precautions because you're under that tornado warning. You don't want to mess around here really for this to become a more definitive path. You want to go ahead and get in that interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I know the movement here is fast today with these storms. This one in particular moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So we just have to kind of keep on monitoring here the different streams of information, the different radar scans to see exactly what can evolve on us. I know we have the other tornado warnings in play as well, not confirmed, but toward Emmett County here, toward Pike County, Mississippi. I know you can see around Macomb, Mississippi. We're going to be watching things. Very carefully there. You can kind of see some rotation. It's not the most organized. Let's make sure we have storm motion from the warning on. This can give us a lot better look. But even there, we're not seeing a whole bunch of rotation there as we get toward Macomb. But that's a pretty highly populated area under tornado warning until about 3:45. So Pike and Emmett counties there. Meade County, depending on how you pronounce that. I know these local pronunciations. I'm going to do my best here, but they can be pronounced a couple of different ways sometimes. But you kind of get the gist if you're watching or have family members in these areas here. We're talking about Macomb and Summit. They're being impacted in the next couple of minutes by a possible tornado, at least a radar indicated tornado here. So you want to go inside, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible in that interior room. This sturdy structure is the best place to be in these type of situations. So again, let's go ahead and go to Sabine County, Texas now. We have a thunderstorm warning off toward Louisiana, but in Texas, you see that red box still on the board for now, but a lot of energy with the electrical charges showing on up here with the lightning on our shores. You see the rest of the storm, though, is moving in toward Louisiana now. And again, I'll be watching here these reds and greens coming together on the Doppler radar to see if we have any type of circulation that reaches down toward the surface right now. Don't really see that. It's just a thunderstorm warning technically, but still, the thunderstorms can occasionally, those warnings can produce tornadoes. So we've got to be on guard for that potential. There's a tornado possible tag in this warning from the Shreveport office. 70-mile-an-hour winds possible there as we're looking toward DeSoto Parish there. Also looking at our Sabine Parish there. We have Sylvia and Sabine counties there in eastern Texas, and even Natchitoches there. I know a couple different pronunciations again here in Louisiana, but you can kind of see here watching these areas here right now. I know it's always kind of interesting, these pronunciations. I know we have one similar in Texas there as well. You see different pronunciation off toward the west, but then Nacogdoches here in Louisiana is where this could be headed there. Already part of the parish under this warning there in northwestern Louisiana. But we'll just continue to watch here to see how this kind of progresses on us over the next little bit. I know we're getting new information coming on in from some of our different informational sources here this afternoon. So again, just continuing to watch things. I know we have a lot of lightning. That can be dangerous in and of itself. I mean, that also, the thunder though gives you kind of a warning that things are volatile out there. But definitely have to be on guard here as we continue to watch that potentially accelerate on us here over the next little bit. So again, just continuing to watch. And it looks like just getting some new information on in here. I know seeing some different counties move around with some alerts on our board. It looks like a tornado watch area. It's been extended just a little bit here. Southern Mississippi over the last little bit. Nothing that's been an overwhelming shift, but just kind of interesting to see as we look at things behind the scenes. But let me go ahead and go back on over here. You see all these warm temperatures just kind of getting that warmer air mass in there. You can see here also with our wind arrows, we're getting in that flow there from the Gulf of Mexico, pushing in the more favorable atmospheric characteristics here with the more energy, the more heating that's going on. That's definitely problematic here for these folks. So you have to just be cognizant of what can happen here in this type of setup. So definitely can have these favorable conditions here down toward the surface with some tornado producing storms. So just have to be kind of cognizant of all of that. I know we're just watching all over different modes. You see southern Alabama, we have quite a few storms with no warnings here at this point. That's some good news. We had some warnings in southwestern Alabama earlier. I mean, getting a pretty large stretch here of warnings from time to time, just indicating and indicative of that more volatile setup here overall. I know, let's go ahead and go on over here to the energy values. You see the higher energy values to the south here. But the tornado characteristics, they're not all in line with the higher energy values. So that's definitely some good news here, but things can shift on us here very quickly. So we'll just continue to watch all this here for you in the Weather Center. That's what we're doing here on this Tuesday. We're watching, we're monitoring, we're giving you the latest updates here to protect you, your friends, and your family. I know we have a storm here south of Monroe. There in the arc limits we need to watch. So they see a thunderstorm warning issued by the Shreveport office with a tornado possible tag there for parts of Caldwell, Jackson, and wind parishes here until 4:15 Central Time. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust there, as well as half-dollar size hail possibility. So we just have to be really cognizant of this threat. You see some lightning in here, but the rotation, you can kind of see that. You can kind of make it out, but it's not overwhelming enough for a tornado warning. And to the south, we're watching some rotation there to the west of Gina, Louisiana there. We'll just continue to watch there and see if that kind of picks on up on us over the next little bit. You see some other areas of rotation here in the state of Louisiana. Some of these different parishes being impacted right now with some storms, not necessarily tornado producing yet, but they have that look to them. And if they're able to tap into the right shear and energy characteristics, they can produce tornadoes and maybe even stronger tornadoes. That's why we have that risk here for some stronger tornado activity. I know the greatest threat toward the north and east here in areas closer toward Monroe there, along Interstate 20, and as we get further up even here toward some of these different communities toward the east. But you can kind of see that threat there for sure in that goldish color there on the screen. That's when we have the greatest concern for the stronger tornadoes to pop up. We'll be watching all that. It goes all the way up toward Tupelo, toward northwest Alabama, even a little bit of southern Tennessee there, getting closer toward areas that looks like Savannah, Tennessee, just off from Lawrenceburg, Tennessee there. So we'll be kind of paying attention toward this whole region here to see how things kind of evolve right now for a warning count. Let's go ahead and give you that here right now. I'll go ahead and give you that here as we go ahead and get the latest information and continuation of that tornado warning toward Ocklawaha County, but it does not include Starkville property. So the other tornado warning popping off here at 3:45 but that one continuing to report to Choctaw, Montgomery, Oktibbeha, and Webster counties there in Mississippi until about 4:30 local time. But then we have severe thunderstorm warning, then play reports of Pike and Waldo in Mississippi, Caldwell, Jackson, and Wynn there, those parishes, those different areas there until about, it looks like 4:15 local time. So definitely be watching all this action. I know that's what we're talking about when we're talking about Caldwell, Jackson, and Wynn, Alabama. We have Jackson County there. We have, of course, Natchitoches and Sabine Parish there with a severe thunderstorm threat until about 4:15 and 4 o'clock there. Holmes, Humphreys, as well as LaFleur and Sunflower. So those counties there, Mississippi, and then as a flash flood warning there toward northern Alabama until it looks like about 4:45 local time. So just going to be watching all this, the different times. I know the different time zones, the different distinctions between counties and parishes, the different states. We're seeing things pop up, and it kind of gets chaotic. We're trying to do the best to keep up with things, and here with this potential tornado outbreak, not a guaranteed tornado outbreak, but definitely if the wrong things come together, you can have some big time problems. So that's why we're calling a tornado outbreak with some of our different on-screen graphics here, because that potential is definitely there for when we've seen this for several days. I mean, going back all the way to last Wednesday, the Storm Prediction Center outlined this general area. I know we started posting about it Friday. We posted about it again yesterday morning and this morning as well. Because we wanted everybody to know exactly what was going on with this danger here, this national danger, and things could change on us. I know right now things don't look extremely organized with tornadoes being produced, but that can change. Maybe as we get towards sunset, things increase, and that makes it even more difficult for folks because you can't see a tornado if it's coming in your direction. You can't wait. You can't wait for the roaring noise. You can't wait to see a tornado actually coming at you. You just got to go ahead and get in that interior room away from windows because it can just be too dangerous here. Things moving so fast. I mean, we're seeing the movement 50 miles an hour with some of these storms. It's just going to be too quick moving the action to be able to see something until it may be too late. You're putting yourselves in harm's way if you wait around here as we continue just to watch things here on our Doppler radar again. Just checking all the different things right now. I think we're going to take another break here in the cover, another 9-minute break, but just stay tuned. We're watching all the different radars that we have at our disposal right now. We have, it looks like 5 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 tornado warning in the country. We've seen higher numbers earlier, but that's the only one we've had the confirmation on, the one we're following right now. I haven't seen anything overwhelming with it here. And let's check it one more time before we take a break to make sure I'm not missing something now, because I've been kind of jumping around here. Sometimes a frame or two can make all the difference here in these type of situations, but I haven't seen anything that would necessarily say that that is the case. But I know we're getting an update, though. It is broad. The rotation's broad. So things could definitely change quickly, though, according to the Weather Service there in Jackson. But again, watching this here, just watching the rotation here on our analyst computer, trying to give you the best views here. I know we have to keep changing storm motion because of the little changes kind of change the way we look at the pixels in this mode here on our analyst computers. We're really doing a deep dive here on this axis. We have a lot of upscale growth here for sure, but nothing overwhelming at the moment, but things can definitely change on us quickly. We'll be here another update about 9 minutes or so, so stay tuned here. We're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, so definitely many methods to watch the coverage. No formal update tonight because we're in a special coverage here using all of our resources to do this for you, but again, there's all the different platforms we're on with coverage here as necessary. I know we'll be on tomorrow as needed for our Tallahassee and Albany areas with that emergent risk in play. Some strong to severe storms possible. Still be paying attention. But there's the outlook there in terms of just all the different platforms that we're on. Facebook there, Casey Cloud Reacts at Cloud Weather, or Cloud Weather now. I guess they don't really use the ad on Facebook anymore. But at Cloud Casey on Twitter, and then auto alerts there at Cloud_Reacts. On Twitter, and I retweeted this over there just so everybody paying attention from the national standpoint. You have YouTube there at Cloud Weather. I know we sometimes do this exclusive streams over there, so it'd be a good idea to subscribe to that. If you have YouTube available, you can watch covered on a Roku device here from that YouTube link there, or just go on that page on YouTube. Meteorologist Casey Cloud, but at Cloud Weather is the handle. And then Twitch there, Cloud Weather, the website cloudweather.com has all the links available for you there. And I know we have interactive radar. If maybe I'm not showing the right area for you at the moment, you can go in there and get that viewpoint as well. And even that updated rainfall chance forecast for our local area here is on there at a glance here while we're, of course, doing this national type of coverage. So just wanted to break everything down for you here. Be back in about 9 minutes, so keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date on this big national threat here that we're really paying attention to, this potential severe weather and potential tornado outbreak that we're seeing here at the present time.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here near the top of the hour, continuing to watch the situation that we're dealing with right now toward parts of especially Louisiana and Mississippi. That's where we have the bulk of the warnings here on the board right now. Within that particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, that rare PDS watch, only going for another few hours here at this point. And so far, we haven't seen anything overwhelming. We haven't had tornado warnings. We've had radar indicated rotations. We've had one confirmed tornado, but not to the level that we have been thinking is possible, but that could definitely still change here. I know it's rare to get one of these, as I've mentioned here, with that mentioning of it being a rare PDS type of watch, but the threat's not over by any stretch of the imagination here. It can still ramp on up on us here. It is conditional in some regard, but if it comes together in the right spots, around areas here, it can really be serious because of the overall parameter space that we're dealing with. You also see the thunderstorm warning northeast Alabama right there, kind of by my head, eastern Alabama. We're talking about Jackson County there with that type of threat here that's more based within that wind and hail potential. But we are seeing right now, looks like a new tornado warning just popped up in Louisiana. Again, things can change rapidly, and now we have 2 tornado warnings on the board. First off, let's show you the one that we're kind of focusing on still because it has had that confirmed tornado with it here toward parts of Mississippi. This is a tornado warning continuing for parts there of Choctaw, Montgomery, Tibaha, and Webster counties here until about 4:30 local time. You can see here that rotation's actually picking back up some, and that's why we can't let our guard down here in this type of situation. You can see it's pretty rural areas of Choctaw County. It looks like it'll be traversing here over the next little bit. In Matheson, though, in Webster County there, and then up into toward Clay County there in Mississippi, maybe going north of West Point here, maybe toward Aberdeen and Monroe County, closer even toward the radar site here later on. That would be not great here. We've seen storms around this radar before, as people will tell you here in the meteorology world. That's really tightening up now. Sisters agree with this. Nothing that's clear and obvious here at this point, but still definitely could be a dangerous tornado. Last update was that it was a radar indicated tornado. I know the polygon's still purple, but the latest update did say radar indicated, but that can definitely change on us. But let's see that other tornado warning right now in Louisiana toward a couple of those Louisiana parishes here. I know the Monroe radar would be ideal to use here. The ULM radar is trying to take me there, but unfortunately that is not going to give us the best view. There's some issues with it right now. I mean, maybe see a little bit of the rotation, but there's a lot of blockage going on there right now. So we need to go to, let's try the Fort Polk radar there, see what we can get on that one as we get toward this area. You can see that rotation is really tight on that one here north of Gina, Louisiana here right now. This is a tornado warning that's in play right now for parts of Caldwell and LaSalle Parish here. Those 2 parishes under this here until about 4:45 Central Time. So you see the greens and reds coming together here. Definitely very tight here on the radar at the present time. So we're just continuing to watch all this here for you, checking some of the different things that we're dealing with this overall setup. I know we just have to kind of continue to monitor things here overall in the Weather Center with this type of threat. As things do develop, you get these rotations pick up on us, you have them to kind of weaken back down again. So that's something to kind of take note of here as we're trying to give you the best coverage possible here from the Weather Center. It's definitely seeing that tighter rotation, a pretty rural area right now, though, thankfully, but definitely can change on us here in a hurry, can change on us here in an instant. So just got to be cognizant of this. So we haven't gone over these in a little while, so let's go ahead and pop up our tornado safety tips again. I think this will be a good time to go over these here. So again, just trying to see exactly what's going on here. Again, tornado watch and play the PDS threat, meaning stronger, higher end type tornadoes, a possibility. You want to target those devices in case of power loss and have multiple ways to receive alerts. But when a tornado warning's in play, that means a tornado's been detected using radar or spotted here. You want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmets. So again, I know we're continuing to check some of our different sources here for the very latest information. I'm checking some of our different sources here as well. Just kind of when I'm behind the scenes, I just making some different notes of things to check here when I'm on the air with you. So I know sometimes you see me take notes here for sure. That's what I'm doing right now. So I just want to make sure we kind of have everything covered. This is a one-man band here, so as I think of stuff, I try to kind of get that out to you here the best we can in this live coverage as we're looking at our radar tools here and interpreting things, just trying to give you the very latest. So again, tornado warning right now for Choctaw, Montgomery, Oktibbeha, Webster, and Mississippi. Tornado precautions need to be taken. Those certain parts of the counties there. I know we don't have Starkville necessarily under that tornado warning up that way right now, which is good. We only have now 2 tornado warnings here and toward Louisiana. There's different parishes, not just Caldwell and LaSalle now. We have Callahoola there and Franklin as well. So we got to be paying attention. We'll go ahead and go back. It's tightening up that rotation down toward the south where we maybe have a little more of the favorable parameter space trying to come together. Unfortunately, it's like when we have puzzle pieces trying to come together. When you put a puzzle together, the things when they come together, it's not what you want to see sometimes here in a severe weather situation, obviously, though, compared to when you're putting a puzzle together. I mean, it is something that you probably want to see, but again, just going ahead and going back on over here toward the radar right now, that storm relative velocity mode here. You can see the greens and reds coming together here, tightening up a little bit. And a new tornado warning just issued here for parts of Callahoola, Parish there, as well as Franklin Parish there. So just have to kind of be mindful of that here. Callahoola and Franklin there. Under this threat in northeastern Louisiana, according to the Jackson office now. The threat here, I know, trying to check my different information here, trying to give you the right pronunciations, making sure that we're reading these. Sometimes a little hard to read some of these parish county names. So if I mess something up, I apologize, but doing the best I can here. But again, it looks like areas there like Rosefield and Sherwood can be impacted there around 4:15 Central Time. The community of Enterprise, Louisiana, around 4:25 Central Time. 4:50 there around. It looks like the community of Wisner, if I'm pronouncing that properly. So again, we're watching some of our different parishes right now. We have 2 tornado warnings in Louisiana for 4 different parishes in total. I'll go back to the normal reflectivity view of the Doppler. You see the hook there, the rotational nature of this here right now. Tornado warnings for Catahoula and Franklin there, as well as Caldwell and LaSalle. So we just have to be kind of paying attention here. You see these red polygons. You got to respect the polygons here that you're looking at on the screen right now. Again, you have that radar indicated rotation that we're dealing with here. I know one thing we haven't checked in a little while is the power outage numbers, though. So let's see if we want to go ahead and check some of those. I know we can go ahead and go on over there right now. Let's see what we had a little earlier, and then we'll kind of refresh the screen on you here. So let's go ahead and do that. This is what we had about an hour ago with the outage numbers. Let's see what we have now. I'll reload things. You already see that is not very high, about as low as you can get in the severe weather setup. In fact, as we get over toward Holmes County, there are about 200 customers in the dark, but 575 total in the state. That's really good news, obviously, but things can change rapidly. Hopefully, we will have a bust here. To be quite honest, that's what we want, a bust here with this setup. It's not out of the question that we get that. So we're paying attention here, though, to Weather Center. I know when I'm off camera, I'm checking some of the different things behind the scenes. So that's if you hear my voice kind of trailing off a little or kind of sounding a little bit differently, it's just because I'm in a different spot in the studio. We don't use a mic. Have some different issues with those from time to time, but here in the Weather Center. But again, just continuing to watch things very carefully. I'm just checking some of our different informational details here right now, seeing exactly what's going on. Again, it's a one-man band here, so that's why sometimes we're doing a little bit more here when we're talking, because we have so much we have to go over here in the Weather Center. So again, just continuing to watch things here for sure. Just trying to give you the very latest information here with what is happening in regards to the overall threat here I know getting a report out of Lincoln County, Mississippi of some pea-sized hail reported here recently. So that's something that's not too overwhelming, but definitely don't want to hear something like that in terms of just getting any of that hail potential to try to get going here, because as you get the hail threat here to try to get going, sometimes it can be indicative of some of those stronger updrafts trying to come into fruition. Pea-sized hail isn't a big deal, just to kind of clarify that. But again, let's go ahead and see. I know 2 inch hail, though, is a threat in the Catahoula and Franklin Parish warning here, by the way, in Louisiana. So just got to be kind of cognizant of that here as we continue to follow along. I know Jackson office there in Mississippi, it does cover different areas there, both in Louisiana and Mississippi, that's in the threat zone. So anyway, just giving you the latest. I know there's not a lot to see on here, just trying to get some updates behind the scenes. So let's go ahead and pop me back on camera now. Again, seeing our news for Thursday morning right now for parts of Carroll and Grenada counties there in Mississippi, as well as Holmes and Montgomery and Webster until 5:15 Central Time. So again, just checking all our different things here right now. You can see that rotation tightening up here on that 4-pole radar. Definitely seeing that tighten on up on us here. So that's not what you want to see. Granted, it's not exactly the most co-located rotation you would ever see in here with this threat, but you can see we have some greens and some pinks coming together here. Debris not apparent at this point, but we're just continuing to watch things here very carefully again as the threat does extend on off here. Right now we have 3 tornado warnings, 2 of them here in Louisiana. So again, just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center, giving you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. Again, you want to get in that interior room away from windows if you're under a tornado warning. We have 3 of them right now. We have 2 of them there toward Louisiana, Catahoula, as well as Franklin Parish under 1 till 5 local time to 4:45 local time for parts of Caldwell and LaSalle, and then it looks like 4:30 local time for parts of Choctaw, Tippecanoe, and Webster there in Mississippi. So 2 of them Louisiana, 1 of them Mississippi right now with the tornado warnings. We have 7 severe thunderstorm warnings on the border right now that we've been keeping our eyes on the different storms here in general. Let's go back to the overview. I think it's a good time to show that here right now. We'll go ahead and kind of give you guys an idea of what's going on here from this broad perspective. You can kind of see the purple on the screen here. A particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch in play for another few hours, and right now we have 3 tornado warnings. 1 purple because we had a confirmed tornado earlier. That's up there if you look real close here, up toward Choctaw, as well as Tippecanoe and Webster counties there in Mississippi. But this is headed north of Starkville and Mississippi State University, it looks like at this point. We have 2 more tornado warnings here down toward the south. I know we have it. The threat here in play is from one storm, one area of rotation. You can see that on the rotation tracker here, northeast, it looks like, as I made a map of Somerville, and then it's headed in the general direction here. It looks like an Enterprise in Louisiana. Now we have Enterprise, Alabama. We're talking about Enterprise, Louisiana here right now. So we'll just continue to watch this here. You can see the track here of things north of Gina. You can see here again further on over through some of these different parishes here. Of course, if you're not familiar with geography in the country, all the other states really will talk about counties here, and see where they're covered in Virginia. We have cities there sometimes too, as an example, but the only state we talk about parishes versus counties here in the country is in Louisiana. So just continuing to watch things here though. As you're looking right now at the rotational areas, you see that rotational signature and some lightning just to the north of that as well. We may have some hail showing on up here. I know the hail potential right now is for up to 2 inches in diameter with this. That can cause some damage. We don't really talk about it too much in these tornado situations, sometimes with a national perspective, but definitely have that hail potential to be north of where the rotational potential is here in this type of situation. Just the overall structure of things to put that toward the north here. But again, just continuing to watch, continuing to monitor, continuing to give the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. But let's go ahead and follow these tornado warning safety tips again here. I know it's helpful to pop these up here from time to time. We definitely try to give you these informational details here at certain points. So here's what you do with a tornado warning. You want to seek sector inside a 30 build, and you want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And you want to protect yourself in some of these scenarios, especially in the more concerning ones from that flying debris by putting on that bicycle helmet. It might not be a bad idea to go ahead and do that right now here in this area in toward Louisiana because things can tighten up quickly. I know things have so far been what I would say from what I've seen, kind of underwhelming, but that can change in an instant here. Maybe as the sun goes down, things could really just pick up on us all of a sudden. It's not out of the question, so we just got to be taking these tornado warnings seriously, this tornado threat seriously here with a PDS, rare PDS tornado watch and play. We don't get this very often. We've had these in more the higher end type events in general. I mean, this is it. It's not going to be as bad. I would not think in the same realm by any stretch of the imagination what we saw back on April 27, 2011. But that was the type of day where we had PDS watches in play. This day has a PDS watch in play, so it has the higher end potential. But right now we haven't reached that by any means here. I mean, we've not seen all that much here. And we hope it stays that way. It very well it has that chance to do that here, as we haven't seen things really take off. But it just takes one strong tornado to hit a highly populated area. I know one of the analogs that was showing up with some more information. It kind of surprised me a little because we had snow afterward, and it's not saying the atmosphere was the same. But we had an analog for this right here, this setup. That was the Huntsville tornado in '89 showing up in our analog system here. So this shows that we have the higher end potential here with the parameters. It was a deadly tornado that hit there in Huntsville in 1989. It killed many folks. So that's what we're watching, because if we get just one, I mean, all it takes is one, a strong, violent tornado hitting a populated area, and we could have a day that people will never forget. So that's why we got to be on guard here. That's all it takes is one. That's why we're so cognizant. That's why we're paying attention so carefully here in the Weather Center, because it only takes one. Here we have this story. We've been talking about it all the way here since last week, and now we're seeing at least some tornado warnings come on the board here. Potential tornado outbreak. So we got to be just paying attention here for sure. Let's get back over to storm relative velocity. I think that's a good place to go right now. We'll check on that. It's tightening up for sure now. It's tightening up for sure. We'll go ahead and go on over here to our GR2 analyst computer. So I'm going to make sure we have everything set good on here. We'll go ahead and see what we're doing with. So you see the gate to gate right now to the west of Enterprise, Louisiana. And you just saw the update. The winds in one direction are stronger than the other here by a pretty good margin on that latest scan. We're seeing winds over 70 miles an hour, maybe headed for Enterprise, Louisiana. Even if we don't get a tornado in this, definitely some stronger wind there that can knock down some trees, knock down some power lines. So for this area, but for other areas, probably even more so because there's more time in a lot of spots. You need to go ahead and charter this device to see you have methods to be informed after a storm comes through in case there's any more storms that come on through. But I suggest for if you're injured or if you're trapped after a tornado even, you don't want to be without that chart on that phone. You don't want to be on that last 5%. Yeah, and then it runs out when the storm's over and you're trying to get help. So that's why you want to try to view devices. You just got to be really careful here. I know I don't want to hype this situation up. So far we haven't seen anything that's been all that impressive. But things, again, can take a turn for the worse very quickly. And that's why we're here in the Weather Center watching. So, again, you can see here right now we have some 70-mile-an-hour winds possible here closer toward Enterprise, Louisiana. The rotation may be there, tracking more like this. You can see that we're watching this right there as we're seeing the overall movement there right here. You see it's moving more out of the LaSalle and Caldwell polygon more right now. It's in the Catahoula and Franklin polygon. So one of the west will be dropped off here. Granted, there is a little bit of rotation here to the north and west of Enterprise. They might be watching here just to see if it tries to evolve. It's not a really favorable slot on this storm setup. That's not what you expected, but there is a little bit of rotation there So they might be erring on the side of caution, but that'd be more of about a hail type threat there. I just got a new tornado warning in Mississippi now. The Jackson office just issuing one. Let's get back up toward Mississippi. It looks like we're watching a storm there. Let me go ahead and kind of reset. I'm going to the Columbus Air Force Base radar just to kind of give us a visual on this. But tornado warning there for southern Lawrence, a small type circulation there in southern Lawrence County in Mississippi. So I know I will be watching that pop on up here in just a moment as we get the latest information in from the office there in Jackson. I know they're watching that there. It looks like it's near the community of Tilton, or 12 miles northwest of Kokomo there, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So again, a new tornado warning just being issued there out of the Jackson, Mississippi office. I know they have a large area of responsibility. A lot of offices really do with the National Weather Service. A lot of counties covered here, and we have that new tornado warning now popping on up here, and that actually gets us here way to the south here as we're looking down more off the Jackson radar. Will be the best view here. So let's go ahead and take you there. This is way to the south. So let's see here. This is going to be, as I put the storm motion on, this is the type of track we're expecting here. You see Bass there. I know we talked about them a couple years ago here with a tornado emergency. Hopefully nothing really fired down here as we're getting closer toward the Pine Belt at this point. But we're just continue to be watching here with this threat. So again, just continuing to monitor the situation. You see the rotation there, the latest scan. So in there here, we'll just have to continue to watch things here. A very similar area in terms of that geography to what we were doing with a much stronger setup here in the hyperlocal focus with that tornado emergency going back there on the Easter Sunday of 2020 it was. So hopefully we don't end up seeing anything like that come to fruition right now. The rotation here is meager compared and weather weak here compared to what we saw that terrible day in 2020. We had the deadly tornado come to that area, but we'll just have to continue to watch things here. Definitely weather weak here in terms of what we're down with. Just going to continue to monitor this here, though, in the Weather Center. I know we're continuing to watch the different radar scans here. We're continuing to look at the Doppler technology here. We're just continue to see exactly what is going on here with the setup. It just tightened up just a little bit, but it's still only seeing winds here 40 one way and about 30 the other way. So it's only about 70 miles an hour gate to gate here right now, but the rather weak circulation could definitely tighten up on us here, become more pronounced. And we do see some storms that are kind of individualized here, more discrete in nature. We have to watch. You see when they're Pricedale, Mississippi. So you just have to be kind of monitoring this situation here as things evolve on us this afternoon. I know things can take a turn very quickly, so we have to just kind of be paying attention here in this type of setup. So again, checking some of my sources behind the scenes. So if you're seeing me kind of look away here, that's what I'm doing. I just want to see exactly what's going on here in the Weather Center. Again, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch to protect you, your friends, and your family here with this type of setup, this potential tornado outbreak, a possible tornado outbreak. So again, we don't have anything really confirmed at this moment, which is good, but things can take a turn here quickly. We'll be watching it all for you here in the Weather Center. I think we're going to take another 9-minute break, though, so keep it here to Cloud Weather. Keep you up to date. Let's go ahead and go to that broad view here again. Just continuing to watch things, obviously, with this potential outbreak. We'll see you here in about 9 minutes as we continue to watch the setup. And we currently have, it looks like, even a severe thunderstorm warning in northwest Georgia now. I'll mention this real quick. Dayton, Walker counties has that potential threat northwest of Dalton there. 60-mile-an-hour winds a possibility up there. So we'll be kind of watching all that. But currently we have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings and 4 tornado warnings in the country. So that's what we're kind of be dealing with, continuing to watch here from the Weather Center.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here right now. Just after 4:30 Central Time, 5:30 Eastern. We're now getting word of a confirmed tornado here in southern Mississippi with that storm we're watching there in that general vicinity of Bassfield. I know we had that terrible tornado hit there back in 2020. This isn't near that strong at this point, but we just have to continue to watch here. And watch the progression of things. Things can change rapidly on us, so we just have to kind of stay tuned here. I know the debris signature that the Weather Service was seeing wasn't all that apparent, all that clear. But again, things can definitely take a turn on us here quickly. So we have to kind of continue to watch all this here as we're looking at the latest radar scans for sure. We're just gonna see exactly what is going on here with the Doppler radar echoes. I know we're just kind of checking right now and just continuing to watch this potential tornado threat here getting down to the surface. Again, the radar just confirmed a tornado there as we're looking there about 13 miles northwest of the community of Columbia, Mississippi, moving east at about 35 miles an hour. This tornado warning going for parts of Marion, Lawrence, and Jefferson Davis counties here in Mississippi. So going to continue to watch Society Hill, Goss in the path around 4:40 Central Time. Bunker Hill, 445, Carson there, 450. So you kind of get the idea of some of those communities here in the path of this. So we'll just continue to monitor this. You see another rotation toward Walthall County that's kind of separate. That looks even more discreet. I may get a tornado warning here soon. I need one toward the south. I'm talking about this area right in there. We just got to kind of watch it. As I know somebody's asking that question right now about that threat, I believe, here in the chat. I know they're talking about some of these different areas of rotation. Maybe a different storm they're watching actually, but again, just continuing to watch here a bunch of different storms, and they cover a whole bunch of. Okay, they're actually asking about this storm here. So let's go to the. I guess that would be the best radar for this area, or maybe not. I know we got a bunch going on here, so. I mean, it's a long stretch in the same weather service office, so confusing. I don't know the geography 100% here. Pretty good. I know the geography pretty good, but not 100%. So trying to do my best. But looks like a new tornado warning just got issued on this storm here, though, west of Yazoo City. So this is a new tornado warning now until it looks like 5:30 local time. This is Holmes, Yazoo, and Humphreys counties. And we're talking about Yazoo City could be in the path here in about 15 minutes. We have Thornton there by about 5 o'clock Central Time. So you kind of get the idea of some of these different communities that could be in the path of this possible tornado that's in the Holly Bluff area. So it's more embedded, not as discreet. So maybe not as higher end of potential, but it could still be dangerous because it could be rain wrapped and we're getting toward that sunset time frame. So that makes things dangerous in and of itself. So again, we just have to continue to watch. You see some maybe more rotation to the south. Yeah, it's starting to get some of these storms to rotate a little bit further now. This is in southern parts of Starkey County there in Mississippi. And then as we get down toward the south here again, this is tightening up now. Now there's something to the south. Is that? I mean, that's just inflow, I think. It almost looks like debris, but that's toward the looks like east of Darbin. There, that's just the inflow there right now, but some stronger rotation trying to develop. They're moving into this morning. That goes from Walthall into Marion County. So I know just continuing to get the latest updates here in the Weather Center on everything that's going on. We're checking the chat. So if you see me looking over, we're just trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family here. There's a lot going on, I know. So just trying to kind of take things one step at a time here. But again, we have now 4 tornado warnings on the board. Let's go to one in Louisiana that was issued here just a little while ago. This is going to be for parts of Grant, with Natchitoches and Wind Paris here. This is off to Fort Polk radar, some broader rotation around Natchez there in Louisiana. So we'll be watching that here for sure. Some more rotation here northwest of Gina. That might need a tornado warning here pretty soon if that tightens up. So we're starting to see these spins really starting to come together now. The shear, the energy trying to overlap here. The overall atmospheric profiles are really trying to come to fruition now with what we're seeing there. Maybe more aloft and just with the overall setup. So again, we're just going to have to continue to watch things here You can see we're seeing some rotation on that area, obviously, with the tornado warnings. We have 4 tornado warnings. Let's go back to the broad view and reset things. Sometimes it's a little bit harder to see things when we're trying to go so hyper local. We could miss the big picture and we'll miss something. But right now we have, it looks like 5 severe thunderstorm warnings and 4 tornado warnings here in the country, including 1 confirmed tornado warning toward Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, and Marion County there in Mississippi. So again, we have to be watching that area very carefully. Again, I'm just trying to give you the very latest on this here. You can see we have a couple different areas of rotation popping on out here, as I was alluding to here. And towards some of these areas, one of these is actually headed just outside the tornado watch. Part of this tornado warning outside that PDS watch, things definitely unique here in this setup here. And then as we get over toward here in southeast of Monroe, Louisiana, south of Winnsboro, you see some rotation there, more northwest of Gina, some more south of Natchitoches there. So we're just going to have to continue to watch, continue to monitor. Definitely a wide area, even some rotation here. See, is that, yeah, west of Starkville. I haven't seen much about that. But let's go ahead and see what we have on that. There's no warning there. But the way these pop up, and the way this was talking about, that stuff could pop up with little or no advanced warning. But we're going to switch to the Columbus Air Force Base radar first here, before I try to give too many and make too many assumptions off of or seeing a rotation tracker. Yeah, it's kind of muddy. Yeah, it's not really going to be much there. So that's kind of what I was starting to think, that even though it looked good on rotation tracker and you see the rotation, it's not really showing too much here. I mean, maybe we get a thunderstorm warning down there, but that's right now not a situation that's worn down towards Starkville or Mississippi State University. So getting more updates in. I know we're trying to follow them all for you. Let's go ahead and do another power outage update here. I think it'd be a good time for that. I need to reset some things behind the scenes here as well. So let's go ahead and go over to power outage mapping. This is what we had here just a few minutes ago. And I'm going to go ahead and that's some great news, but we're just going to continue to watch here, because things can change rapidly on us here in the Weather Center. I know that confirmed tornado, though, 15 miles northwest of Columbia, Mississippi, as we're watching that threat towards Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, and Marion County there, around Oak Valley there, depending on the local pronunciation. I remember seeing something like that a couple years ago as well. That's where the current tornado threat seems to be centered there, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour as we're getting down towards southern Mississippi and toward that Pine Belt region. So again, just watching our power out of the map, nothing overwhelming there, but we'll keep our eyes on that. I know we're also watching some of the traffic cameras here. Haven't pulled them up, but we have access to the Mississippi cameras as MDOT cameras here. So when they're kind of in a good spot here, we can kind of try to give you a good look. I know it's maybe a little harder sometimes. We're not as familiar with the geography as we are in our Florida counties, obviously. So let's go ahead and try to see if we can find anything for you. Maybe getting at least dark clouds or something like that. Let's go down to southern Mississippi here. This is that warning out there west of Hattiesburg. So we'll try to see if there's anything down there first off. It may cut out on me a little bit. If it does, I apologize, because we're pulling a lot of resources into our setup here. But I mean, I'm looking here right now, see if there's anything. I want to make sure if I'm popping anything up, it needs to be relevant. At least give us a dark view of clouds here. Okay, that's kind of showing things. It looks like it's, you know, I don't know, it's not really in the right direction maybe. So let's go ahead and see. Make sure we're giving you a good view of things here. We're going to pop something up. I'm doing this on the fly, so that's why you kind of hear me talking. So I want to make sure we give you the right view. I know I'm kind of just looking at things here on the fly, so I can't really dive into too much when we're actually doing things as a one-man band. But again, I don't see a lot here right now on our MDOT cameras. Okay, this one is switching off toward the west here a little bit. I don't really see a lot, but it may give us something here. There may be a little something in here. So let's go ahead and try to use it. We'll go ahead and try to pull this one in then. Here on the MDOT view. Okay, there's a little bit to the top of the screen. It might look a little bit better on your view depending on the contrast levels here. So we'll go ahead and kind of go over to this here. This is going to be, it looks like Mississippi 42 west at the US 49 location there. So I just want to make sure we're giving you the right information here. when we pull in the camera. So a little way away from this one that's confirmed here, we can at least see a little bit of darkening in the clouds if you look real carefully. It's nothing overwhelming, but there's the view. There's the view here right now, a live view, the M-Dot camera there in Mississippi. Again, I mean, you really have to kind of look carefully, but you can kind of, if you look there, maybe see a little bit of a darkening in the clouds there, but it's nothing that's really a view to write home about here. But we'll continue to be watching, obviously, just to see how the setup is here as we're looking toward Mississippi. So again, this is the live view there, the M-Dot camera there. Again, we'll be continuing to watch these. I'll see if we have some others with some of these other storms here in the state of Mississippi. But there's just one of the views that we have right now at our disposal. I know we'll go ahead and see what else we have here with some of our views, potentially with some of our views here. I know we're watching, looks like a new tornado watch that's just come out for parts of Alabama. So let's go to that first. That's some breaking weather information that's coming here into the Weather Center. So let's go ahead and go over there. This is for parts of west central Alabama. It's behind me, so let me go ahead and move it over. You can see Demopolis, Tuscaloosa, Selma under this until it looks like about 5Z. So we kind of have to do a little bit of conversion here between Central Time and a time shift. 11 p.m. Central Time is when this tornado watch is set to expire. They're not a PDS watch. The probability is quite a bit lower with this one here, but they're still elevated in terms of that potential. But looks like we're getting reported of a tornado. Lawrence County, Mississippi, debris being reported with possible structural damage there, 2 miles south of Tilton there. So that's not what we want to hear. That's where we were trying to get that view on the camera from. So let's focus on this storm. Then, even though we couldn't get a good view right now, we have these different areas of rotation that we have to be monitoring. Let's go back to the other radar then. Let's go to the radar. Give you the best view of this confirmed scenario. I mean, that one has the inflow, but it's not the one that, I mean, I guess it's kind of starting to become the one that's more dominant here, though. I know they're saying some of these storms here they're dealing with may have some side lobe contamination, so that might be why we're seeing the rotation still up like it is in northwest Marion is what they're telling us, but we'll just have to kind of wait and see here. It definitely has that distinct hook on it nonetheless, but you can see here toward the north, that's where we had the kind of confirmation. It looks like maybe with that area, as we're looking at our different reports here, we said that here in our other sources, for the rotation more toward the north here. That's right over the community right now there, Oak Valley or Oak Vale, depending on the local pronunciation. They're saying South Montgomery side lobe, and so is Marion there. So I know Montgomery, the storm they're watching further up in the state, looks like the Starkville, Columbus, Tupelo market meteorologists are watching that. But again, just continuing to watch things here with this rotation. This is where we had that side lobe contamination. This is where we had the confirmed tornado further off toward the west and south there. But we just have to continue to monitor things because they can definitely evolve on us in an instant. I know we haven't been in Louisiana with some of these storms here recently, so let's go ahead and see if we can go over there toward some of those areas that we're watching in Louisiana. We have 2 tornado warnings there right now towards some of these different parishes. So let's go ahead and kind of load that information on the screen here at the present time. So again, you can kind of see what we're dealing with here toward Natchitoches there, northwest of Colfax, Louisiana. I know, gotta correct myself here because we're going between so many different areas here, and these towns we're not familiar with as much, but Colfax, Louisiana is where we're looking to the northwest from with this area of rotation right now on our viewpoint. The Doppler reports, we're looking at a different angle a little bit, almost due north, but again, just continuing to watch things here. Just continuing to monitor the situation here. You see Willen, Louisiana, is going to be in the path here over the next little bit. We'll just continue to watch that. We'll just have to continue to see exactly what's going on. There's nothing really well defined here right now, to be quite honest, as we go between some of our different modes here, trying to give you the best view. But maybe the rotation is just not really there, but I'm trying to move this down a little bit, maybe closer toward Willen and Atlanta, but maybe a little bit further off toward the north of those, depending on the exact area of the spin. We can't really see it very good, which is a good sign right now, but you just never know. And then we have these different areas popping up. You see a rotational area there in parts of Louisiana further off toward the east here. This is going to be a warning for the Calahoola there and Franklin. So let's switch radars. It's going to go to the Monroe, which is not going to help us much. So let's go to Jackson, Mississippi radar then. I know we're watching this threat maybe move toward Tensas, Paris here over the next little bit. So we're just going to have to see how things evolve here on us here from the Weather Center. Just going to have to kind of monitor these different frames here, these different views. But right now, nothing's overwhelming, which is good news. We're not saying in a situation where we haven't had to use the terminology like we will sometimes when we have to use as a matter of life and death. Of course, a tornado hitting a mobile home can always be that, but in general, we haven't seen anything that's just overwhelming. I mean, obviously, if you're in a tornado warning storm, you get hit by the tornado in your vehicle. Same thing, it can be a matter of life and death with an EF0 tornado even, but we haven't seen anything where we're really getting the debris lofted way up there. We're really seeing the picture, the damage, or anything like that yet. We have had some possible structural damage, though, reported 2 miles southwest of Tilton there in Lawrence County, Mississippi, but nothing so far, at least, that we think is just overwhelming or off the charts. We haven't seen that here at this point, which is some great news here with what we were anticipating to be a tornado outbreak. So far, it looks like we've had 2 confirmed tornadoes based on reports. One there further up toward north in Mississippi. There, we were tracking that earlier on as we were getting toward some of the different areas there, southwest of Starkville, and then we were watching the threat there toward, again, areas further south toward Lawrence County, Mississippi. And now we have a new tornado warning for Madison as well as Tensas, and that's in the Paris's in Louisiana. You see the new box here that'll be popping up here in a second. It'll be loading here. You don't actually see it at this second, but I promise you'll see it here soon. It's going to be from Madison, Tensas, Paris is in Louisiana, as well as Claiborne and Warren counties there in Mississippi until 5:45. At 4:48, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 7 miles southwest of New Light, or 13 miles southeast of Winnsboro, moving east at about 50 miles an hour. I know that rapid movement here today is something to follow. There's the new box right when I get done reading the information. That's generally when it'll pop up here in our system, as it takes a second just to kind of load that on in. But no, and this is thunderstorm warning toward Choctaw, Clay, Montgomery, as well as Tibaha and Webster counties of Mississippi for 60-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado possible tag. That's included in there as well. But this rotation is nothing that's really, really impressive right now, but you just never know. It's there in Franklin, Paris. I know the radar coverage, excuse me, guys, isn't always the best out here. It isn't always the best, but we're just going to have to continue to watch things, continue to monitor things here. In the Weather Center. I know the ULM radar not helping us all that much here today. I know there's some issues with that, but we have a possible tornado near Society Hill, Mississippi as well. Jefferson, Davis, Marion counties there in Mississippi until 5:15. We'll continue to watch all of that. I know this rotation there right now could be headed in a direction. We'll see. Or maybe just north of Newellton. I'll try that again. I pronounced it before. That's why I was going to pronounce it. And it's not easiest to pronounce on the fly here, but I think I've had trouble with this one before too. But we'll try it again. Newellton. So again, we'll try that again here as we continue along. But again, just continuing to watch here in this severe weather coverage. You can kind of see here toward Tensas, Paris. We're going to continue to watch this situation. So, again, I just kind of see how things evolve on us here. We'll just kind of have to see how things develop here with the overall atmospheric profile, getting the threat down toward the surface, something like that. So, again, just going to continue to watch here toward Tensas, Paris. Just going to have to kind of see exactly what is happening here with this overall setup. So you can kind of see what's going on here. Again, we currently have 5 tornado warnings. So let's go back to the broad view then, so you guys kind of know what's going on. We'll kind of reset this once again. We'll go ahead and kind of reset the view here for you guys. You see the tornado watch, the new one, it's in West Alabama, West Central Alabama. That's still 5Z, which if you do the time conversion, that's 11 o'clock Central Time or 12 o'clock Eastern if you happen to be watching to the east. You see, we currently have that purple, which is very rare to see with the widespread area covered here. That's a PDS tornado watch because the ingredients were there and are still there to some extent. Potentially, with this setup, based on the model guidance, we could have a strong and violent type threat here with longer track tornadoes. So far, that hadn't come to fruition, but that could change rapidly on us, and we got to stay alert. We still these storms discreet enough. If they were to tap into the right characteristics, it could really be dangerous and potentially deadly here. So that's why we got to be paying attention. But you see the tornado warnings right now. One there as we're getting out toward it looks like Grant, Natchitoches, and Wind Parishes until 5:15 local time, 5 o'clock local time, Catahoula and Franklin, Paris there. Those areas involved, and then as we get over toward Madison and Tenside, and then Claiborne and Warren County, Mississippi, that's still 5:45 local time. And then as we get over into toward Mississippi there further, we have a warning for Holmes, Humphreys, and Yazoo. And then we have the confirmed tornado warning for Jefferson, Davis, and Marion. So we have 5 warnings right now on the board. And if you're looking toward our area, by the way, I know we're not gonna have a full update tonight, but you don't see too much yet. But that's gonna change tomorrow. It's gonna change there on that Wednesday. So while we don't have anything that's just overwhelming, let's go into our local rainfall chances. Again, I said this to you guys earlier, and you get it at cloudweather.com there as we're updating some of that. We're not doing a formal update or a formal forecast, but thought it was important to kind of share this with you here because today the rain chance low on this Tuesday, but tomorrow we have strong and severe storms possible, especially around Tallahassee and Albany here. 70% chance of rain, but then things are clearing on out as we get toward Thursday and Friday. Today, east of Stark, we ended up getting to a high of 80 degrees. So definitely a warm day here with this overall setup. That's really been helping to fuel this action here. It's late November after Thanksgiving. We're getting these setups that come into play in part because of all that energy that is available, all that convective available potential energy in the form of capes. So just got to be watching that here. You see on Thursday, Friday, again, the chances are slacking off, though, which is some good news if you don't want the rain and the storms around here. But we'll just continue to watch, and we'll be here. We're committed to keeping everybody safe. In the local area here, there's our 62 county zone. If there's any tornado warnings within any of our 62 counties, we'll be on here tomorrow. Any severe thunderstorm warnings, we'll at least be posting about them, if not on here on this Wednesday. That threat could be here after sunrise tomorrow and towards some of western counties. Supposedly, we could, and theoretically, is the right wording for that, because we saw that kind of shift there in the latest update. I haven't had time to evaluate it because I've been on the air, but SBC did shift that, and based on some of the development we saw earlier on, that's definitely a possibility that we could get stuff before sunrise in some of those far western, southwest Georgia counties and those western Florida, Big Bend counties. I just hadn't had a chance to look at the model and myself. That's why I questioned it a little bit. I'm sure they're definitely on schedule there with that forecast. So again, just continuing to watch here. This threat again, the threat will be lowering as we get further toward the east here, but we'll have some of that daytime heating maybe try to come into play. There's still some stronger storms, can't be right, even in north central Florida, southeastern Georgia. We'll be here to get you all through it here in the Weather Center. Again, that's a lower type threat, marginal to general thunderstorm type threat, though, on your Wednesday that we'll be talking about. So just wanted to break that down for you again. I know getting an update from the Jackson office that they're now seeing a scattered spike with the southern supercell there. Seeing maybe 2 inch or greater size hail as we just got a new tornado warning. So we're now up to 6 tornado warnings here as we're really getting that tornado warning count up now as we're getting to that sunset time frame. That can be an issue, obviously. I know have some different atmospheric things that can be a problem in that regard. So we'll just continue to be monitoring things here from the Weather Center. I know we have a tornado warning right now in eastern parts of Texas. That looks to be the new one. This is out of the Shreveport office here, 4:56 local time. I see it a minute ago. I have just the Jackson open right now here for that national type threat. But again, Sabine, Paris, San Augustine, or San Augustine, depending on how you pronounce that in Texas, and in Sabine there. So breaking that down again, so we have Sabine, Paris, Sabine County, and then San Augustine or San Augustine there in Texas under this tornado warning until about, it looks like 5:45 for some radar indicated rotation. A little stronger rotation there. You see the reds on this. This is just a rotation tracker. So on the strength of the rotation, you see that toward the east there of Natchitoches there in Louisiana. And then as we get further on over toward the east here, you see some different areas. They're not sewn up as tight with the rotation, but the radar cover didn't always the best. So it's not always going to sew up perfectly on here. And then you have some rotation near Yazoo City there. I know they had a bad tornado situation there going back a while ago. In the timeline going back more than a decade ago, but maybe in 2008, but trying to do that off the top of my head. There's been so many outbreaks, especially even recently with the hurricanes, the tornadoes, and it's kind of, I used to know all these by heart, but still going back a while there toward Yazoo City, it was a very bad event. Right now, nothing confirmed there, which is good news. Nothing that's been confirmed, but that could always change on us here in an instant. You have storms here. This is it's now 7 thunderstorm warning for Starkville. Saw this pop up a few minutes ago. Not a tornado warning at this point, but there's a tornado possible tag in here, and it could be near Starkville at about 5:25 Central Time. So there's some college students out and about there at Mississippi State right now on campus in Octavia County. The time to get inside is now. I mean, it's already lightning around, so you probably already want to be inside some rain around in that general vicinity. But you have more action coming in from the west toward the east here, so nothing that's screaming a tornado threat here in the immediate, but there's that tornado possible tag there. So if you're in Octavia County and Starkville, Mississippi State University, you want to be inside, you want to be away from windows, Roy, because of the nastier action with that lightning coming in. Not a immediate tornado threat, but you're under a PDS watch, so you got to be paying attention here on this Tuesday. So again, you see there's the radar up to the north, and you can kind of see we have some of these different areas of rotation. We're watching. Some of that's going to be kind of interference there, maybe with the echoes, and the storm's actually right over the radar. You can kind of see that here on our view that's putting everything together. That's the actual cone of silence that's trying to peek on through there right now, where you don't actually get the echoes because they're just so low to the ground. But and that tornado warning toward Jefferson, Davis, and Marion counties there in Mississippi, it looks like the one down here. That one, it looks to be where we have that 2.5 inside hail potential. You don't ever want to hear about that. I know the radar's been underdoing it based on what the Weather Service is saying. They're higher than what the radar says. It's not always the case, but it's such a different type of setup here in late November here with the atmospheric profile. So not always the same type of things with the overall numbers on radar. I'll get the same type of things down to the surface in different months. But again, I just have to continue to watch things here. I just have to continue to monitor the situation here for sure. And this is 12 miles north of Columbia, Mississippi, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. 2.5 inside hail, definitely a possibility in this area as we're looking toward an area that was hit by a tornado there, a very significant, a violent tornado back in 2020. Not saying that this is that type of tornado right now. It's not. It's not a PDS warning here. We haven't had any PDS warnings today, and this is not a tornado emergency, but still, we gotta be on guard for that type of wording to be used in a storm. Maybe not this one, maybe another one, though. Right now, it is a confirmed tornado based on the indications we were getting just a little while ago. Actually, they have brought that down now, and it's sometimes a little hard to keep up with because the system keeps it in purple. But it's now just back down to radar indicated. So we haven't had much in the way of confirmed tornadoes today. So back down to radar indicated now near Society Hill, or 12 miles north of Columbia, moving northeast at 40. But next again, it could be confirmed again. You just never know around Bassville, Mississippi. So I have to continue to watch for that. I know we're doing the best we can here. One-man band. We're watching everything in the chat, on the radars here, on the camera, doing everything we can to keep you, your friends, and your family safe. So right now we currently have 5 tornado warnings. We have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. One with a history of producing a tornado. That out of the tornado warnings, that's the one there toward Jefferson, Davis, and Marion. But right now I'd be radar indicated tornado like this, like the other 4 red boxes. You see the one in East Texas there going there into toward Louisiana. You see the one there as we get toward Grant, Natchitoches, and Wind Parishes. You see the next one there further on over toward Madison and Tensas Parish there in Louisiana, Claiborne there, and Warren counties of Mississippi. So definitely dealing with all of that. Holmes, Humphreys, and Yazoo counties there in Mississippi. Don't want to leave you guys out either. You have a tornado warning in play for radar indicated rotation. So watching all that different spin, that's what I'm trying to indicate here. I'm going to take a break here bear with me as we continue to gather the latest details here in the Weather Center. We're just watching everything for you here as we get the latest information in. But again, just watching that different spin showing up here within these different cells. So we'll be watching and we'll be giving you the latest updates here from the Weather Center as the threats permit here and Roy as those threats do warn is what I'm trying to say. So I'll give you back in 9 minutes though from now as we continue to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. As we just got a report in Carroll County, Mississippi though. We'll pop this on here for you guys before we jump on off for that 9-minute break. We did get a report there in Baden, Mississippi, Carroll County. A tree was blown down around 3:20 local time on Mulberry Street there, and a transformer was downed as well. So but to find out exactly what the type of damage was from, whether it was straight line winds or a tornado. We're watching the storms over here in the right now on our views, and we'll be getting back with you in about 9 minutes, unless we need to break back in earlier for some type of really escalated tornado threat in the short term.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center a little after 5 o'clock Central Time, 6 o'clock Eastern. We're getting word of a confirmed tornado on the ground near Carson there in Mississippi, or 15 miles north of the community of Columbia. So a confirmed tornado now on the ground there. Yeah, this is being reported based on some radio traffic, it looks like, and also a debris signature is starting to pop up there based on some different indications. So we need to get folks into shelter here as we're looking in toward these areas. This is to the northwest of Hattiesburg, is what I'm talking about right now. So let me go ahead and zoom on in on our GR level 3 computer. You can kind of see what we're talking about here. You see that tight rotation there south of Bassfield, Mississippi. You can see 56-mile-an-hour winds one way, about 15-mile-an-hour winds the other, maybe even up to 30, depending on how you look at this. And that gets us to about an EF1 type tornado, maybe on the ground here in this area. It still can be deadly here, though, in a mobile home, something like that, or if somebody's out on the road. It doesn't necessarily take a tornado that strong to be very serious in nature. I know, just thinking about this day, though, it feels like, I mean, it's warm overall, some of these different spots, looking at the temperature maps, and in some ways it reminds me more of spring than it does here fall with this type of setup. So that's why we got to be so on guard here with these type of threats. I mean, this is a peak season still for severe weather, though. I mean, not everybody realizes it, but you get these events here. They don't happen all that often, but then when they happen, they're very serious and cause a lot of issues here. So as we're looking toward the month of November, I know looking at a graphic from the National Weather Service in Birmingham yesterday, it really showed that storyline well with these high number overall type of tornadoes here in the month of November. It's a busy month for them from time to time. Sometimes you have the higher end type threats even. So gotta be careful, gotta be watching. But right now, a confirmed tornado here. You see our new warning off toward the east going for Sumrall, Seminary there in Mississippi, and Covington County. It's probably our tightest circulation of the day, I would say. And with the debris signature trying to pop up, that may actually be pretty clear on here now. And that still kind of looks like a inflow, but Weather Service is calling a debris signature with a confirmed tornado being reported, obviously, with radio traffic. I mean, there's likely has been a tornado and may very well still be a tornado on the ground. I'm trying to load, by the way, our frames in here. That's where you kind of see things jumping around a little bit. We switched radars here over the last little bit, but we're loading some of our different images in here the best we can, trying to give you guys the latest. But again, I'm just trying to watch this. We got a new tornado running up toward Oktibbeha County that we need to let you know about right now as we get over toward the Columbus, Mississippi radar. And this does include Starkville and Mississippi State University. So we need to, wow, that's really tightened up. Looks like the worst of that rotation is maybe north of Starkville, but it's too early to know for sure. But that looks like it's one of the tightest of the day. I mean, it's really starting to elevate here, escalate at this point here in the day at 5:15 Central Time. Sometimes right when you get towards sunsets, when you have the highest threat here. In these type of setups, you see southwest of Matheson, Mississippi, southeast of Emporia, Mississippi. We have some very tight rotation showing up here right now in the Doppler. 38 one way, 62 miles an hour the other way. That's 100-mile-an-hour worth of wind. They're trying to get down to the surface possibly. This approach is maybe strong tornado criteria. That may be, by the way, that might be a debris signature in there too now. That may be debris still up on the Doppler here. So you need to be taking shelter here in this area. It looks like something. Let's see if that's co-located. The times are a little bit off, but barely. I mean, they're not off enough to make much of a difference. So it's possible. I mean, we're not at the best height, but we're still down some, but there may be something there within this because that doesn't look like it's in the best spot for hail. So that may be a confirmed tornado here right now in Mississippi that we're dealing with. Southwest of Matheson, north of Ackerman there in Choctaw County, Mississippi here. This right now will be heading more. No Starkville's under the warning. You got to take shelter, got to respect the polygon. But at the moment, at least, for maybe parents watching, having children there at Starkville, Starkville's campus there, Mississippi State, or just Starkville, that general area, for another reason. The worst of this looks to be going off toward the north right now, which would be some good news here. But we're getting word now it's confirmed tornado. They are confirming that debris now southwest of Matheson that I was just noting. That is a confirmed tornado now right over the Natchez Trace Parkway. So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground here As it's getting dark, folks, so you don't want to have these confirmed tornadoes on the ground. But we have one right now southwest of Matheson. So let's go ahead and pull up those tornado precautions again. Let me pull it up on our screen. We'll do the screen graphic here. I think that'd be the best place to go with this here at the present time, the on-screen tips. So let's go ahead and seek shelter inside that sturdy building. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. Maybe something you want to do with a confirmed tornado in progress here over Sherwood, Mississippi, or 20 miles southwest of, it looks like Montpelier there, if I'm pronouncing that properly for this part of the country. But we're just gonna keep watching here. You can see that track again. We're taking more north of Starkville. So if you have students there, Mississippi State right now, the greatest that seems to be going north of them, but things could definitely change here on us in a heartbeat with this because they are under the warning. You got to respect the public gun. Could always make a little bit of a jog to the right, but right now I feel pretty good about it going north of the campus there at Mississippi State University. But we'll continue to watch, obviously, as we keep watching these radar scans, and you see the boxes turn purple on us for that confirmed tornado there again southwest of Matheson. Mississippi, a confirmed tornado on the ground here now. So that's not what you want to see, obviously. A tornado debris signature is apparent within our other radar product. You see that debris there, that's that green lowered area there. That green area there where we have the indications of debris right over it. It looks like, again, the Natchez Trace Parkway. Don't ever want to hear about a roadway right under the path of a tornado. So we just have to continue to watch. I know we're getting confirmation of that tornado down toward the Marion Davis County line, Jefferson Davis County line there just a little while ago. So let's go ahead and get down there northwest of Hattiesburg. You can see that hook on that there on Bassville. Now that's definitely interesting. And that velocity is behind by a good ways. So got to be paying attention down here for sure. I did get a new update on this velocity mode here in just a second, but you've seen the tight rotation. There it is now, passing right across and through Bassville, the Mississippi area, and into debris. Is that, hopefully that's not a debris. It looks more like inflow, but you never know here. I mean, there's been confirmation of a tornado, so, I mean, that one little area there is kind of interesting, actually, as I'm trying to go between this here. Just trying to make sure that we're not getting the debris off to the south here with this. I don't think so, but just want to make sure. Just want to make sure what we're dealing with here, and kind of get an idea of how this is setting on up. But again, you see this here, the movement. As we go ahead and check this information right now, it is off toward the east at about 35 miles an hour. Again, just continuing to monitor the progress of this right now. I know there's some questions about that warning includes Starkville or not, but I think it actually does include part of Starkville as we saw on the map, but the threat seems to be a little bit more significant, more off to the north though of Starkville. As we go back up toward that confirmed warning now, again, this is for Choctaw, Clay, Octavia, and Webster counties here in Mississippi. So you see some of that rotation. I know they're seeing a CC lowering there on the Choctaw storm. You can definitely see some of that here on this view, that last scan from right before it. I know the velocity and debris scan don't quite match up at this point, but you can kind of see it, and there's our new debris scan, and you can definitely see that. That's getting a little bit stronger. That's probably the most fortifying debris signature we've had all day here south of Matheson, Mississippi, maybe indicating the strongest tornado we've had all day. Granted, it depends on the overall rotational strength matching up here with the overall distance from the radar, but I know they're talking about that tornado warning does include Starkville, but the tornado at this point looks to remain well to the northwest of town. So just kind of some clarification there on this threat, but you definitely see here winds are 67 miles an hour west of Matheson, mixing with the 25-mile-an-hour winds, so we could be having winds down toward the surface of the tornado upward of 100 miles an hour or so. In this general vicinity right in here is what we're talking. Again, a confirmed tornado on the ground doing damage It's got a new scan in here, and there's the debris right over now. State Road, Mississippi State Road 15. That debris getting a little bit more well defined even. So there's the rotation. I mean, that actually says up even better now. It looks like it's, you can kind of see it's more bright up in here, but really, you can kind of tell now. I mean, the gate to gate is really right on us. You can see the green and the red. They're right together here, right over the road. That's where we have a tornado on the ground. That's 621 Eastern, 521 Central. So, I mean, that's within the last couple minutes, you can tell there's a tornado that's been on the ground, but it's still very well be in progress here south of Matheson, Mississippi right now with this tornado outbreak potential that we're seeing. The potential, maybe this has probably the highest potential so far. This and that storm down toward Lawrence County, Mississippi. We were watching. These have had the highest tornado potentials there to get in that strong. You have two type of rains, but again, I know we're just checking on some more information here right now in the Weather Center. I want to go ahead and go on over to the power outage numbers. Again, we have not seen much at all on these. They have not been much to write home about here whatsoever. But we'll do another update like we did earlier. We'll go straight over to the screen here and give you that view. So let's go ahead and do that now. We'll go ahead and refresh it. We do see that there's not much of a chance that some of these areas aren't being captured perfectly with the outages here. Maybe the actual utilities aren't being tracked by this here, and some of these more rural areas, it's not showing up as outages here on this map because they're not being taken note of. But we'll just continue to watch and continue to monitor this map to see if things change on us. Again, there's a look right now. They're not too much in Mississippi. Real quick, let's go to Alabama while we're on here. Alabama, see Florida, but this didn't have anything to do with the weather. I'll pop it up, and we have Florida, but looks like some outages in Manatee County here in Florida, which is kind of interesting. But as we get here toward the state of Alabama here, you do see some that could be weather related. 1,452 customers here in the dark northwestern parts of the state here toward Franklin County, toward Lauderdale County. Some outages. So we'll continue to kind of watch that map here for sure as we give you the very latest. But let's go ahead and come back on camera now. Again, just want to give you that update. You see the debris signature not quite as well defined now, but that could change here in a heartbeat as this crosses into Oktibbeha County, northwestern parts of Oktibbeha County here. So we just have to kind of continue to watch all this here for you. So that'll be crossing that tornado. If it's still on the ground, it'll be crossing there over, it looks like, as we get down to street level, it looks like US 82 here over the next little bit. So got to be watching that here as we get from areas there in Choctaw County to northwestern Oktibbeha County. So again, just got to be monitoring this situation here very carefully and taking action if you're in the threat zone. Interior room away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's what you want to do. Even put a bicycle helmet on. Not a bad idea when we have these higher end type threats that seem to be coming to fruition here. Bicycle helmet, football helmet, something of the like. So again, we're watching this here in northwest of Starkville. We have some cameras we can go to on Starkville, I do believe. So let's see if we have anything on anything in that general area. As we get over toward that region, I know it's not going to head right for Starkville, but since we're at night now, I might be able to see power flashes or something on the view here. It's at least a possibility. It's worth considering here. So I think it's worth trying to take note of here and show you guys something. So definitely have some cameras out there. Let's see if we have any pointing in the right direction. That one's north, that's east, so we don't want that one. Just going to try to see if we can find the best views here, because obviously a view in the wrong direction isn't going to help us too much, but we'll continue to watch. So, I mean, as I get in right into towards Starkville right now, I mean, just trying to see if we have anything that can give you a good view. So far, I haven't found anything. We're doing this on the fly here, folks. So again, if you hear me kind of talking as I look here, it's not, I can't really focus on everything we talk about as I'm looking at the cameras, but we're just going to keep looking here for a suitable camera to use here. So far, I'm looking down more at the road, and they're not going to show us too much. It's just some wet roads, but that's about it. That one's looking east, so okay, that's looking off toward. We're not seeing a lot. We're not getting a good enough view right now to pop up we'll continue to watch here, obviously, in the Weather Center. We're continuing to watch, obviously, but and I'm losing my voice just a little bit. We're going to be here a while longer, though, so just stick with me. But I'm not seeing enough on the cameras right now to pop up, I don't think, based on the angles. But I know that's something if you had a team, you would just use the other meteorologist to kind of look at them while you're on here talking. But I can't keep a look at them the whole time, obviously, as we're trying to keep you guys informed. As the rotation looks to be broadening just a little bit here, the greens and reds don't look quite as tight in nature, but we just got a new tornado warning now out toward the west for parts of Atala, Holmes, and Yazoo counties there in Mississippi. Yazoo County there, Mississippi, Yazoo, depending on how to pronounce that as well. I can pronounce it a couple of different ways, but this is a new tornado warning here for areas you see north of Midway. We see some pretty tight rotation there. No debris, no lowering with the point of the red and green coming together. No kind of seeing the blue kind of pop out where the red and green come together. But you have the hook on here, and that's why we're watching this action here very carefully. And that's why a new tornado warning was issued for the hour now until 6:30 Central Time for some of these different areas. As we're getting reports there, but the damage closer toward Bassville, Jefferson Davis County, Mississippi, more from around 4:40 Central Time, where some possible structural damage has been reported. So you never like to hear that. You see that storm northwest of Hattiesburg there toward the Pine Belt. We'll just continue to watch things here as we're looking in toward that region. We're just going to continue to monitor things with the overall situation. I know just trying to see exactly what's going on here as we're looking toward the Hattiesburg area. I know I just want to kind of see how the different radar scans are coming together on us toward Covington, toward Jefferson Davis counties. And you can see here, we'll get in right now, you see the greens and reds, they are right on the line between Jefferson Davis and Covington counties here at this point. Now that's inflow versus actual debris, I think here, but you just never know for sure. The latest update was that it was a confirmed tornado, so you got to err on the side of caution because we had some radio traffic reporting this a little while ago. But let's get back up. You see the tornado warning there off toward areas there on Yazoo City. You see the rotation, a couple of them, one near Goodman now, and then we have that rotation that's passing northwest of Starkville, it looks like. They're in parts of eastern parts of Mississippi. So again, I'm going to take a quick break, I think, at this point at the bottom of the hour, 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern, as we continue to watch things here from the Weather Center. We currently have, it looks like, about 4 tornado warnings on the board. 4 tornado warnings on the board here at this point. So we're just going to continue to watch everything for you. We're going to take a 9-minute break. I know, by the way, new tornado watches recently issued here for Alabama, Mississippi until 11 p.m. Central Time as well. That's in addition to the one here issued further north until 11 o'clock local time as we get closer toward Tuscaloosa there, Demopolis. But this one further down toward the south. As you can kind of see there, the northern one, again, that's including Fayette and Selma as well. And the Meridian, Hattiesburg, Monroeville, that's under that threat here as well. So we'll just be watching everything here for you. Again, the PDS Tornado Watch still in play. Tornado warning here as we get off toward, it looks like Sabine and Natchitoches Paris is in Louisiana now until 6:15 locals. Got to watch that threat out there. Currently now 5 tornado warnings on the board as we continue to watch things here for you in the Weather Center. The one out toward Natchitoches and Sabine. Paris is in Louisiana. 1 for Sabine, Paris. Then we have Atala there, or Atalia. I don't think that'd be the way to pronounce it, so I think Atala is the right way to pronounce that. And then we have Holmes and Yazoo counties there, Mississippi under that until it looks like all the way out until about 6:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central. And then we have Covington, Jefferson Davis. That goes out until about 6 o'clock Central Time. Clay, October, Webster, Mississippi, about 6:15 local time. So that gives you about 5 tornado warnings here. That is 5 tornado warnings that are on the board right now. We're going to take a quick break, gather some new information, kind of re-energize here myself and the Weather Center. As they're saying, looks like our debris signatures are currently dissipated. But this is likely just a brief turn down as cyclone is underway, and they expect more tornadic action shortly. And we'll be here to cover it all for you here as we continue along in about 9 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here on the air with you right now, just after 5:30 Central Time on this Tuesday. It's been a long period here of watching the storms, and we still have several tornado warnings on the board. So let's go ahead and kind of see exactly what we're dealing with right now. I know we have a lot here to track, so again, we're just going to be kind of breaking these individual storms down and telling you what to expect. So let's go ahead right now and get on in. First off, toward Louisiana, I think that'd be a good place to go right now here toward the southwest of Natchitoches. You can see northwest of mini Louisiana there. Some broader looking rotations showing up. This is a tornado warning for parts of Natchitoches and Sabine Parish, and those parishes until about 6:15 local time. You see some rotation here northwest of Gino, but nothing tornado warning at the moment. We'll have to continue to watch out as we have some more tornado warning storm acts in here in Mississippi. You see 3 of those boxes. We had the other 2 out there with that one area we were watching in Louisiana. So again, watching northwest of Hattiesburg right now, some very tight rotation. A radar indicated tornado currently, but we've already had some confirmed tornado issues. Add this one here. This is Covington County, Mississippi. And as we get toward the north here, you see a tornado warning, including the community of Kosciuszko, Mississippi, Holmes, and Atala counties there under that. And then as we get over toward areas northwest and west of Starkville here, we're watching things carefully. Looking like that rotation is kind of shifted around on us a little bit. So let me see if that's the case, because that would be an issue, obviously. Yeah, I think this is giving us a false signature because our higher rotational values would really still be more to the north. We had our debris signature. I know we've got some reports from the CBI, the CBS affiliate there in the area. There has been some damage reported with this confirmed damage, so you never like to hear that there toward Choctaw County, Mississippi. So that's coming into the chat section right now as we're watching what has happened back off to the west. I know that's rotation track. Let me take it off because it's kind of giving us a false sense of concern for Starkville proper with the way it's kind of showing that rotation on the southern edge. But still watch, obviously, it's under super thunderstorm warning there around Starkville. You still got to keep your eyes on that scenario there. But just going to continue to zoom on out here and watch everything. Right now, nothing overwhelming here, but things can change pretty rapidly on us here. We just have to kind of keep on watching all these radar trends here in the Weather Center. So you see the PDS watch is still in play until 7 o'clock Central. So that expired in just over an hour, and so far haven't really seen anything rising to the degree of a particularly dangerous situation. Granted, we've had some tornadoes touch down, though, so this may still, by the time the night's over, constitute a tornado outbreak, as we still have more hours to go here and more of the base tornado watches, I would suspect. Now, I can't guarantee this. Things could heat up on us all of a sudden here when it's time for the watch to go away, the PDS one, but I would suspect either a local extension's done on that one or just a new watch without that PDS warning is introduced for some of the areas that the threat remains in. So we'll just continue to watch here, but it's rare, very rare to get a PDS tornado watch, especially rare in November. That's what you generally get in the springtime with the outbreaks that we've seen that have been so deadly and historic in the past. So far, I haven't seen any reports of injuries or fatalities. That can always change as well, though. So just to kind of continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. We're going to be watching everything here for you for sure. I know I'm checking all my different sources behind the scenes. Sometimes we'll get a little flicker on our screen here. If it does flicker on your end, I apologize. But again, I'm just going to continue to watch things here in the Weather Center as we continue to watch the maps. Again, a new tornado watch the areas in southeastern Mississippi and southwestern Alabama. That goes until 11 o'clock Central. One for west central Alabama until 11 o'clock Central. Looks like broadcast media, again, confirming that tornado there in Choctaw County, Mississippi. There looks like it's definitely got to be cognizant of the damage that's occurred there and see exactly what could occur. I mean, there's still a threat. Even it's kind of changed on us. I was looking at the latest outlook a little while ago. It did kind of shift around a little bit here on us, but that heavier tornado threat has been extended all the way to northwest Alabama here. That 15% moderate tornado risk. So up toward Fayette and Hamilton, even 10% toward Tuscaloosa. So even as these storms move into that environment, the threat isn't necessarily over by any stretch of the imagination. So can't let her guard down, even if it's not a PDS watch in Alabama. Still can be one a situation we have some dangerous conditions, and we're now getting word in a delayed report here. Wish we would have got this in the here and now in our chat room, but a delayed report there out of Jefferson Davis County, out of the Bassfield area, where storm chasers observed and recorded a large tornado on the ground on Highway 42 tracking east-southeast out of Bassfield. An odd movement there. With several downed trees and power flashes observed as well. So we were talking about that threat. The radio reports the threat looked a little more serious down there for a bit, and that did come to fruition, it seems like, with that report and that delayed report. There have been being a large tornado on the ground. First one we've heard about today. That was toward an area there around Bassville, Mississippi, where they had a deadly tornado situation back on Easter 2020. So sometimes these areas just like to get hit by tornadoes, and just the overall setups come together just right towards some of these different communities. So you hate to see that, but again, I'm just going to continue to watch. We currently have 4 tornado warnings on the board, 3 tornado watches, one of those being PDS. The 4 tornado warnings right now, 2 of them were radar indicated here the whole time. The other 2 had confirmed tornadoes at times, but at this moment not confirmed. So that's some good news as we're looking right now toward Covington County, Mississippi, with the warning continuing for areas around Collins and in Clannock-Tibahaw. That threat is northwest and there, north of Starkville at this point, as we're watching that. So that's some good news, but we'll continue to watch that area very carefully to see how things kind of shift around and change. If we get new information that we need to pop back in for sooner, we will, but otherwise we'll take another 9-minute break to gather the latest details here on this potential tornado outbreak situation.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here as we approach there at top of the hour, almost 6 o'clock there in the central time zone, almost 7 o'clock here in the east. And you're seeing right now, we now have a 7 tornado warning polygons on the screen that we're down with, that we're tracking. I know we have one there just issued toward the Arkla mist, so let's go ahead and focus our attention on that one. First off, this one northwest of Gina and north of Gina. At this point, I know we were watching some of that circulation in this area on rotation tracker, and now the Weather Service in Shreveport did need to issue and has this here tornado warning for parts of Caldwell and LaSalle parishes there until about 6:30 local time. There is a tornado warning out toward the west that continues as well. This one west of the community of Natchitoches there, and it is for parts of Natchitoches and Sabine parishes there until about 6:15 local time. So we'll just continue to watch, and then you can see some severe thunderstorm warning acts. We have some tornado warning acts north of Hattiesburg as we're getting toward the Pine Belt there in southeastern Mississippi. This is a tornado warning here for areas of Covington and Jones counties there. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Collins. We have Hebron and Sandersville there, potentially in the path. Going to the north now, northeast of Yazoo City. You can see around Kosciuszko. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado there in Italica County there. So Italica County is still going to continue to watch. We'll just continue to monitor the situation. We'll just continue to monitor that rotation for sure. You see some of that there southwest of Kosciuszko there. You can see how we've had the rotation so pretty well here at times. And you see some tornado warnings here. A new one north and just on the edge of Columbus, Mississippi now. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over, it looks like, Muldrow or West Point, or near West Point, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Clay and Lowndes counties there, northeast Mississippi, until 7 o'clock Central Time. We have Waverly, Columbus Air Force Base under this, and potentially in the path of this. And then we'll just continue to watch things here as we're looking at even a severe thunderstorm warning west of Nashville, west there of Davidson County. This is for parts of, it looks like Williamson as well. That actually got canceled out for Williamson, Humphreys, and Hickman, but it still goes for Dixon and Cheatham counties there in Middle Tennessee. And then as we get up toward areas in southern Kentucky, the Louisville office is in the thunderstorm warning for Logan County, Kentucky. So just kind of keeping our eyes on that. So again, just continuing to follow the situation here. So currently we have 6 tornado warnings on the board now. Again, one in western Louisiana, one in the Arkla Mist, one in southeastern Mississippi, north of Hattiesburg, one there around Yazoo City. And we have these other 2 here. We had a confirmed tornado with the damage there off toward, it looks like Choctaw County, like we've discussed actually. Damage there reported. Tree down in a home there as well. So I don't ever want to hear about different types of reports of raw damage report, just individualized damage report with a tree down in a home. So again, just having to continue to follow along here as I've been with you for a while here on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch. We're trying to protect you, your friends, and your family here in this potential. This likely what will be classified ultimately as a tornado outbreak, not a given. Thankfully, it's not something that's just completely overwhelmed, and we've had numerous tornado warnings that have been producing tornadoes here just over and over again. It hasn't been quite to that level. We've had tornado warnings that have been definitely on the board here, and we've had tornado touchdowns from time to time that could have been pretty serious. You see the different areas of reports. The one area here, again, west there of areas of Columbus, Mississippi zone there, of that zone, and then west here of areas there of Hattiesburg, but not in around Hattiesburg directly, or the higher populated areas. It's kind of, the accent seems to have avoided so far the most densely populated zones. But just trying to break that down for you here the best we can. So again, I know next hour we should get an update from Storm Prediction Center what they're going to do. They're going to drop the moderate, go down to a 10% tornado risk, or if they just keep the moderate, they definitely could. The PDS watch goes away potentially at that same time here. So definitely kind of get an idea of how things will be going here with this setup. But no formal update tonight in terms of actual breakdown of things here for that local forecast. But while we're on Want to give you a look here at the local rain chances here in North Florida and South Georgia next few days. I know some of you interested in what it could be for high school football. I know last week on Friday we ended up having things kind of overachieve, some things shifted around. We'll give you the heads up though, a little bit ahead there for that high school game toward North Central Florida for our local viewers. But you see this Friday, 10% chance is what we're going with right now. Maybe some scattered action, but right now not looking too serious. 10% Thursday as well. Some of this could be closer to the first coast. We'll see. But tomorrow, the 70% chance of rain definitely looks more substantial here on your Wednesday. We've got strongest to severe storms possible, especially around Tallahassee and around Albany. You see today a 5% chance of rain. That threat here not too overwhelming. Maybe some scattered action. Maybe some scattered action here in some of those western counties before midnight. But a strong and severe storm threat begins maybe even before 7 a.m. towards some of those far western zones here before that really enters on in toward the Big Bend and Southwest Georgia later tomorrow morning. So we'll be watching all that here for you. I know we have different tools that we can use to kind of plan things out. And let's try to do some of that now. I know it's not the easiest to kind of sift around when we're doing our coverage of the other situation, but I'll take some stuff off here and we can put some model guidance on and try to give you a little bit of a forecast for tomorrow, because the model has been showing the squall line pretty well. So I think it's kind of important for our local viewers here, as I know they're talking about the circulation there in Italia County, however you want to pronounce it. I know definitely been pronounced in different ways today. I apologize, but that cell, it may take a while to evolve. But side lobe contamination there right now in Mississippi. But again, going back to our area here, I know we're getting that forecast model up. So let's go ahead and go on over now to this source, and we'll go ahead and try to give you guys the latest. We'll go ahead and try to give you guys the latest on what could happen on that Wednesday. And you can see it. It's about 1 a.m., 6Z, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. The action starts to move into some of the northwestern zones. Maybe not. Maybe holding off a little bit longer than that. That's what we would like. It would be nice if I could get a little break here. I know we have those warnings to the west. I don't want to zoom out too far, because then they'll still up and it'll get really confusing. But that is interesting in a way that we still have some storms developing way out there, even we have tornado warnings right now at that time. But this is again getting out to about 3 a.m. Eastern time as we're watching things here on the views. So let's go ahead and go back to the broader perspective a little bit here. I know I kind of cover some of that up here on this, so we'll move it up just a tad. You kind of get the idea. We're watching things that's 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Stuff isn't all that well defined in our covered area. That's good news in terms of maybe trying to get a little bit of rest here in the Weather Center for our local threats to cover tomorrow. But I know Weather Service, by the way, going back to the national storyline, Silver, Hinds County trying to get that together, according to a meteorologist in media there. So we'll watch that. But let's go ahead and say here, this is 7 a.m. now. On that Wednesday, and you really start to see things come into view. 6 to 7. I mean, that's pretty interesting to see it just jump that quickly there with that movement into ward areas like Quitman County there and some of the northwestern counties there, northwest of Albany. So could have some stuff pretty early in that squall line. That looks like a damaging wind threat to me, just the way it folds out. I mean, maybe some embedded tornado circulations even. So we got to be watching here. Marginal risk in play. That's 8 a.m. This is 9 a.m. You see it going there, maybe toward areas like Bainbridge and Thomasville and northwest of Waycross at that point. But then again, at about 10 a.m., you see approaching Tallahassee there. Then you get toward 11 a.m., and we might have jumped ahead a little bit. Yeah, we jumped ahead there. So let's go back. This is going to take you out here to 11 a.m. You can see Tallahassee getting some of the worst of it then. And then you see noon. Getting there right south and of the I-10 corridor and the Big Bend, maybe around the I-10 corridor there, further to the east. This is going to be 1 o'clock. You see maybe close to a start, kind of breaking down some of that point, but maybe still an embedded stronger wind gust. Couldn't be completely ruled out here. 2 o'clock, you see things. And then 3 o'clock, you see how it's more scattered with the heaviest convection, but then that gets down to where the south. This is the view as of about 4 o'clock here tomorrow. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, you kind of get the idea how things break on down, some more breaking on down further. But Again, just continuing to watch the modeling. That's always kind of interesting to pull that up here in our live coverage to give you guys a little local breakdown here from the Weather Center. But let's go ahead and zoom out. I know we have the warnings to deal with real quick. I'll see all this without the other information on the screen. I guess that kind of gives you a little bit better look at things. But you see our warnings. We currently have 5 tornado warnings on the board. We have that one. We had the history of the tornado producing Axon down toward southeast Mississippi there north of Hattiesburg, Covington and Jones counties there. That tornado warning, you see it right in here. This is a tornado warning right now. It looks like toward parts of Mississippi. You kind of get the idea. It looks like Attala County there. And then also up toward, Clay County there, Lowndes counties. And then Clay as well as Octavia. Anyone, if we had a confirmation earlier of it. And in Louisiana, we're watching the Caldwell Paris there. So again, just watching things in that area. Let's go ahead and load some more things on here now. I know kind of helpful in this situation to kind of get our information back on. I know we're just trying to break down some different things, but definitely can see some rotation there. So we'll just continue to monitor all that. Real quick, satellite might be an interesting view to jump to here. So let's go to infrared, and you'll be able to kind of get an idea. You see some of the colder cloud tops here. I mean, that one there is co-located with a tornado warning. That one there is co-located with a tornado warning as well, north of Kosciuszko. And this tornado warning, some of this is more broad, but a lot of these colder cloud tops, interestingly enough, that can definitely happen with some of the stronger storm action overall associated with these tornado warnings. So definitely kind of intriguing to see here. We'll just have to kind of watch as we're getting now reports out. And this is I think, our first tornado confirmed now in Louisiana. Let's see here what's going on with this. It looks like it just gave us a couple new updates. So, okay, we don't like this, folks. So we just got really an upgrade in the seriousness of this, folks. We need to go over right away to our analyst computer. Let's go to our analyst computer right now. I may start off on the ULM radar. If it does, I might try to take that just for a second, but then we'll kind of transition away from that here pretty rapidly because that might not give us the best view of this. It is starting off, and it's actually showing such a unfortunately poor view of this. I say unfortunately poor, but there's a little bit of, we'll pop it up real quick. There's a real big problem with that radar, but it's the closest one here. And it's showing a little bit of this rotation, so I'll at least show it to you, but keep in mind there's something really wrong. There's some issues with the beam being blocked, and it's just not, this is a university radar here, it's just a closer view, but you see some green and red really coming together in here toward the east of Clarks, and then there may be debris in there, but that's not a normal conventional view that we're used to showing you. So let's go to the Jackson radar now. We'll go over there. And again, this is now what I wanted to kind of talk about is this is a particularly dangerous situation now toward areas there in Caldwell Paris. So confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located 7 miles southeast of Columbia, Louisiana, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This has the potential to be a life-threatening situation. You can see that better on this Jackson radar because that's about the tightest couple we've had all day, folks. It's 83 mile an hour winds. Mixing with about 35 mile an hour winds. So you can even see some debris, I think, kind of apparent in there. And so that's a tornado warning, a PDS warning for parts of Caldwell Paris. You got to take shelter, folks. This is the most serious storm and most serious type of warning we've had all day. This could be a matter of life and death now here, truly, toward Caldwell Paris. Most serious looking storm we've had all day. A particularly dangerous weather situation here in parts of northeastern Louisiana, folks. Again, gotta take shelter here. We're checking all our different sources. You're just kind of getting an idea of what's going on there. You could call it north central Louisiana as well, but it's in that general zone there between north central and northeast, but you kind of get the idea. And then as you see here, that other tornado warning in the east is also for some serious threat out of the Jackson office. They're saying it's a damaging tornado. They're not going PDS on it quite yet. But, they're calling this a damaging tornado here. Radar confirmed damaging tornado there. Moving toward parts of, it looks like Tensas Paris, Madison Paris, and Franklin Parish there, and those are more considered northeastern Louisiana with the actual nomenclature. So again, this is a report that we've seen here with the tornado near Columbia, Louisiana here, moving northeast about 50 miles an hour. Again, we're watching the situation very, very carefully here. Again, the time to take shelter is now. We'll go ahead and put a storm track on this. Oh boy, that's really tightening up, folks. You really need to take shelter here in this area. You can see these winds. That's showing 93 miles an hour going toward the Doppler there in Jackson. 93, 94 miles an hour, folks. You hate to see that. You really do. Storm motion can change a little between the radars, but that is the tightest we've had all day, folks. The debris are looking really high up, but you're seeing some indications of debris, so this could be a strong to possibly, because we're not close enough to the ground to know one way or the other, maybe a violent tornado. And folks, right now it's a pretty rural area. Granted, you gotta take shelter here. If you're in Caldwell Parish, this could be a matter of life and death in Caldwell Parish in Louisiana. But as we get here over toward Franklin Parish, we have Winnsboro, we have that area more populated, could be in the path, and you're already under a tornado warning. So if you're in Winnsboro, you need to take shelter right away there in Winnsboro, Louisiana. The time to take shelter is now. I know you might have a few minutes, but go ahead and take shelter here. The track has us coming in within 15 to 30. So if you absolutely have something, really you have to get done before you get to that tornado safe spot. You got to do it very, very, very quick because this is headed your way based on the latest indications. Interior room away from windows, put a bicycle helmet on, put a football helmet on. If you're in this area, this is the strongest tornadic circulation we've seen all day here, folks. Again, tornado outbreak here forming, really, as we're watching these storms, it's becoming more likely that it'll officially be called, this scenario will officially be called a tornado outbreak as a whole. But right now we're focused on this individual cell here. We have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground in Louisiana. I need to check some things here behind the scenes. I need to pull up our chat room with Shreveport. I know we've had some issues with chat today, so I've been just keeping Jackson on here, but we need to get the Shreveport chat right away here, folks. So again, just going to continue to watch this. I'm going to step off camera real quick so you guys can kind of get a better look at this path as well. Again, Winnsboro. Don't want to mess around in Winnsboro, Louisiana here, folks. Again, this tornado could be headed your way, so not what you want to see, obviously. Again, continuing to follow the situation here. I know, just getting some different reports in here right now. I know out of there in areas of Clay County, Mississippi, Highway 47 and Highway 50, some trees down there for the Sheriff's Office. This report per WCBI television meteorologist there, Devlin Hudler. But again, I'm just going to go ahead and give you guys some more information. I need to get that Shreveport chat pulled back up here behind the scenes because of that situation really taking a turn for the worse now. I mean, honestly, we've been waiting and hoping this wouldn't happen all day in our coverage, but now the things are really taking a turn for the worst here. Getting some reporting in. This is, again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado that's on the ground here. So, need to get folks in shelter, interior room, away from windows. Let me give you another updated track now. Do a new track. It's taking it right toward Winnsboro there in Franklin Parish. We need folks to take shelter immediately. Need them to take shelter immediately there as we're watching Franklin Parish there. I know this is becoming very serious, and they're already getting reports out of Dubberly, Louisiana as well, of a roof blown off a chicken house according to emergency management, and a light pulled down as well. So I don't want to ever hear stuff like that, but it could be a lot worse than that even here over the next little bit if things set up the wrong way here. So again, I'm just continuing to watch this situation very carefully here in the Weather Center. So it is about 6:17 their local time, Central Time, 7:17 if you're watching from where we're based at in the Eastern Time Zone. We have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here. You see the greens and reds coming together. This is moving toward Winnsboro, Louisiana here. So again, we're watching things very, very carefully here in the Weather Center. Again, trying to give you the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. I'm going to go ahead and step back in the shot now as we've been checking some different things behind the scenes. Again, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado here on the ground right now in Caldwell, Paris, but it's moving off toward Franklin, Paris. It seems to be a little bit weaker, but don't let your guard down. It could cycle up and down here on us, folks. This is moving in the direction of Winnsboro. It's right on the line, so sometimes a little harder to see some of the stronger pixels here as well. But again, just trying to watch this as it moves in the direction of Winnsboro. I know Roy being careful with this. This is a tornado-producing storm, and it's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. You have, it looks like Lytleville, Jigger. That's one of the names of the communities here. And then also Winnsboro, Crowville, as well as Bakers. So I just have to continue to be watching the situation very carefully here. We just have to continue to monitor things in the Weather Center. As I'm continuing to monitor things right now as I try to. I'm looking over at chat, getting the latest details herein to keep you, your friends, and your family safe. As there's now heavy issues here setting up into some of these different areas. I was kind of misreading that. There are some power outages, though. It looks like in toward parts of Mississippi, toward Montpelier there, depending on how you pronounce that there in Mississippi. Montpelier there, or Montpelier, depending on how you want to pronounce that, though, locally. And a tree down on Highway 47 and Windy Ridge Road. So, again, I'm just continuing to watch things. We'll just continue to monitor the situation as we look here south of Lytleville, or Liddyville, maybe Liddyville. Pronunciations here. I know it's Winnsboro, though, and it's Franklin, Paris, as we're looking here later on. But Shreveport, again, calling us a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here. Southwest of Winnsboro at 7 miles, and it's heading that direction here, folks. It's headed toward Winnsboro. If you know anybody around Winnsboro, Louisiana, the time is now to give them a call, because we have had a confirmed tornado on the ground with this. The debris signature is showing up there a little more definitively earlier on. That's 10,000 feet, so that's serious, folks. Because when you get the debris to 10,000 feet in this, at least 10,000 feet, I'm going to go up a little higher to see, but I mean, some of that looks like that could be debris, even higher by a pretty good margin, if that's what I'm seeing. We're so far up, it's not 100% certainty, but that is indicative more of an EF2 plus type tornado situation. And if you're wondering what an EF2 type tornado is, let's pop up the Enhanced Vegeta scale. Let's go ahead and go to the Enhanced Vegeta scale here. Let's go ahead and kind of give you guys an idea of what we're talking about here. Been on for a while, so if I kind of stutter around a little bit, I apologize. But we're just trying to give you the latest, look at everything behind the scenes. But so when we have EF2 type of winds, we're talking about considerable damage. Severe damage is EF3, obviously. Even an EF0 can be dangerous or deadly, but this higher concentration of deadly tornadoes occurs with EF2 plus situations, and nighttime is even a more enhanced type of number of fatalities. So that's why we're really going to take this seriously. So tornado precautions, once again, seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on that bicycle helmet. That's very important, or a football helmet. I mean, that's another option you can do to protect yourself. You want to put shoes on as well, because in the aftermath of a tornado, when you're walking around, folks, when you're walking around, you'd rather not cut yourself on maybe glass that got broke in the tornado, and just got to be really trying to protect yourself in all these different ways here from this tornado damage that could be occurring right now toward Caldwell, Paris, Louisiana, toward the Arkla mist there in our country. I know we're talking about this back on Friday in the meteorology community, the Arkla mist, and now we have a large tornado that's been confirmed on the ground here, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour, headed toward Winnsboro, Louisiana. So we gotta take those tornado precautions. Again, this is what you do. We have a tornado that's on the ground. These are the precautions you need to follow for a tornado warning that is in progress right now. A PDS1, the first one we've had all day right now in Caldwell, Paris, and that threat is transitioning off toward areas around Winnsboro, Louisiana. So, gotta take shelter right now. Let's get back on over here. The radar cover didn't great, but we were getting some really tight rotation there for a few moments. Really tight rotation, and that's very serious when you see stuff like that popping up on our maps here. Again, you see the greens and reds, and I mean the blues even popping up here. We've probably had a pretty serious tornado on the ground. It looks a little weaker right now, but can't let your guard down here. Can't let your guard down here in Franklin, Paris, and Louisiana. So again, just continuing to watch all this here for you. We're just trying to give you the very latest. I know our system doing some different things on us. Let me go ahead and get some things taken care of on this, and we'll go back on over. I know we don't need to cross-section analysis right now, so that's going to go off the screen. Trying to check some different things, but I don't want to pull that up at this moment. So getting that little arrow off that wasn't really helping us. Again, let's go over to our level 3 computer now. We're going to look at that storm here north of Columbus, Mississippi. Not confirmed, but definitely a lot of wind energy here in Lowndes County, Mississippi right now. You see the 18-mile-an-hour reading to the north, but just south of that, we're getting winds on radar in excess of 70 miles an hour here on the northern edges of Columbus, Mississippi. Not in downtown, but to the north of Columbus proper is where the worst of this seems to be. And the geography can be interesting in these different communities, these different cities here. Been there before, and you can see it kind of reaches out some. The northern edge is definitely in this warning that is in play here until it looks like about 7 o'clock Central Time for parts of Clay and Lowndes counties there in Mississippi. So again, we're watching the rotation there on Kosciuszko as well there west of Louisville, Mississippi. So let's go ahead and get in there. That's for Attala County. So let's go ahead and get in that area. See if the Jackson radar is better. It is, and that's pretty tight there. Just northeast of Kosciuszko. I'm not seeing anything that's really still in debris at the moment, but we're getting winds here. It could be close to 100 if we were to get a tornado with the gate-to-gate numbers added together. So 70 around Ethel is what we're seeing right now with the winds going toward the radar there in Jackson, Mississippi. So again, continuing to watch all this here, watching these radar scans very carefully. Again, we're just going to keep on monitoring the situation. I know we're watching things here and looking toward Winston County, toward Choctaw County again. And they already had some damage there. So it looks like a new tornado warning for Attala as well as Choctaw and Winston counties now until 7:30. There it is. Louisville's now included. You see McCool there already included in the one, but that's some tight rotation, and you see it's headed in that general direction of Louisville. May go to the north a little. We'll see. It's a little too early to make that determination, but you're under tornado warning in Louisville, so you got to be really careful here in this type of threat in Winston County there in Mississippi. So again, just continuing to watch all this action here. I know some of this action as we kind of look at this here, step on over for a second, we're kind of seeing this potential here kind of move on off eventually toward Alabama, but it's still going to take a while to get that threat to clear areas here in Mississippi. So again, definitely just continuing to watch this situation here very carefully. Just trying to give you guys the very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your families. Just for thunderstorm warning around Jackson, just on the northern edges there, you see some strong winds, maybe trying to come together in a rotational fast, and not enough right now for a tornado warning though around Ridgeland, Mississippi. But again, you see some rotation north of Laurel, Mississippi. That's a tornado warning. You see some rotation there. That's pretty tight there. That's some wind, 70 plus one way, and maybe about 20 the other way, give or take. So that could produce a tornado here any time as well, south of Streator. We'll be watching there to see if we get the debris to pop out. Maybe clear. I mean, there may be something, but not clear enough right now to say anything in that regard. But again, let's go to the broad view like we've been doing here from time to time now. Kind of reset things. We currently have 6 tornado warnings. 6 tornado warnings in the country. This is our DR2 computer. Let's go to the broad view. You can see the PDS tornado watch and play at least for another, looks like another 30 minutes or so. We'll see if that continues longer than that here as we're kind of monitoring the situation. We're just kind of continue to watch it all here for you as they're canceling out a warning for Clay County, Mississippi, but that tornado near Columbus, Mississippi or over, it looks like Caledonia there, that area we're talking about in Lowndes County, Mississippi. I know Weather Service in Shreveport talking about mid-level dry air has infiltrated the western half of the four-state region, undercutting any type of renewed convective threat. But later tonight, there may be some residual moisture, but stuff shouldn't be severe there. But the Nacadus Paris warning there will run to its expiration with no downstream warning expected at this time. We'll continue to watch, though. We'll continue to watch that. You can kind of see watching some of this action there to see if a thunderstorm warning that's in play there as we're getting toward Nacadus Paris. But see a new tornado warning. This is up in the southeast Arkansas. Maybe our first one in Arkansas today. This is for Dessa and Drew counties here. Toward the Arklamis as well. Southeastern Arkansas. You see where the Little Rock office. See if a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 8 miles north of Snyder. And it looks like, or 11 miles southwest of Dermont there, or Dermot, if that's how you pronounce it, moving northeast of 60. But we just got some breaking news. We need to jump over here, folks. So we now have a debris signature in Lowndes County, Mississippi, just crossing Highway 45. So we have a tornado on the ground now, Lowndes County, Mississippi. Let's go up there. That's just on the edge of Columbus. Pretty highly populated area, possibly. Could be impacted depending on exactly where this is. But so let's get in there. Yeah, it's on here. I can see it on this view. Got a tornado on the ground, it looks like. Let's go to level 3. You can see it there, just northwest of the community of Steens, it seems. You can see that's a pretty rural area, it looks like. Let me double check. Well, not exactly. It's kind of complicated because the city it cuts off here. I mean, that looks like that's the Air Force Base. So that's in Columbus then. So that's a confirmed tornado in Columbus, Mississippi then, as we look at the geography of this kind of co-locating that. So we got a tornado on the ground. Let's check for cameras in this area. Tornado in Lowndes County, Mississippi on the northern edges of Columbus. We got a tornado in progress now. So let's see if we got some cameras that we can pop up here, see what's going on, see if we can get a tornado live on the air with you or something that kind of indicates what's going on. So anything from Columbus, we need to look north. We need to look north here in this area. I know we got Tupelo cameras. Let's go down just a little to Columbus. Let's look here. Let's get the northernmost camera. That's looking north. So let's see if we can get anything on here. We'll just kind of pop this up. We'll go ahead and go on over here to traffic. Let's take traffic full now. So this is going to be live. So a little flash. I couldn't tell what that was, but it might have just been lightning. But we got to watch for power flashes here. That's definitely a possibility. Here in this type of situation. This is looking north there. It seems US 45 north at the Blue Cut Road area. This is a live view here on Mississippi Department of Transportation traffic cameras. Right now, nothing overwhelming on this view, but again, just got to watch. I saw a little bit of something. Let me take the live banner off. It's close to that. It seemed like a little flash. It could just be lightning, but that's where we need to be looking, kind of up here, or maybe even in the corner here. Up here, maybe see something. You never know. But again, I just got to be kind of paying attention here on this view. See if we can catch a tornado at night time. It's going to be harder to see things. Looking more for power flashes or lightning to illuminate things. It's really kind of be hard to tell if we can get a good look at what's going on here. That's going to be unlikely is what I'm trying to say. So there's a little flash that could just be lightning again. I don't think we're... And that looks like, looks like a little bit of something there with the clouds. But again, that's almost something where you got to be watching the coverage here, take a screenshot, and then go back and look at it because you're not going to really be able to get a good look at it when you're looking live here on this. So again, just kind of looking at the clouds there again, could definitely be something on this view, but it's going to be hard to see from here. So let's go back away from this. I'll see if we have anything else we need the camera. That debris signature is picking up some, though. Definitely picking up. The other cameras here, I don't think there's a... that's looking east, so that's not going to give us anything. Take this one. That's too far south, probably, to get anything. So, that debris picking up. Let's get down here a little bit. Again, a confirmed tornado. It looks like near Columbus Air Force Base. You can see there's your debris. And this is right there. You see some of these higher populated areas possibly being impacted. Not 100% sure, but you can see some areas, there's some structures being impacted potentially in this region. You can see there's your debris. That's where we have the tornado on the ground. It just came from areas there around, it looks like US 45. So, again, this is headed in the direction, though, of State Road 12, it looks like. So that's just kind of giving you some street level views here. This is right there. That's the Air Force Base. I mean, it's weird with the geography in some ways, but that's how cities are. Okay, WCBI is saying they're seeing the tornado from their sky cam now. That's a report. Tornado on the ground, according to meteorologist Dylan Hudler there from WCBI on the north side of Columbus. So let's go back to that camera. That's the only side we have is seeing it on our views. Let's see if we can get to it. See if there's anything there that we can get on there. I kind of doubt it, but we got a tornado on the ground there, north side of Columbus, folks, in progress, doing damage here. So that's not what you want to hear, obviously. Let's pull this up live. I won't put the banner up. It is live, folks, but just in case we have something at the top of the screen, it might block it, the live banner. But so let's go ahead and just kind of look here. Again, I can't say the WCBI cameras. Just I assume it's one of their sky cams. That's what they're talking about, our sky cams. So we're not able to see that, but those flashes, just again, if there's anything here, and I don't know the geography about this 100%, but if there's anything there, you might see it in this corner here when these flashes come across. So again, we have a tornado on the ground here on the north side of Columbus, Mississippi. Again, the Mississippi Department of Transportation camera trying to see if we can get a visual on this tornado. Again, interior room away from windows. Gotta be taking shelter right now. Look at that first responder, maybe headed right toward where some of the damage is happening right now. As we're looking live again, Columbus, Mississippi, the north side of town, we got a tornado in progress there in this area in Lowndes County, Mississippi. A tornado in progress. This isn't the best view, but we're just trying to give you a live view here of what's going on with the Mississippi Department of Transportation camera. Again, you see that just a moment ago that police vehicle, it looked like that emergency responder headed in toward that area possibly. There's another one. That's not a replay, folks. So they're definitely headed toward maybe where some damage is from a tornado that's in progress. A tornado that's in progress right now. We're now getting word of a tornado on the ground in southern Jasper County as well. So just gonna go confirmed on that. It looks like, and we'll get more information on that in a moment. But let's go back on over to the Doppler since we're not seeing a whole bunch here. There's the latest debris scan. Their latest debris scan here, folks. You can see that debris there. You can see that's really looking nasty now. It's about to cross State Road 12. You don't want to be on State Road 12 right now as you're on Steens, Mississippi. I know the office there in Birmingham issuing the damaging tornado warning for them. This is really tightening up now. That's for southern Lamar County there in Alabama. But we're getting winds now 81 way and 43 the other. That's 120 mile an hour wind that could be on the ground. That's really looking bad, folks. Tornado on the ground in progress here. We need folks to take shelter. This could be a matter of life and death, and they may go PDS on this. They haven't yet, but they may go particularly dangerous situation on this here soon. We got a tornado on the ground here, folks. On the ground. Maybe a large tornado on the ground here as we're looking on the north side of Columbus. You got a gust of 52 just recently there. Columbus Air Force Base and some much stronger winds. This is south and east of that site there. Again, you can see we have winds of 82. We have winds of 44 coming together here. I know I want to take that camera again to make sure we can't see anything from that. The view here may get us a look at this maybe more to the east part and the right side of the screen now if there is something there. If there is something there, maybe we'd be able to see it on that. So I'll go ahead and put the live banner up now. Large tornado, or excuse me, not a large tornado according to Weather Service yet, but there could be one there. But then also a confirmed tornado over Vernon under Streaner in Jasper County, Mississippi, and the debris ball for a significant tornado is what we're dealing with right now with this. So you saw the first responders headed toward, it seemed like that area we had the damage. Maybe had something on the camera, couldn't really make it out when I'm watching live, but maybe something over here now. If we had something based on the geography, the understanding of the geography of this camera, because we saw some accent toward the top left, and now it may be more toward the top right. If we had anything based on my understanding of the geography here, but anybody in this area needs to be taken shelter. This is now a large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground over Caledonia or 7 miles east of Columbus Air Force Base, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So don't think we're going to get a lot from this view at this point. So let's jump away from this. You never know, but we'll just keep watching. We'll keep tracking Definitely watching the situation carefully here. I don't have any more cameras. I don't think they can give me a view out the M-Dot. So we'll go ahead and dump away from that for now. But there's your tornado. There's your large tornado right there over. Oh, right now over the road there, State Road 12, Mississippi State Road 12. We got a tornado on the ground here. You can see the reds and the pinks here, winds going away from that radar at Columbus Air Force Base. The greens, winds going toward, and we're close to the ground here. So these winds showing up here right now, close to 85 one way and 25 the other way. That could be reaching the ground with winds of an EF2 type tornado in progress here. And the debris signature is getting even worse. It's getting even worse is what I'm trying to say. That actually is so strong of a debris signature now. The objects are so clear on that radar that it's actually not showing up on our correlation coefficient product because, I mean, for one, we're close to the radar, so it's going to look even worse anyway. But for two, the debris, I mean, it's just showing up so well that it's actually too dense to even show up as debris right now. That's why it's kind of dropping it down. So it's below the percentage numbers in the 30% range. It's at 100 almost with the hydrometeor's uniform, and it's under 40%, under 45% with the hydrometeor number. I know that didn't mean a lot to you guys, but this right here is what we're talking about with this. You can see the areas being impacted right under that because the debris is so dense. And again, it's crossing the road. You see some structures in here. I hate seeing that, folks. You absolutely hate seeing that State Road 12 there. Again, a confirmed tornado on the ground, large tornado on the ground, doing damage here in parts of Mississippi, in Lowndes County, Mississippi. Again, and there's your native scan that's just coming on in there. You can see it's still very apparent, very clear debris signature. Unfortunately, I was hoping we wouldn't get an example of what a debris signature really looked like, but we're now seeing that here with this tornado outbreak. It seems to be coming into focus here right now as we're looking in the Columbus, Mississippi area. So that's winds there, 67 one way, 35 the other way, 100-mile-an-hour tornado, likely in progress. We're so low to the ground, we're getting a good wind reading. So obviously, you hate seeing this, folks. Tornado in progress, a large tornado in progress here, and it's headed in the northwestern parts here of the state of Alabama here as we're looking ahead into toward the timeline, or you could kind of call it west central. I mean, you could say it either way. I mean, as you look at the geography here, it gets really tricky with that sometimes as well with the exact nomenclature to use, but nonetheless, not what you want to see. So let's go ahead and see what else we're dealing with. Just gonna go ahead and look here, see if there's anything that we need to talk about right now that we're getting in terms of any type of questions. I don't see any, but thanks so much for everybody tuning in here to the coverage of the dangerous situation that we're dealing with here. Again, toward parts of Mississippi, and now transitioning off into toward West Central, it'd be called, according to the office here in Birmingham, West Central Alabama, with this confirmed large tornado in the ground. So they're calling it PDS as well now, the office in Birmingham. So again, we're watching this, looks like near Deans area, or 7 miles east of Columbus Air Force Base, with the exact numbers there, but moving east there at about 35 miles an hour. This is a life-threatening situation. Millport, Kennedy, Crossville, Cody, Starr, under this. You see it breaking down just a little now on that latest scan, the debris breaking down a little. Maybe it's kind of a ran through a cycle, maybe about to cycle down, but it could cycle back up here very quickly on us, and you got to be prepared in West Central Alabama for this type of threat. So again, just continuing to watch this very carefully here, monitoring the situation. We currently have 5 tornado warnings in the country on the board. This is for that PDS threat, 2 of them right here. We haven't been down to Louisiana in a while. We need to go back down there. I haven't seen much on there. We have Shreveport and Jackson up, but radar not great there. Let's see what, I know it's not great covered out here altogether. And then this is not so much, but it's right around Winsboro now, if there is something. But it is so murky on the Doppler. They did call it damaging last check there, as we've talked about, down at Jackson, but they didn't upgrade it to PDS like Shreveport did. So there could be something right over Winsboro right now, though. It's just really murky. Really, really murky. Let me see if we got anything on our analyst computer. I know if you see anything jump on the screen, I'm just transitioning between some different graphics, but and some different systems. But yeah, the rotation on that radar is not going to really catch it much, I don't think. But we're just going to continue to watch, obviously, continue to monitor the situation. As we try to get back in here, there may be something right over Winsboro, but the cover on the radar isn't clear enough. It doesn't look overwhelming, but you got to still be in that tornado safe spot there in Franklin Paris. So again, let's go ahead and get back on over here toward the broad view. I think I'm going to step out of the frame just for a second so you guys get a better view of what's going on here, though. Again, you have currently 5 tornado warnings here on the board: Lamar, Alabama, Jasper, and Mississippi, as well as Lowndes in Mississippi. And then we have Franklin, Madison, Tensas there toward Louisiana, Attala, Choctaw, and Winston in Mississippi. So just trying to break them all down. Step off now. Give you that view. Don't see anything in North Florida, South Georgia right now, so that's some good news. But, excuse me here, just continuing to watch, continuing to monitor. I've been talking a while, so apologize if I kind of have to catch my breath just for a second. But again, getting new updates in a tornado on the ground with structural damage from earlier. Caldwell, Paris there in Louisiana, Highway 126. Definitely not what you want to hear, but you see North Florida, South Georgia, it's clear now. That squall line, as I said to you earlier, will be coming in tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, depending on where you're at. The higher severe chances, which aren't overwhelming, but they're there for sure, toward Tallahassee and Albany. Will be more toward those morning hours, further off to the east and the south in the afternoon. But we'll just be paying attention and watching every move that this threat makes here. In the Weather Center. Of course, we have cloudweather.com when we're not on the air. I'll step back in now. I just want to give you that view here. North Florida, South Georgia, staying pretty calm. We're covering with our primary coverage where we cover every tornado warning storm. But this is such a national threat. We got to be on for it here. And that's what we're doing right now. Is we're getting reports out of the Bassville, Mississippi area. Feel like deja vu, really. But 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, that Eastern Sunday there, we had with the deadly tornado in that area. Haven't had any reports of fatalities or injuries so far today, but down there 2.5 years ago we had a deadly tornado today. Reports of transformer, it looks like one of those being on fire, and then multiple trees down, as well as a few power poles snap. You hate hearing about that, so definitely some pretty significant damage. I mean, I don't have pictures, I don't have the exact radar imagery of what we were looking at earlier up, but kind of sound like EF2. With power poles being snapped. That's obviously the determination that the Weather Service officers on the ground have to make, looking at the damage itself, making that determination based on what they're seeing. They have a bunch of different things they have to go over to make that official determination. So don't want to speculate too much, but this helps to kind of get an idea of how strong and how deadly this event could be, or if it's going to be deadly at all. But it looks like Chief Meteorologist there, WCBI, Isaac Williams, reporting there possible entrapment in northeast Lowndes County in their steams, but they're working to confirm further details. I know we saw the first responders there on that live camera headed up toward the north there a few minutes ago from the Columbus area, and you hate hearing stuff like that, but with that tornado being on the ground, that's definitely a possibility here. We definitely could have some injuries here in these areas. So again, just got to really keep everybody in our thoughts and prayers. We started to see this escalate. First, that PDS threat there, eastern parts of Louisiana, per se, northeastern, east central parts, or north central part of Louisiana, but then the PDS threat there in the ward parts of Mississippi there in the Columbus area, per se. Haven't had any tornado emergencies yet where it's just obvious we're going to have catastrophic damage, but some very significant damage seems to have occurred, especially as we're looking there toward Lowndes County based on that debris signature and those winds showing up over 100 miles an hour so close toward the Doppler radar site. You really were getting a good sampling of those winds down toward the surface. So looks like the reporting now from WCBI here, the reporting, I think we're going to hold off on all these details here at this point, just as the warning got canceled out officially for Lowndes, Mississippi. Some really specific details about the area being impacted. We'll wait on that because I want to make sure first responders are not impeded in case. I'm not sure if they're reporting this on the air or not yet, but I may just be trying to tell the Weather Service this information in Jackson, but this kind of gives an idea of where this did occur. So we'll just continue to be watching here, though. Again, you can kind of see the PDS tornado watch and play. It's supposed to go away here maybe at the top of the hour, and we'll see if the moderate risk gets shifted or taken off the board. It's escalated recently, so they may keep that here just to be on the safe side as we're looking ahead. Let's get down to the south here. Got a damaging tornado in Jasper County, Mississippi. So let's get down here. Damaging tornado there in Jasper County, north of Laurel. So that's something that's really come up in the last few minutes. This is going to be an update from the Jackson office. We were talking about it earlier when we were looking at some other views. So kind of don't want to overlook this too much here. But we did give you the heads up. We didn't actually see it on radar. But there's that tight rotation moving toward Paulding, Mississippi now. So let's go ahead and go over toward that other view here. Let's go ahead and kind of get that up here on the screen. We need to go ahead and do that here at this point because that's still in a pretty tight here, folks. Pretty discreet in and of itself. So let's go ahead and give you this viewpoint now. You can kind of see what we're dealing with there. These gate-to-gate colors are not what you want to see. We're talking about 48 mile an hour wind one way, 68 the other way. And there's the debris signature here. And this threat's moving toward Paulding, Mississippi right now. So you got to be taking those tornado precautions. So again, just continuing to follow along here. You can definitely see what we're tracking. We have 4 tornado warnings here on the board. The TVS, the tornado vortex signature, indicating a higher confidence of a tornado. But we have the debris signature. So we just got to be really careful here. We just got to be really careful what's going on right now. I think I'm going to take a quick break here in the coverage. We'll be back in about 2.5 minutes with more information. So stay tuned here. We're just watching. I'm going to take my breath really quick here, folks, but I won't be gone long as we continue to watch this situation very carefully. Let me go ahead and give you a broad view here of what's going on. You see our warnings. You see the one in Louisiana. You see that one there toward areas of Jasper County, another toward those areas in western Alabama. Now, Jasper County, we're talking about Mississippi, but we're also talking about Lamar County there in Alabama, and they're not telling us that confirmed tornadoes on the ground 15 miles northeast of Winsboro, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. As Dylan Hudler there with the CBI is also telling us now multiple reports of damage and people trapped in northern Lowndes County. So you hate to see that. Got to catch our breath real quick, though. Again, getting all these informational details in. So we'll be here with you. We're going to gather more and be back in about 2.5 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now. We're sitting at about 6:53 Central Time on the clock right now, 7:53 Eastern. Believe it or not, a new PDS tornado watch has just been issued here. Unusual to get another one here this late in the night, but you see some of the different areas being kind of shifted around here now with the information coming in here and some new beeps. So, excuse me, just trying to continue to be along with you here. I'm going to step off real quick. You guys can see what we're down with. Again, you see the tornado watches off toward the east. Those are your base tornado watches, but toward the west here, you can see the PDS tornado watch thread. They are a new one just being issued now, all the way to 8Z, which takes us to 2 a.m. Central Time. We'll hope to see that threat go away before then, but definitely goes just so we have some of that threat going to be here in toward those nighttime hours. So just got to continue to watch here, got to continue to monitor as we're getting some bad reports there out of Northern Lowndes County in Mississippi right now. Again, just continuing to watch. I'll step back in. Just want to give you another view here of what's going on. I know just trying to see exactly what we're tracking here in the Weather Center. So, again, we have right now, it looks like 4 tornado warnings on the board here at this time. The one in northeastern parts of Louisiana is now a confirmed one again. This is toward parts there of Franklin, Madison, and Tensas Paris there. Those Paris is being impacted. So just got to be taking this seriously. Looks like a confirmed tornado near Bakers at about 6:49 Central Time. Excuse me, moving northeast there. Looks like 50 miles an hour. 15 miles northeast of Winsboro is the slot there that we're placing that in based on the overall geography. But you see some of the areas we'll be watching for sure. You can see south of Meridian. This is all by itself. And confirmed tornado there in Jasper County, Mississippi. So you hate to see that. Let me go ahead and check our different radars tightened up. Looking like some more issues here as we get toward Franklin, Paris. They're moving off toward, it looks like Madison, Paris over the next little bit. So let's go over there. This is Louisiana. You can kind of see here what we're down with. You can see the brighter colors there on the board. So definitely going to be watching these here. You can see less bright colors with the winds that are going away from the radar, but we still got to be watching here. We still got to be tracking in terms of debris. Is anything apparent there? Not really, but that could change. We've seen that change here from time to time. Today, for sure, it's really tight there. Really destructive look a little while ago. We got this accident here north. It looks like of Hattiesburg. And in this general area here, you see Meridian. It could be in the path here later on there in Lauderdale County. So that's the early heads up for you guys. This is a confirmed tornado. It looks like a little bit of debris showing up there as we get in tight. As this gets closer toward Poldy, Mississippi. I know going up toward the north here, we have the other 2 tornado warnings on the board here right now. This is a tornado warning for Louisville, Mississippi. You see some rotation there around McMillan and around Louisville. And we'll just continue to watch that. And then this is where we had the reports there out of the Woodlawn area in Lowndes County, Mississippi. Property damage and people entrapped there. And it's now being reported as a local storm report, so a more public product now. So we'll go ahead and say it. The people are entrapped in Malone's Grocery. So you hate hearing something like that. We just wanted to hold off until that was more of a public type report. By the way, it looks like the tornado warning has been dropped now for Lamar, Alabama. That's some good news. So the rotation has weakened enough for them to drop it. You see it's more broad, more of a wind threat, it seems like. But obviously having the issues there, you see where we had the problem off toward the west here. I'll back it up. You can see we had a debris signature. This is the view from about 20 minutes ago. Right there over, it looked like State Road 12. Again, you can see that really pop up right there, right near where that debris signature was, right in that vicinity. Radar maybe displaced just a little bit then, based on that exact geography and that geographical spot there in relation to some of our different scans. But nonetheless, you hate hearing that there in Malone's Grocery, people trapped. So they're entrapped there based on reporting from the CBI and now with that public local storm report that's been sent on out by the Weather Service there in Jackson. So we're watching that. That's the view from earlier. Those warnings for tornado threats have gone away at the present time. Looking like maybe, I don't know if that's remnant debris in there or not, but kind of interesting. It could just be close to the radar, but So again, a tornado warning confirmed there down to our Jasper, Mississippi. That's continuing here. You can kind of see that from this radar, but we currently have 3 tornado warnings. Let's dive into this one. This is a confirmed tornado, and it may intensify on us further here, a little bit further down toward the south in the grand scheme of things. So that could be an issue with us as we're closer to the Gulf Coast. I'm just trying to tap into the different parameters. It depends on where the overlap is greatest, though. But again, continuing to watch here, moving toward Poldy, Mississippi here. There's your updated polygon. This is a confirmed tornado, 16 miles, it looks like, west of Quitman. So we'll be watching that here. We're also continuing to watch that storm in Louisiana where we had the confirmed tornado Roy looking bad earlier. Still showing up as a confirmed tornado warning right now here as we get toward Franklin, Paris. Again, continuing to watch all of this here. Just continuing to monitor things with 3 tornado warnings in the country, 11 severe thunderstorm warnings at this present time. So again, just paying attention to everything that's ongoing here as we're getting to that top of the hour now, 8 o'clock in the east, 7 o'clock in the central time zone where all this is happening. So thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud. We are live right now here on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch. There's the different platforms you can catch us on. If you have one that you favor over the other, there's the different handles you can use. Getting new updates in now from the chat session. Choctaw County Broadcast Media confirming damage to a home northeast of Sherwood, Mississippi. So, hate hearing about that, obviously. They're getting that information just now. But, again, there's all the different platforms you can catch the coverage on. And sometimes it'll be just exclusive to YouTube. But right now the situation is so serious, we got to be on all the different platforms here to keep everybody safe. Use all of our power we can to keep everybody safe here in this setup, this dangerous setup. As we now got a new tornado warning now in play for parts of Clark and Lauderdale there in Mississippi. So let's see where we are with this. So I've got to get my bearings here again. So Clark and Lauderdale. So we're talking about a Paulding storm. So this is what we're talking then. So there's where we're at. You can see here, this is headed probably to Warren Meridian with Lauderdale's in it. I mean, that's probably going to include or get close to Warren Meridian. We'll see that box pop up. It's a warning for an hour. So it very well may include Meridian. Looks like they just barely kind of clipped it in there. The Jackson office did. So got to be watching at least southeast parts of Meridian under there based on the movement. You see it's moving pretty quick on that view. New scan on this mode should come in here shortly. Again, just watching the different scans on the radar as that radar kind of spins around and gives us that information. Again, just watching things here on the Doppler radar setup. You can see here this tornado warning in parts of Mississippi now being issued out for another hour for Clark and Lauderdale. The one to the west is for Jasper County as we're getting information in from ham radio and the Jasper County Fire Department of damage on County Road 21 and County Road 23 in the Blue Ridge area. This time the only, it looks like tree and power line damage being reported. We hope it doesn't get any worse than that there, but again, we already heard the issue of the people being entrapped there up toward areas in Lauderdale, excuse me, back that up, I apologize, Lowndes County, Mississippi there, watching up that way up toward the Columbus area, so they're in that state of Mississippi, so gotta be watching that. So we just got our things cleaned up a little with the PDS watches now. At the top of the hour, we do have a new one, which you don't always get a second one here. But things started to heat up. I thought they might do a local extension, but they went with a whole new one because they think the threat is that serious. So we got to be taking it that serious here as well. So let's go ahead and get on over here. You see that PDS is smaller, but it does include areas in eastern Mississippi. A little bit, and then also eastern parts of Louisiana, southeastern Arkansas as well. So just got to be watching that thread here all the way to 3 a.m. That's Eastern time, so 2 a.m. Central time there, of course, with the PDS situation that's in play. So got to be paying attention, got to be watching. We just got a new SBC out. So let's see what this is showing us. You can kind of see they've kind of trimmed things off from the, let's take this off real quick and then go back to it. There's, so the 15% risk is right around Jackson. You don't want to see that, obviously. You see Columbus in here, Starkville in here still. That's where they think the greatest danger lies here. But even this 2% risk getting toward our western counties for before 7 a.m. tomorrow. So That could mean actually requiring us to be on here early tomorrow morning on the different platforms as necessary. So we'll be watching that. We have that 15% risk here in play. You see Vicksburg, you see Yazoo City, Jackson, Philadelphia, Forest, Columbus, Starkville, all in here under this 15% tornado risk. That's the latest update, just coming in off the presses and off the wire per se from the Storm Prediction Center. So there's your tornado watches. Let's take this off so it doesn't get too confusing and overlapping there. But again, I just continue to watch the Doppler radar views here. We're just past the top of the hour right now. The good thing about this one here is this is radar indicated versus confirmed now, so that's some bit of good news there. You see this one's off the radar indicated for parts there. It looks like Madison Parish in northeastern Louisiana, Warren County in west central Mississippi, and Issaquena County there in west central Mississippi until about 8 o'clock local time. So we'll just continue to watch all that. Again, watching our different threats here. You see whatever we're concerned about the Louisville storm as well. The office in Jackson, that's a tornado warning continued for Choctaw and Winston. And they already had the threat there up toward this area earlier on with some damage in Choctaw. You see some of these different reports still. That's the report to the north there. If you're wondering where I'm talking, let me point that out. So again, this is the tornado warning here, but there's your reporting the tornado damage in Choctaw. So it's hidden right in that area. But again, nonetheless, still watching all that. 5 tornado warnings. 4 of them are for 2 storms. The other we talked about toward Louisville. So seeing stuff in toward Alabama now as well, Jasper. So I thought it was a warning for Walker County there, according to the Birmingham office. We'll have to just see how things kind of evolve further east. We haven't looked at the parameters in a while. So let's go ahead and see how these are overlapping now. Now you can see we have STP values here. STP values. I know our words run together from time to time when we're on for 4 hours. Almost right. With these breaks about 9 minutes in length, a little bit here and there. But again, you see the purple indicating these significant tornado parameter values over 3. Energy values that are pretty high. Maybe not quite as high as some of the models are forecasting. The overlap here, but we've had some strong tornadoes occur, it looks like, here as things have started to escalate. If you're watching earlier, we weren't really getting that, but now we've really started to see some more substantial damage, seeming like the worst so far that I've seen reported from WCBI television there. They had a tornado on their camera, which is serious in and of itself. Dylan Hudler there, a meteorologist at WCBI, reporting that. And then also the chief meteorologist there, Isaac Williams, reporting entrapment there even in toward Lowndes County, Mississippi. So toward the Columbus area in general, a grocery store there. So I hate hearing that, but just going to continue to watch. I know we're continuing to watch everything here for you. I think we're going to take another 9-minute break. Got to watch Jackson, though, because they're under this new PDS watch. Even Vicksburg, we have some cameras there, I think. We'll have to see how that kind of looks later as that moves in. But right now we have just a little bit of a better look at things here right now, but that could change rapidly. So I'll be back in about 9 minutes with more information as we are watching the threat here, radar indicated tornado warning continuing. I know with one of these storms issued by the Jackson office. So definitely continuing to get the latest in, and we'll be back in about 9 minutes.
This is a Clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you right now. We're just past, it looks like, just past about 8:15 there in the east, about 7:15 in the central time zone. So, again, I'm just continuing to watch that Doppler radar imagery right now. I know we've been going for a while now, so sorry if I kind of lose my voice here from time to time, but we still got a PDS threat here in play, a new PDS tornado watch issued here all the way out, folks, until about 2 a.m. there as we get into toward the timeline, Central Time. So, again, just continuing to watch all that's here for you. Just trying to give you the latest updates. Right now, 4 tornado warnings on the board. One of these getting closer to ward areas there that are more populated. You have some rotation there moving from Louisville up towards southeastern parts of Tibahaw County and then into toward parts of Lowndes County again here in Mississippi. So you don't like to see that, obviously. You don't want to see that because they've already been hit there further to the north. So we're just going to kind of see how things track over the next little bit here with this overall setup that's in place. So again, I just have to continue to watch all the different echoes that we're dealing with here in the Doppler. And I'm seeing a tightening rotation there north of Louisville. We're getting a TPS signature now, and this one right here is something we got to be watching very carefully as we're looking toward Mississippi and Lowndes County. We'll go ahead and see this view here now. You can see it's going to go into southeastern Tibahaw first, but then toward parts of Lowndes County here as we look later in the timeline. So, let's see if there's any debris with this. There may be, but right now we're not seeing that, which is some good news. But that could change in an instant. It's not quite as organized in some ways in terms of the reflectivity, but that might just mean it's harder to see. Already gonna be hard to see at night, but it'll be rain wrapped here as well, so we don't want to see that obviously. But again, continuing to follow all this, the rotation's definitely showing up really tight here. That's a really, really tight circulation showing up here, so we definitely can get debris to pop on us. We just hope it doesn't pop on us in a populated area. I hope it doesn't pop at all, but obviously you don't want it in a populated area. But just have to continue to watch all this here for you as we give you the latest updates, give you those latest radar scans here. I know, again, if you're just tuning in, we're watching the tornado threat. We're not going to have a formal update tonight, our normal Tuesday update. We're not going to do that since we're on this special coverage, but there's a local strong to severe threat, especially toward Tallahassee and Albany tomorrow, maybe more in the later morning, mid and late morning, depending on where you're at. There in the viewing circle, maybe as early as 6, 7 a.m. as we get towards southwestern and the western part of that zone there in Georgia. But again, let's go over there real quick. We'll go over some more information again. I think be a good time to show you this graphic real quick here. So let's go ahead and pop it on. You can see the rain chance pretty high tomorrow. That squall line evolving here, moving through. Can't run a quick spin up tornado, especially further off toward the west. So be watching that potential here for you. See that 70% risk here as we're monitoring the situation. You see 5% today is what we've been dealing with. Nothing too much. And then 10% then on Thursday, Friday, by the way, later tonight. Maybe a straight start before midnight. That's what we kind of had that 5% toward the western counties. But again, tomorrow is where we're going to be watching things here locally. But right now, the big national story is what we're following. These different tornado warnings. 2 of the 4 in play right now for this storm. And it's really tight circulation. This is some really high gate to gate showing up here right now. That's looking like winds there, 73 miles an hour, and then another 46 miles an hour. So that gets you to about 120 miles an hour, give or take, trying to do the math on the fly here. So that's an EF2 type, a stronger type tornado. There's your latest update. That's the latest scan there now. We're seeing winds 53 one way and 57 the other way now. So that gets you more in terms of those winds getting up there in that high type of range, that EF2 range as well. You kind of have to see how the winds in one direction a little bit stronger, the other direction just a little bit weaker. So again, just going to continue to watch here. This could be a strong tornado headed in there. Northern parts, it looks like, as we kind of look at the geography here. This is going to be northern parts of Noxubee County. That could be getting into some of this. I'm just trying to check the geography here to make sure I'm reading this properly. But that looks like northern parts there of Noxubee. I don't actually see the county name on here, which is odd. But let me see. I may just be misreading. There we go. It's kind of covered up. So again, there's Noxubee County there. Then we have southeastern Tibaha, and then Lowndes County, Mississippi. That's where this will be headed here as we look ahead. So, yeah, we're just going to be kind of watching all this movement here and to see how it evolves, because that's some tight rotation. It could produce a tornado at any time here in this area as we're getting new updates in from the different offices. But again, you see some lightning, by the way, out ahead, and it's this area, but there's a rotation. We're really kind of paying attention. That's really looking nasty, folks. That's really looking nasty. That's now winds there. Look at the pixels, 63 and 50. That's 115 miles an hour or so. Is there any debris yet? Not yet. I'm surprised, but it's not in the most. It's not showing the most hook type characteristics like what we've seen here in some of the other storms. So that could limit it initially, but if it gets going, it could really maybe get going here, and that wouldn't be what we want to see. So, latest scans here, latest updates. I mean, this could be eventually taking it closer as we kind of try this off. That's 15, that's 30, that's 45. I mean, the next 30 to 45 minutes, it could get to the south side of Columbus, Mississippi. The other's tornado hit on the north side. This one could head toward the south side if it holds together. Maybe it won't. It definitely could cycle down, could cycle back up again later on as it approaches or after. Just never know the exact timeline here. But again, we're just going to have to pay attention to all this. And we haven't checked this in a while either. Let's go ahead and check the power outage numbers. I think that'd be a good time right now would be to check these numbers. So we were in Alabama checking these earlier on. So let's go ahead and go on over here. Right now, you can kind of see what we're talking about there. Actually, looks like I hit the wrong button. Let's try that again because that's not the right view on that. So let's try. There we go. There's a better look at those details a little bit easier to kind of see everything on the screen. So again, I'm just going to continue to watch here. You can see these numbers were from a couple hours ago, but now we're going to do a refresh and see how they've escalated a little bit, but not too much. From about 1,400 to 2,400 there on the screen. You see some outages here as we get toward parts of Lamar County, Marion County, Alabama there, Walker County in Alabama. You see a few maybe toward Madison County, Alabama, but then you'll see the broad view. So Mississippi now has more outages than anybody. You can see 8,027 customers changed from what we were dealing with earlier on. You can see some of the areas that may have been hit by some of this action. You see Jefferson Davis County 537, Lawrence not as many, but then you get up toward Jasper County close to 2,000, Scott County over 500. As we look at Smith County, not as many, but you see Choctaw County, we had a tornado touchdown. You saw some Talbot County there, and then Webster to some of these areas. We've seen the tornado touchdowns as we look at some of these other spots, maybe not, but Lowndes County, over 3,000. We've had the entrapment reported there in the Columbus, Mississippi area as we get on the northern side of things there. But again, continuing to watch, continuing to monitor situation, all these parameters unfortunately coming together for this severe weather event. It's late November. It feels like with this type of threat we're seeing more like March. But it's late November, folks. We've had, again, our second PDS tornado watch of the day being issued here just a little while ago. Very rare to have those, and to have two in one day doesn't happen very often either. So we really got to be on guard. We've had some nasty damage even in Louisiana. In fact, while we're on here, let's go ahead and go to the Louisiana information right now. See if we have it there. It looks like a few thousand in that state towards some of these different parishes. So let's go ahead and see these numbers here. You can see right now, it looks like as we get toward Catahoula, there are 31 customers, but it's a small number being tracked there. Caldwell Parish there, Natchitoches Parish, Allen Parish. You kind of get the idea. Some of these may not have been impacted as much, but let's look to the south. But again, just continuing to watch all of our different power outage numbers here. I'll come back on camera now. We're at about 8:24 Eastern, 7:24 Central Time. As we continue to watch this circulation, that looks very tight on our analyst computer right now. That latest track here continuing to take it in toward areas close to Columbus, Mississippi here over the next little bit. So we'll just be kind of watching the progress of this here for sure. I know you can see these brighter colors in play right now as we continue to track things. Let's see if there's any debris here. Feel like we're just going to eventually get it to pop out, but so far I hadn't popped that. It's not in the greatest spot on the reflectivity, which is good. But we'll just have to continue to watch, continue to monitor, obviously. Sometimes storm structure can prohibit the development of a tornado, at least for a little bit. But this storm down toward Meridian, Let's go down here. There's Clark and Lauderdale counties involved. We'll kind of give you guys an idea of what's going on there. Again, you see some rotation there, northwest of Quitman, Mississippi. And then you see moving, just like it's tightening up there, moving toward areas that are closer towards Stonewall and Enterprise. I don't want to see that, obviously, as latest scans, and it kind of updates when we switch radar. That's why it shifts around sometimes. But don't see the debris yet. But we'll just have to continue to watch that. As a tornado warning for Clark and Lauderdale. The one to the north is Lowndes, Noxubee, and Octibaw. And then the one there toward Louisiana is right on the border between the Arklamis there and the Louisiana counties, and then the Arklamis and the Mississippi counties there. So again, going to continue to watch this. The UIM radar's not going to pull that up necessarily. So let's go to Jackson. Kind of give you that view there. I actually have a visual. There's some cameras and so there are some cameras in this area. So let's see what we might have here in just a second. But first, let's pull up the radar. You can definitely see some really tight rotation there. This is a concern. I mean, you don't have as many storms maybe that are tornado warnings. It kind of is updating on the fly on us here. But these tornadoes can be a little bit stronger and more able to take advantage of the environment that is surrounding them. So that's why we got to be kind of on guard here with this type of threat. So let's go ahead and see what we have right now. I know they're saying the Jackson office is saying all three have solid circulations, could see a tornado at any time from each of them. So that's not what you want to hear, obviously. But that's what we were just looking at here live on the air with you guys. So let's go ahead and see. We have some NDOT cameras to pull up here. I know it's a continuation on the Clark and Lauderdale warning right now, but let's see if we have some in Oakland there in this area. So you see some of these spots near Vicksburg. So again, just trying to give you the latest. Looks like just trying to see what we have. So let's see if we have the western camera. So let me check the radar real quick first, make sure we're in the best view. So we're gonna go on the west and northwest. So that is camera to be the best here, western and northern. I mean, that might give us something, but it's not gonna give it to us yet. Let me check our other camera to see what it's showing here. Just give me a moment. Okay, that one's not working, so it's just gonna come down to this one camera. Oh no, wait a minute, there's a third one in here. No, we're doing this on the fly here, folks, so bear with me. Okay, that's just the Welcome Center, actually. So again, I'm using these cameras here, these MDOT cameras, trying to get the best views I can, but it's not always the easiest to do on the fly. Okay, I do see something on the west-facing camera, so let's pull it up. It's all some type of flashes. I can't really see what they are, but it's going to be from the I-20 West Bridge, so let's go ahead and see what we're dealing with on this traffic source right now. And actually, I think I might end up stepping over because it seems like we're able to get at least a little bit of view of the flashes or lightning on the other side. So let's go ahead and go over here, and then we'll go ahead and continue to watch, and then just continue to monitor the situation. So you kind of look here to the right of me, you see all these different flashes here. You can kind of see what we're talking about. Probably just lightning, but you never know. You never know exactly. That was a pretty vivid flash there. As we're looking at our camera view right now, you're definitely seeing a lot of light and a lot of electrical energy, but sometimes can indicate a tornado is imminent to develop down toward the surface here. So I definitely got to be paying attention to this here in the Weather Center. Again, just watching from the I-20 West Bridge there, close to the Welcome Center as you're going from Louisiana into Mississippi. So again, this is that live view right now. Again, you see all that lighting. Wow, that's really lighting up the sky. Here on the MDOT camera at the present time. So again, definitely trying to give you that visual here of what's going on with this setup. So I wanted to try to give you guys an understanding of exactly how things are evolving on us right now here with this situation. I mean, that is really telling the weather stories. The camera's taking a little bit, but I mean, it's more about just the lightning, the vivid flashes that we're seeing here right now off this camera. So just something to kind of take note of for sure. I know check-ins and different things. I know just kind of take notes here from time to time to figure out exactly where to go next in our coverage. So just kind of doing that right now. In fact, if you see me writing stuff down and wondering what I'm doing. But again, out Lowndes County there, Mississippi Woodlawn area, 4 miles west-southwest, damage to a church has been reported with a steeple knocked off. So you hear about stuff like that. But again, I'm just watching this camera as we're looking toward in the Vicksburg area anyway, that general vicinity. You see all these flashes here on the MDOT camera telling that weather story. So Again, that's what we're dealing with right now. Really lighting up the sky for sure here as we're looking at the present viewpoint. So again, I'm just going to continue to watch this here, continue to monitor these different views here, but we'll go ahead and move away from it for now and just see. We have some different angles we can go to on this as well. So it might be interesting to check back in depending on how the situation presents itself. But right now, that's the view there. Let's go ahead and go back toward the Doppler radar. Again, you can see here, not as tight looking at this moment, but we just have to continue to watch here as this kind of moves on into the picture. You can kind of see how that circulation's just been crossing there. It looks like Interstate 20, so definitely something that's kind of intriguing and unfortunate if anything did touch down, but don't know if there's been any touchdown or not here in this area with this storm in the Arklamis. Now, looking at the debris tracker, it looked like something, but I don't think it was co-located, and it's not. That shouldn't be co-located there. But we'll watch everything there for you as we're looking for Madison, Paris, and Louisiana, and toward Essequibo County there, and Warren County in Mississippi. So let's go ahead and go back on over to other two tornado warning storms. This one's here in Clark County right now. This one's looking pretty tight. Let's pull up the storm motion from the warning. You can see that movement here puts it mainly south of Meridian, the worst it seems, but let's check the geography here to make sure. It looks like less populated down here in terms of the density, but we'll be watching, we'll be tracking, obviously. I know our system sometimes likes to freeze up on us here. Been on for hours and hours like we have been today, but let's go over to this other storm here. Now, this is the one that we're tracking. That's really been looking tight, but that's a scan from just a little while ago. Let's see if it's weakened down on us here in the latest frames. You kind of see some of that accent come on into our view. And you see how that looks even tighter, really. And let's see if there's any, I don't know if there's a debris signature with it yet, but I feel like something could pop out at any point. There's an odd spot on the radar, but I mean, that's 55 one way, that is 70 almost the other way. I mean, that gets you there. I mean, you do the math on that. That gets you about 125 miles an hour. That's even more serious. And that's now taking it more. Let's take the motion. That probably isn't. Yeah, I got to be careful because when we switch storms, they're going in a little bit different directions. So that can kind of trick us a little bit there. But that's 61 way and that's 60. That's about 120, but it's headed more south of Columbus. So let's go ahead and just continue to watch that. So I know we're getting reports out of the emergency management at Jackson office saying tornado touchdown on County Road 21 there north of Moss, leaving trees and power lines down and damage to several houses reported. So you hate hearing that. I know they're talking about more issues that have occurred as well as we get further into chat. But again, just continuing to watch all this here. Right now, nothing's confirmed on the ground. Excuse me, but again, we're just going to continue to watch, continue to monitor. I'm going to take a quick break here to catch my breath. Back in about 9 minutes with more details. So stay tuned here. Another update is always less than 10 minutes away here, right? As we're doing it at this moment in this type of setup here. But we can always change that later if necessary and do a more as needed. But right now we have the PDS watch and we've had these stronger circulations. So we really got to be on guard here, watching around Columbus, Mississippi, the area around Meridian there, and then the area around Vicksburg as well. Just the general vicinities. We'll be watching, we'll be tracking. We'll be back here with this tornado outbreak setup and more details in about 9 minutes. So stay tuned.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now. It's about 7:45 in that Central Time Zone. We're getting new word now in from the Weather Service of a confirmed tornado on the ground there. You just heard the beep for it being updated in the statement. You see the box turn purple in a second. But this is 10 miles. It looks like southwest of Columbus, Mississippi. Moving northeast at 45 miles an hour in Lowndes County. We got a debris signature popping on up in our systems now. I'll say that to you in a moment. But this is one we've been watching for a while. Really carefully. I mean, we've been watching all of them carefully, but I felt like this had the highest potential to cause issues, and we are getting that debris signature now. Granted, I've noticed the rotation's weakened a little, so maybe we'll get lucky and this be short-lived, but you can't take any chances toward Columbus, obviously, because that debris signature's really popped out quickly. You see it going from about, it looks like 39 after the hour, just a hint of it, but now we have a pretty significant looking debris signature here, so you don't like to see that. You can see the scans before really showed that tighter rotation like what we were alluding to here. And now, again, a confirmed tornado on the ground here toward the north of Crawford, Mississippi. So that's a tornado on the ground that's in progress here. We need to get folks into shelter because you can't count on it weakening all the way out. You just never know. As this is headed in the direction generally of Columbus, Mississippi, the south side this time versus the north side, like what we were done with earlier, though. That does look like it's weakening. That would be nice if it's just a quick spin up and then kind of pulses back down on us, but can't take that chance here, Roy. Let me see if we have any cameras in this area that might capture the situation for you. See if we have anything that might already be lifting at this point. That's how quick this is occurring, folks. There as we get toward this area. I mean, again, where we're at right now. Let me just check our proximity. I mean, we're toward the southwest of Columbus, southeast of Starkville there. So let's see if we have anything maybe that's looking south or south and west. I mean, even the west point cameras might capture something if we're really getting large visual on this with the skyline, but I don't necessarily see that right now. So just trying to check. I mean, that's not going to probably show it. So, okay, we're not really getting anything right now. Let me zoom into town and see if we have some that I can at least be ready to go to here in the next little bit if we get a good angle here with this. And oh, I see a lot right now, but we'll just continue to watch this. Again, a confirmed tornado on the ground here as we're getting towards Lowndes County, Mississippi. Once again, we had one earlier in northern parts of the county, really, northern areas of Columbus, and now this one at least approaching the southern areas of Columbus here, and you hate to see that. I mean, it looks a lot broader. Maybe it's been a quick spin, and that's kind of what I'm leaning toward, but this could always recycle on us. You just never know here in this type of setup. Things can kind of pulse up, pulse down on us. We just have to keep our guard up here for sure. But let's get to the south now. We'll go down. We got a new tornado warning there as we get in toward parts of Clark and Lauderdale counties now. Extension of that axis there. This is off to Columbus, so let's go off the other radar now. Let's go off the Jackson radar down here. That'd give us a better perspective on this, a better angle, and a better look at the lower levels here of the wind energy. That'd be helpful in this type of situation. So, again, looking there, you can kind of see some of these greens and blues showing on up here. Definitely seeing a little bit of rotation in there, so we got to keep our eyes on that. And you just have to kind of see if we get a debris signature to pop out, but right now we're not seeing that, thankfully. That could always change, of course. Here we're watching this storm here just crossing over the Mississippi River. You can kind of see here north of Vicksburg. We're watching this as well, and we'll just continue to monitor the progress of it. I know I just have to see how things kind of go there. That's 2 tornado warnings for that storm. When we get down to the other areas here, we have 2 tornado warnings for the storm near Meridian, and the 1 warning, the confirmed warning here in Lowndes County, Mississippi. I mean, the rotation looked like it was weakening there pretty quick, as this is going to go from a couple frames back. So you'll kind of see it. This is from about 10 minutes ago, and then you kind of watch it as it loads back in our system and how it kind of weakens on off pretty quickly here with the progress that you saw. The brighter colors kind of go away some, and they continue to go away as the new scans and the more recent scans come on in. But the debris signatures here are touched down there for a few moments in this area, which is definitely concerning. But that's falling apart now. I mean, even the reflectivity's falling off. So Let's see where this touchdown. I'm hoping, because I think that's just remnant debris now from a pretty significant touchdown right here, right maybe just east or just near US 45A there in this area. I mean, it looks like some structures here possibly, which isn't a good thing. Hopefully we don't have any damage down here in terms of things happening, but it kind of looks like we probably would have pretty significant damage, at least in a couple spots. So hate seeing that. That popped up really quick. We gave you the warning about that storm and how it could produce a tornado at any time, though, but I had a brief signature by the time they updated that warning with that statement. I mean, it was already probably not producing a tornado anymore. So it's just the way the nature of things go sometimes. We did give you the heads up for a good bit on that warning, but now it seems like it's quickly falling apart on us, that rotation and that overall storm structure, because it needs to at least have a little bit of structure in it to produce a tornado, and it seems like the other area off towards north and east looks a little stronger, but there's no wind energy really in it to produce a tornado up there, so that's good. But again, we're watching 5 tornado warnings right here. Nothing that's showing that it's definitely confirmed on the ground at this point, but getting some reports from a little while ago out of Jasper County, Mississippi, trees and power lines down and huge metal roof in the middle of the road around Strainer, Mississippi. So you hate hearing that. I mean, nothing that's completely overwhelming, but still having some issues for sure towards some of these different communities. So again, the PDS watch still going into play here all the way. I mean, all the way till 2 a.m. Central Time, which is a long period of time. I mean, it's only 7:49 Central Time right now, and at least the expectation from Storm Prediction Center right now is this threat could continue, folks. I mean, that's another 6 hours or so. I don't know if we'll have this extreme threat continue that long here, but it's just a good reminder. Some type of threat continuing. You want to have multiple ways to get alerts even after you go to sleep. So I just have to kind of keep that in mind here. I know we already had issues earlier, after dark at least, up in towards Lowndes County, north of Columbus, on north side of a grocery store, where people were being entrapped, unfortunately, with the debris and the damage from what seems to have been a tornado there, based on the radar indications and a visual confirmation by the CBS affiliate there, WCBI Television, getting that reporting in from the chat session. But you see it's a thunderstorm morning right now east of Memphis right there. We're not watching the tornado threat as much up there at this point. It's on the edge of a 2 to 5. A lot better look for them, thankfully, toward that area in western Tennessee. But it's not a complete zero chance, but there's no tornado watch up there. Just right now watching that potential. It looks like here for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail in that vicinity. We have some severe thunderstorm warnings in Kentucky here as well. You see one of them getting close toward Lexington over the next little bit. Another one getting closer towards Shelbyville there in Kentucky as well. So again, watching that situation there carefully. I know just continuing to monitor things there as we go back down toward the south, and see that we have these different warnings of a severe thunderstorm warning in southern parts of Arkansas right now. So that's an issue for those folks, obviously, toward the Arklamis. These tornado warnings here are really getting more out of the Louisiana part and into Mississippi at this point with that accent. But again, just kind of interesting to see things. I know we'll be kind of seeing how this threat translates further to the east tomorrow, with some of these different areas being impacted. But today, I know we've definitely seen the threat here in play with the PDS type watch, and we still have even northwestern parts here of Alabama with some type of risk, in west central parts of Alabama. You see even that 15% risk just edging in toward areas like Millport, Reform, and Aliceville. I mean, and 10% toward Tuscaloosa. I know. Just kind of seeing some different things there. As we look at some of our different mapping, I know college football playoff rankings, this came out Alabama number 6, so folks paying attention to that, but they're behind Ohio State, so it's going to be harder for them to get in the playoff, but they got to be focused on this severe threat here at this point as we're getting toward the University of Alabama, because this threat is definitely potentially in store for them with a base tornado watch. Still can be a very serious situation that could arise within that, so we'll be watching there toward west central Alabama. But these temperatures are so warm so far north, it's so unusual. You see the cool air mass to the north and west, but I mean, to get these warnings up in Kentucky like this, I mean, not as bad at this point by any stretch based on the reporting, but we had Mayfield last December. We had all that unseasonably warm air, and that was an issue then as well. Unfortunately, when you get that warm air mixing with the wind shear, that's a problem. We've seen that here. And just real quick, as we look at Lexington, Kentucky, I think it is worth going over once again here. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the family there, meteorologist Jason Myers and the pilot there, WDB-TV in Charlotte. Their Chip Tag, just continuing to watch things there. Chip Tag, I believe that I'm not 100% certain that pronunciation there. I know I had it kind of all out there ahead of time, but just sometimes when we're in coverage for so long, it's kind of hard to go over. But the reason I have it over in Lexington, he worked there as a chief meteorologist, did the meteorologist there, WBTV, Jason Myers, and thoughts and prayers go out to both of their families there. Just such a tragic loss with a helicopter crash last Tuesday there towards Charlotte and that area there. The TV helicopter had crashed. It's a tragedy out in that area. But let's go ahead and go back down now. We're just going to go ahead and get back down here as we get toward the south. You can kind of see here we have these 5 tornado warnings on the board at the present time. I know the debris fallout is still there, but no debris signature or actual tornadoes in progress there right now toward Lowndes County in Mississippi. So that's some good news. So just gonna have to continue to watch things here. Just gonna have to continue to monitor the situation very carefully as we watch all the different scans here. Just see how things are setting on up. So again, hail report there, peace size, Clarkdale. Lauderdale County, Mississippi, just a little while ago. So nothing overwhelming, as we did just get a new tornado warning, though, issued in toward parts of Alabama now. This one is for parts, it looks like, of Choctaw County. The mobile office issuing this. Radar indicated rotation there, moving in toward this area northeast at 30 miles an hour. So, again, gonna continue to watch this here. Gonna continue to monitor the situation. So, again, you can kind of see what we're dealing with right now as we get back on over toward the Doppler radar again. Currently, we have 6 tornado warnings now on board. We have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. Just kind of continue to watch. I know this question about the Warren County storm. Is there any rotation there? We'll have to watch to see how that develops. That's from a meteorologist, chief meteorologist. They're in Jackson, Mississippi, asking that. So we'll be watching all this information here for you. Just gonna have to continue to watch things. Just gonna have to continue to give you the latest updates. But for now, I think we're gonna take a quick break, gather new information. I know there is a late report though. But a group of students there, Chase and Madison Paris, sent a picture of a tornado on the ground from 10 to 15 minutes ago. So that's some information just coming on in, and then getting that kind of confirmed through the informational details there northwest of Mound. It looks like one of the reports toward Thomaston. So just going to continue to watch things. Thomastown there, I guess is what you would call that in Louisiana. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in about 9 minutes with more details. And we need to come back on soon as we continue to follow this severe weather setup on this Tuesday, this national threat storyline that we're continuing to give you the latest on.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center right now, just after 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock Eastern. We have that nocturnal tornado threat still in store, so we got to really be paying attention here, and even a local lower end threat as we get into toward that Wednesday here, as we get towards sunrise, past sunrise, depending on where you're at in our area, especially watching towards southwest Georgia and the Big Bend. But even the threat in terms of some stronger storms could definitely translate off toward the east and quick severe one. Not out of the question even. So I'll be watching all that. But right now we're focusing on this national storyline. We have right now 3 tornado warnings, 2 tornado warning storms. Really, we're watching this area here going from Mississippi into Alabama right now. See some pretty interesting rotation here showing up as we go back over the last little bit. But as we go to the current view, we're not seeing as much on this view. I know the radar cover isn't as good out here either, so that could be an issue. But nothing confirmed at the moment. Southeast meridian. This one's a little tighter though as we get northeast of Redwood there. It's in the PDS tornado watch. We're south and west of Yazoo City there. So we'll just have to continue to watch the situation and just give you the latest updates here for sure. So again, just stay tuned here for all the details that's necessary. I know we just did end up producing a tornado northwest of Mound, Louisiana, just a little while ago. So that's something to take note of for sure. But it's important when you're in a tornado warning to take those tornado precautions. Interior room away from windows, and when we're not on, red boxes indicate tornado warnings, the radar indications, and then purple would mean a confirmed tornado, more serious. But again, you can see this one northwest of Jackson right now. We're seeing that radar indicated rotation there near Oak Ridge. They're 7 miles northeast of Redwood. It's for parts of Warren as well as Yazoo there. And then east central Issaquah counties there under this as we're looking at the grand scheme of things. So as we get off to the eastern meridian, a warning there for parts of Clark and Lauderdale, and then into toward parts here of Choctaw. So we'll be watching the threat here. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings, some northeast of Memphis. You see some in Kentucky toward Lexington as well. So what I think I'm going to do right now, though, is one that's going to come on and this is serious. I know we've had some issues in Lowndes County, Mississippi, but right now no warnings there. That's good news. We've had some entrapment even there north of Columbus, that general area there, as we're getting towards some of the different communities and within a grocery store because of some of that damage. It seems like, based on reporting from WCBI there, television. So we'll just continue to watch everything and break in as necessary as we get maybe debris signatures or something to pop up. But we'll just have a double box up in the interim. Keep an eye on everything. When we're not on the air, you can do that. And then if we need to break back into the stream, we will. Of course, we're here in the Weather Center watch, and we'll break in at a moment's notice. But at this point, we're going to do a double box stream that we'll do from time to time. So again, just continue to watch things. Don't have threat in Texas at this point as we kind of look at things, really kind of edging out of Texas anyway here at this point. So that's some good news for the Lone Star State. But you see some of the other areas still under some type of threat, so we'll just pay attention to that. But again, just kind of watching things here, monitoring the situation, making sure our boxes are all aligned here, because we're going to get a double box up in just a second. I'll make sure we're showing something to you, at least, because if we don't do this quite the right way, it won't show you our systems at first. So that's kind of important here as well. So give me just one moment. We're trying to make sure everything's set on up here. Make sure all our computers are set up here from the Weather Center. So just bear with me and give me just 1 second before we get the double box up. I think we got it pretty good now, but things are not over. The threat is not over by any means. We have the PDS watch and play. That means things can turn very volatile very fast. So make sure you're paying attention. By no means me taking a little break here in the coverage. It does not mean the threat is over. It definitely could be there. Could still be a situation where we have deadly tornadoes breaking out. So we'll be here watching them for you here and coming back on as needed. But for now, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me from the Weather Center. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center late on this Tuesday to give you the latest on this particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch that's remaining in effect. You see one tornado warning within that northern meridian, and I'll move the map over so you see the other tornado warning that's currently in play right now toward the west of Hattiesburg. We've been following the situation. I know no formal update if you're just tuning in for that. We'll give you a little bit of an update on things like we've been doing throughout this coverage for that local forecast in just a moment. But right now, let's go ahead and get to these two tornado warnings in play. We'll start off with the one west of Hattiesburg first. We look at rotation tracker, and you do see some rotation here at points on this map. Nothing that's really overwhelming like what we've seen in some spots, but it's still there. And we just have to be cognizant this isn't that particularly dangerous situation zone here that's outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. So maybe a stronger tornado still can't be ruled out. I know we've seen some issues earlier on. I know further to the north, up toward areas there around Columbus, Mississippi, and Lowndes County, seeing some problems up that way. But right now we're talking about a tornado warning for parts of Lincoln and Lawrence County. Then we were talking about Lawrence County earlier on here in Mississippi and seeing more development, unfortunately, down this way. So just have to kind of be watching there around communities like Enterprise right about now in Mississippi, but then also East Lincoln and then Monticello later on down the line. And then another tornado warning up to the north here. This was really some tight rotation a minute ago. As we go back on rotation tracker, it's kind of calmed down some. We haven't seen necessarily a confirmed tornado out of this as of this point. Nothing from the Weather Service saying that, but this is a tornado warning for parts of Newton, Kemper, and Neshoba counties here in east central Mississippi. So we definitely have to be paying attention here in this type of situation. Definitely monitoring how things are setting on up. I know I'm just kind of watching things here very carefully in the Weather Center, and you can see, I know, just going to be tracking this axis and it moves off toward the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. We'll go ahead and kind of zoom back out. You see here some tornado watches to the east outside of PDS one that goes all the way until 2 a.m. Central Time. These other watches go until about 5Z, which is 11 p.m. Central Time. But I know Weather Service is talking there that as the Lincoln circulation moves through the Enterprise community, it's a little out of phase with a higher activity, but it's still concerning. But we also have to watch Weather Service. We haven't been talking necessarily about stuff like this here, but in terms of seeing different things, I don't have this chat open specifically, but I know this storm here is something that I'm watching myself personally because it's a little more in a discrete environment. We'll see if it can tap into some of these parameters right on the edge of the instability, but in there, that significant tornado parameter, that parameter space. So we got to be paying attention there for that as well. Over the next little bit here in the Weather Center with this tornado outbreak situation. We've seen a number of tornadoes confirmed, especially out toward Mississippi. Some of these are from the same storm, these confirmed tornadoes, but in different spots. So it'll be interesting to see exactly how many tornadoes we had in and of themselves. I mean, some of them could end up being just one tornado that was on the ground continuously. So we'll see exactly what type of a number of tornadoes we end up getting out of this. I mean, that determines if it's a tornado outbreak officially or not. But I know just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center, checking some different things. No debris signatures with any of the features recently, so that's good. Nothing confirmed on the ground. Not like what we saw earlier toward Lowndes County, Mississippi. There, as we're getting north side of Columbus, Mississippi, there, where we had, in fact, a grocery store where people were entrapped. We hate hearing that. I know injuries reported there. And northeastern parts or eastern parts here of Louisiana as well, getting some of those different reports coming on in there. So just kind of seeing some nasty things overall in this type of setup. But again, just going to have to keep on watching things, watching these latest scans here. We're going to go ahead and see what else is happening here at the present time. That storm there, I mean, that's not what you want to see on the other modes. Let me go ahead and go over to it. It's kind of showing it pretty good right now. This storm here in Mississippi, just continuing to see exactly what's going on here north of the community of Little Rock, Mississippi right now. You can see some brighter blues showing up on the map. That's when it's about 60 one way, the other way about 30. So that's 90 miles per hour with a rotation No debris though, as we were just indicating. That's some good news, but just continuing to watch. And toward Alabama there, you can see some wind enhancement there south of Aliceville and in that vicinity there. Definitely watching all of that as well here in the Weather Center. So we'll just keep on watching, keep on tracking how things go on here. I know I did kind of hint at giving you guys a little look here at our local rain chances. At least we're not doing a formal update right now, but it's about the time we'll be doing it here on a Tuesday. So if you're happening to tune in for that formal update, we'll give you a little bit of something here real quick. You can see these rain chances locally here. Today, not too high, no scattered acts, but tomorrow, 70% chance is what we're talking about in the picture. I mean, again, today, really, I say scattered, but I mean, really not much at all. But again, tomorrow is a different story. A squall line coming on through here. It looks like based on the model we've been showing here, we showed it to you earlier on this stream, 70% chance of rain, strongest severe storm is possible. Maybe as early as like 6 a.m. or so toward parts of western, southwest Georgia. So we'll be paying attention to that, but especially around Tallahassee and Albany is where we'll be watching this threat here become a little bit more into focus, potentially those areas versus ours off toward the east, like Stark and Gainesville, and areas of north central Florida and northeast Florida, but still a small chance of a severe storm even over to the east. Not a formal risk for that necessarily, but definitely some strong storms possibility. And then you see Thursday, Friday, isolated chance is really not too big of a deal. So that's the good news there. But just wanted to give you that quick update here if you were just tuning in right now for a full update. We don't have the formal numbers because we've been on for a better part of 6.5 hours here with coverage. I mean, we were on there until about an hour ago. We were on for a better part of 5 hours or so. That kind of tells the weather story. But again, just a busy situation here. A lot of tornadoes being reported, or a lot of tornado warnings at least that were concerning enough for us to stay on for. We have some pretty tight areas of rotation now. This could be contamination side low, but if it's not, we may get a bunch of updates here soon from the different weather service offices because that really looks nasty there. I mean, toward areas there, northwest of Macomb. That looks pretty tight right now there around Smithdale. This one really looks tight here north of the community of Ruth, and then we have the other area that we're watching as well up toward, it looks like Sivers or Sivers, depending on how you pronounce that, there in Simpson County, Mississippi. So we have to kind of continue to monitor the progress of things here in the Weather Center. We're paying attention, obviously, to everything that's going on here for you. But let's see if there's any type of debris. Is that something there? That's the question. And no, that's not really co-located. I do not believe. Look at the times. Yeah, that's not located there. Co-located. But we're watching this one north of Smithdale. That's pretty tight there. It could just be the side lobe aspect of things, but that would mean maybe a false signature on our views. But weather service will tell us more here soon. I get some new red boxes popping up, or if they're purple, I mean a confirmed tornadoes on the ground. That would show up on your screen as well. If we're not on, just kind of give you that heads up here. But northwest of Meridian, you're watching this one. That looks a little bit tighter as well. Just a little bit tighter, but it looks like we're seeing some brighter colors trying to become infused here. So just have to kind of be paying attention there. You see a storm in western Alabama, southwest of Tuscaloosa we're watching as well. So I just got to be paying attention here to all these different types of scenarios as they arise, because things can definitely turn pretty nasty pretty quick with a moderate risk still in play here, folks. A moderate risk of severe weather still in play. So just have to kind of pay attention to that here in the Weather Center. That's why we're here in the Weather Center watching things to protect you, your friends, and your family on this Tuesday night. I mean, it's a nasty situation that we're dealing with here with all the confirmed tornadoes we've seen here from time to time at least. So again, it's been a time where we've really been kind of losing our voice here at points, but it's about protecting you, it's about protecting your friends, it's about protecting your family here on this Tuesday, on this November 29th. I mean, these temperatures, as I'll show you here now, I mean, are not expected for this time of year in this area, and that is problematic after Thanksgiving, seeing this such warm temperatures, getting the fuel for this axe and the higher dew point values, and then you can see our parameters for the tornadic axe and supercell composite, and then energy coming together. I mean, the energy values could have been worse here. We could have had some more of that come into play. Could have made things a little bit worse, but still already been pretty bad. I know, ironically, in a couple weeks, there's a chance that this warmer air we're seeing out toward our local area in North Florida, South Georgia, even could be replaced by some cool air that really tries to make it its way in. Next week, not so much. It doesn't look like. But as we get further down in the timeline, we could really see some cooler and maybe try to come in. It's too early for details on that, so don't get your hopes up if you want that, or if you don't want that, don't be too concerned about it yet. But we'll just continue to watch things here. I know there's a flash flood warning also, and I haven't seen too many of those today, but this is in Arkansas, Athlete County there. Seeing some heavy rainfall there around, it looks like Crossett, Arkansas. So seeing some of that in that general vicinity. You see Crossett or Crossett, I think it's Crossett. You can see Hamburg there. You can see some of these heavier totals, 5-6 inches there. We were talking about Hamburg, New York the other day with some issues there for sure from that snowstorm. But now Hamburg, Arkansas, seeing some issues from some heavy rainfall. So definitely kind of intriguing in that regard, in that respect here. So again, just going to continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. Just going to continue to monitor everything that we're doing with all our different echoes here. Southwest of Tuscaloosa, you're seeing some rotation. You're seeing some rotation south of Philadelphia, Mississippi. Continuing the tornado warning now for this area southeast of Philadelphia. Is the Weather Service in Jackson at 9:28. Expect thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located near Damascus, or 16 miles southeast of Philadelphia, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So we'll continue to watch that here very carefully. And then you see this area down toward the south here, south of Brookhaven, north of Macomb, Mississippi. We're watching this. This is a tornado warning storm moving off toward the northeast at 35 miles an hour. So we're just going to continue to pay attention here. We have these other storms here that are still kind of out there. We're not seeing much rotation on them. Granted, radar cover didn't the greatest in some of these spots. But 3 tornado watches, 2 tornado warnings, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings here on the board. So we just have to continue to watch. The flash flood warning as well towards southern Arkansas. We already covered there toward the Athlete County area. But again, gonna go ahead and monitor things here. We're just gonna keep on watching these different scans and seeing exactly what's happening. Don't see really anything in our local area yet, but that's gonna change as we get closer to sunrise in those western zones. Could have some strong and severe storms, so it's a heads up again for that local area. We're talking about areas here, just as we get toward like Quitman County, maybe 6 a.m. or so, could have some strong and severe storms in the region. So just got to be paying attention to that. As we just got an update, that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located, it looks like near East Lincoln, or 11 miles east of Brookhaven, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So again, the storm right now for the East Mississippi area, that's the one where it's the greatest concern. Is about to cross into southwestern Kemper County, so got to be watching that very carefully. Can produce a tornado here pretty quickly. We'll just have to pay attention. Just have to pay attention there. And then look at some of our different modes. Doesn't look quite as nasty on some of these different modes right now, but things can definitely change on us here rapidly, as we've already talked about. I know. Let's see if the other radar's in a closer spot. It is not, so let's stick with this right now. But again, I think we're going to go ahead and take a break right now here in the coverage. Like we were doing earlier, I'll go ahead and double box for the time being. If we need to come back on, we will. We may not have to here tonight. It's just kind of a situation we're going to play by ear, but we're here in the Weather Center watching everything for you to protect you, your friends, and your family here. On this Tuesday, on this November 29th, a tornado outbreak, a pretty significant one for some folks here. I mean, as we saw towards Lowndes County in Mississippi anyway. But we'll be watching, we'll be tracking, we'll keep this stream going at least for a little while longer, may keep it going even longer on YouTube. So just a heads up there, it may end up going, depending on the overall thread here, we may need to start another one, but we may end up just going with this continuation of the stream on YouTube as we get to about the 8-hour mark on this stream. But it'll just be a call I'll have to make here as we continue to watch things as a scenario evolves. I mean, if we have a large tornado on the ground, we'll be trying to keep this going on all the different platforms, obviously. But if we have a debris signature, there's still a chance. I don't want you to let your guard down. It's not unusual in some regard to keep a PDS watch out, a new one out all the way until 2 a.m. Central Time. I mean, when we're not accessing just a huge, overwhelming, and an obvious threat here toward that purple zone. But it's something that since that's out there, we got to really be extra cautious here. We could still get a stronger tornado to pop up on us in that vicinity, even in some of these other yellow areas here, these highlighted areas in yellow. We could end up having some issues as well. So we got to be paying attention. We're here. We're here for you, folks. We're here in the Weather Center. We have the ability to break in off camera, on camera, whatever we need to do to protect you, your friends, and your family. I know it's been a long day, and thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. But we're not done if we don't have to be. Or excuse me, let's try that again. If we need to be here for you, if we need to be here for you, we're not done. That's what I'm trying to say there. That's the message that I'm trying to get across. It's been a long day, but we're here for you as long as it takes to protect you, your friends, and your family here at Cloud Weather. So at least for another hour or so, maybe a little bit closer to an hour and a half, we'll be going on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. But it's just stream. But at the 8-hour benchmark, I have to cut the stream. At least this one in particular on other platforms is besides YouTube there. Well, if we're at that benchmark, we'll decide whether to start a new stream and keep it on everything, or the more likely scenario right now is just to keep it going on YouTube here with this stream. And if you want to get over to that and keep on watching with the double box, then you can go over there, YouTube at Cloud Weather. You can subscribe there. You can watch that YouTube stream on your Roku device, even on your Roku TV, something like that. You have meteorologist Casey Cloud. I mean, you can just pop it up on your computer, your phone, that YouTube app. I mean, meteorologist Casey Cloud is the page name, but the handle is at Cloud Weather. You can just type in youtube.com and then the at symbol there, and then Cloud Weather, no apostrophe in that, is you see there with that handle. And you can just get right to the page. You don't have to use the capitalization necessarily like I have it. That's what I set it up as. But youtube.com/at Cloud Weather. It's just easier for you to go to cloudweather.com and click the YouTube link. And then that's another way to continue watching here. If we go ahead and cut the stream off in about an hour, hour and a half. Right now, I'm not planning to come back on, but if we get a situation where that really ramps up on us, which it very well could with a PDS watch and play, we'll be back here, whether it's on camera or off camera, to protect you, your friends, and your family. I know that's very, very important. We'll be on tomorrow if and as needed as well for our local threat, which is more marginal in nature. It's kind of like it was Sunday, maybe a little bit higher, I would say, than it was Sunday morning. Higher rain chance, higher coverage, and higher overall severe probabilities with the wind damage threat. The tornado threat, not overwhelming, but it could be something that spins up within the line. But it's something, I mean, there's a chance we don't have to even start a stream or do anything like that if the threat doesn't really pick up. But if it's here, we'll be on. But if it's not here, if you still have some storms around that aren't severe, you can always go to cloudweather.com/radar to get an interactive look at things when we're not on the air. So that's very important to keep in mind as well. So just trying to give you all the tools you need to succeed here in protecting you, your friends, and your family on this Tuesday night. But for now, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. We'll be back if necessary. But the stream's going to keep going on all the different platforms for now. And again, at some point here, I may have to just switch to YouTube only or start a new one, depending on the overall threat level. Just stay safe out there on this Tuesday night, and hope anybody injured by this threat, hopefully they're okay. But I will be getting more information on that here in the coming hours and coming days, as the threat is still underway here toward areas in the deep south.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center. We're just getting some late word in now that there's a tornado on the ground here in toward Alabama, near the community of Utah, Alabama. So we need to kind of get you the latest information here on all of our different systems. So let's go ahead and start off here with the broad view. You see 3 tornado warnings right now, 2 in Mississippi. But the purple polygon in and of itself is in Alabama. You may have just seen it pop up on your screen a moment ago. There's a debris signature with this storm here near Utah, Alabama, and it seems to be getting worse here in the last few moments. I mean, every scan is starting to get worse and worse. This is a tornado warning just the last several minutes here, and then I had to go confirmed here in the last 3. I mean, the warning was this is 6 minutes ago for parts of green and hail, and now we have a tornado in progress here over the community of Utah, Alabama here. You see there that blue area on the screen. Roy popping up. I know we have some severe thunderstorm warnings in play as well, getting updated, so that can confuse you maybe. But this is a tornado on the ground here around Utah, Alabama. So we wanted to make sure we broke into the stream right now to protect you, your friends, and your families. We're watching the track of this. The movement right now on this storm is off toward the east at about 40 miles an hour here. So, excuse me. So again, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now over Utah, Alabama. It is in progress. We have a debris signature on this storm. The debris signature seems to be getting more water fine, and we're getting gate to gate here on this right now with the wind 60 one way, 50 the other way. That's about winds of 110 miles an hour. Maybe a EF2 type tornado getting down toward the surface. That can be very dangerous. That can be deadly, especially if you're in a mobile home in this area around Utah, Alabama. Again, this tornado there, it looks like it's crossing US 11 there right about now as we continue to watch this, just checking to make sure we're on the best radar for this. And actually, it looks like the Birmingham radar could give us a little bit better view now, according to our source. It's pretty close in height, but we'll go ahead and switch, and you can see the debris on here as well. They're now saying the debris is over 7,000 feet up. That's indicative of a more significant type tornado, as we were kind of concerned about, as we were kind of afraid of here. That's becoming the storyline, it looks like, here toward this green and hail tornado warning. So let's go ahead and kind of see here the debris as it popped out in this mode. See, I wasn't right here 2 frames ago at 10:45 Eastern. That's 9:45 Central, but 9:48 Central, you start to see it now. It's gotten more pronounced here. The tornado now would be right over US 11 here in this part of Alabama, in the state of Alabama. So again, a tornado on the ground here right now. Again, we need to get folks into shelter. This tornado warning includes the community of Akron, Alabama, Cypress, as well as Moundville. Tornado warning for parts of green and hail. We're in green right now with this, but it's moving in the direction here of Hale County in Alabama. So definitely with that debris. I mean, this isn't the best look at things because we're a little bit higher up on the radars out here. So when you get the debris showing up, it means that you probably do have a stronger tornado on the ground here, more like an EF2 type of scenario in progress. And maybe starting to weaken off a little. I know I've been switching computer systems here from time to time, switching radar sites from time to time, but I'm loading in the latest frames now, and they're now in here. So you can kind of see how it was a little bit stronger a moment ago near Utah, and it looks like it's a nasty situation that we're dealing with right now. So again, a tornado could still be in progress here. That's why we wanted to break back in. We had it on the screen. We had the box turn purple for you on the different sources, but we wanted to pop in because of this threat still on the higher end to some extent. I mean, this isn't in the PDS watch, but still, tornado in progress now with the debris over 7,000 feet up. That's definitely concerning here. So let's go ahead and go over those tornado safety tips here. We'll go ahead and do that. We have our other source. We can give you those details here for sure. Kind of give you the information you need to protect you, your friends, and your family here on this Tuesday night. So again, a confirmed tornado is in progress now. I know definitely just gotta be paying attention here. You can see in a tornado warning situation, you want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. Again, a tornado's in progress here right now. You need to get into that tornado safe spot. Tornado watch means you want to make sure you charge those devices in case of power loss. And I'm checking some different things. I know Greenville, Mississippi initially was going to be the focal point of this tornadic activity earlier on, gusted to 44 as the storms into Delta passed through, but it seems like the worst of the action's been off toward the south here today. But watching this threat again in Alabama right at this present time, around the community of Utah, Alabama. Again, you see the debris signature here, folks. If you can't kind of get an idea of what I'm talking about, it's right there where that green area is. That's your tornadic debris, and it's being lofted up here over 7,000 feet, it looks like. That's not what you want to hear about. We'll go over, see if we can do a cross-section. We haven't really done this today, but since we actually have a hike, this will make it a little bit easier for me here to kind of go to either source again, checking some different things. I know when we're in live cover tonight, they make notes about different places to go here from time to time. So that's what I'm doing here at this present moment, just trying to get an idea of what's going on here with this situation. So, as we can't do everything at once, I have to kind of produce as I'm talking here from time to time. So that can make things a little bit interesting, a little bit difficult. But we're up for a challenge here at Cloud Weather to keep you, your friends, and your family safe. So let's go ahead. I'm getting that set up now. You could actually see that debris here on the Birmingham site a little bit clearer a moment ago. I'll go over to DR2 and then we'll go to the cross-section analysis tool here now. You can see what we're talking about. So you start to see that debris here, even more so as we get to, it looks like about 47 past the hour. I mean, maybe not too much before then, but you can see that right around Utah there. Then that's about 50 past the hour. Getting out to about 53 past the hour. Now it's starting to broaden, but so right about here maybe is when we would have had some of the strongest action here. It's still carrying a weak debris signature to tone us in the chat, but it's not as pronounced maybe as it once was, which is a good sign. But yeah, I mean, you can really see that debris here in our cross section. Honestly, it looks like, as I'm looking at this, I'm gonna make sure I'm looking at this the right way. Yeah, I mean, it honestly looks like it could be over 10,000 feet. Just at least a more dense debris here. I kind of see why they're saying 7, but we'll go ahead and go to the cross-section analysis. That's why we have it in our system, so we can pop it up here as we protect you, protect your friends, protect your family here on this Tuesday night. So there it is. So this is looking at the debris in terms of the height from a few moments ago here around Utah, Alabama. The higher the debris, depending on where you're at on radar, generally indicates a stronger tornado. And it looks like some of it closer to 10,000, but I see why they say 7,000. You see this area here is really, as I put my mouse on the screen, make sure you guys can try to see that. I mean, it's a little small, but you can see there, and you can kind of get an idea that the debris is going up there with this confirmed tornado. It's now 10 miles northeast of Utah, Alabama, and near Akron, Alabama, but northeast at 55 miles an hour. But just right in here, if you can kind of see the mouse, that's what we're talking about, 7,000 feet a few moments ago with this tornadic debris. So just want to give you that cross-section analysis here, give you guys an idea of what's going on. I know the current view is still carrying that tornado up here, and I'm just trying to make sure we take it out of cross-section mode. Don't use that all that often, but thought it was going to be helpful there. So let's go ahead now. And I see they're saying that radar, the GWX radar is actually giving a better view, which is kind of odd, but let's see what we have on that. So let's go ahead and go up there. Look, it was starting to say TBS on the other there, but I know we're getting reports of a tree down across the road there in St. Clair County, Alabama, but this is from a little while ago. It's going to load, and it's going to kind of show the latest updates here. I mean, this is definitely a little bit higher up, but it's definitely showing a better view of the winds, at least, maybe more significant, but definitely still may be a tornado here. The radar covered it in the best, so don't want to lay your guard down on Akron and Cypress. It's time to get in the interior room, away from windows here, putting on maybe a bicycle helmet or a football helmet to protect yourself from flying debris, maybe putting on shoes to protect yourself from that debris that could be on the ground here in this area. So again, just got to keep on watching, keep on monitoring the situation. Again, you can see the greens and the reds, the blues and the reds really indicative maybe of winds. If this were on the ground here at the moment, closer to 120 miles an hour or so, based on this one view. Let me see if we got the storm motion from the warning on here. Good, and it's pretty good, it looks like. But it's moving right towards Cypress, Alabama here over the next little bit. Just were to hold together, you see that quick speed on this. You can see they're going to maybe be getting into where parts of Tuscaloosa County and then Bibb County possibly down the line. Not the University of Alabama proper, but still got to be watching here. this situation, because that looks like a pretty robust storm with quite a bit of debris that maybe has occurred with this here over the last little bit. Maybe quite a bit of damage being produced by this over the past few moments. So again, that's what we're here in the Weather Center. We're watching. We're on guard to protect you, your friends, your family here as this moves towards Cypress, Alabama right now again. And that's the update, and that looks even worse there. That latest scan, that's now showing winds of 86 one way and 50 the other way. That's more of winds, and this is a little higher up, granted, but maybe winds closer to 130 miles an hour. It could be headed towards Cypress, Alabama now. Here with this storm, if this is on the ground, it's a little bit of an odd look because that's not a perfect spot, maybe for a tornado. So let's go back to Birmingham. I know we did have the debris signature though, and they're not calling this PDS at this point, which is good at least. Maybe in the higher confidence of a stronger tornado, more likely in a higher populated area even. That's not the case at this point, but still watching this Birmingham radar a little closer, and it's not really showing much here in terms of, take that back. Okay, you saw the latest scan, folks. And that's the issue sometimes when we switch radar. It wasn't so much when I switched before, but now it is showing something here that's pretty well defined. 55 miles an hour, and then 50, that's a 105 mile an hour tornado on the ground headed towards Cypress, and it looks like the debris is popping back up again on this mode. So we got a tornado on the ground, folks. It looks like headed towards Cypress, Alabama. This is a call to action for you guys in Cypress, Alabama. Interior room away from windows. That's where you need to be right now. If you're around Cypress here, I know this is the tornado warning for a confirmed storm that's producing that tornadic action. Confirmed tornado is what I'm trying to get at. Been going for a while here, so I apologize if my wording isn't the greatest, but you get the idea. It's a tornado warning for a confirmed tornado that's in progress here, moving toward areas like Cypress, Alabama over the next few moments. Again, winds over 100 miles an hour, showing up both from the Columbus, Mississippi radar and the Birmingham radar. So that's what we got, I think, headed towards Cypress right now. At least that's likely what's here just north of Akron here in Alabama. Ironically, we've had some severe thunderstorm warnings in Ohio tonight, but this isn't anywhere near Ohio. This is in Akron, Alabama's vicinity. But again, the other tornado warning in play right now is toward Covington as well as Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, and then Simpson County as well as Smith County, Mississippi. But I just tightened up even more, so we don't want to switch radars, as this really looks nasty, folks. I mean, that's winds there, 50 one way, that's 96 the other way now. That pixel's accurate. This could be one of the stronger tornadoes we've had all day, folks, and it's headed right towards Cypress, Alabama. So we just got to be on guard. Oh, that does not look good, folks. This is getting close. I think they need to call this a particularly dangerous situation now, based on this being on the closer Birmingham radar, folks. This looks like a potentially life-threatening situation towards Cypress, Alabama. We could be seeing a tornado with winds closer to 150 miles an hour in here. You hate to see that, but that's what our radar is now showing based on the debris, based on the storm relative, folks. This is nasty, nasty, nasty looking right now. I know it's not the most textbook structure. It's not showing that defined hook, but there's a tornado here because you can tell, and it could be rain wrap based on the location here within the heavier downpours and the heavier thunderstorm activity. So again, just gotta be a really cognizant that we got a tornado on the ground headed right for Cypress, Alabama here right now. You can see this is about where it is right now, and you see there could be some areas being impacted, folks. You do not have time to wait around here, folks. This looks like a strong tornado that could be in progress right now, headed towards Cypress, Alabama. You can hear my tone change just a little because I'm more and more concerned. This looks like a PDS type scenario to me, and I'm going between a whole bunch of different modes. Hopefully it breaks back apart. Storm relative dropped it down just a tad on that latest scan, but it seems like we're still in a nasty situation for sure, because that debris there, that's 4,000 feet up. This is getting even higher. I'll keep going until maybe it disappeared. Okay, so that's at least debris upward of 8,000, 9,000 feet up. They're still calling it a confirmed base tornado per se, not a confirmed large and extremely dangerous type tornado. When I say base, I'm talking about the wording of the text here. It's not a confirmed large and extremely dangerous, but it's confirmed based on the radar indications here. So I noticed that SRV mode here was showing a little bit of weaker rotation on the latest scan, which might be a good sign, and that's kind of updating on us strange. But let's go ahead and see what we have here over the next few moments. Again, just trying to give you guys the latest here on what's happening me check my other mode to make sure, and it's still showing it as well. I mean, this isn't some false signature here. I would not think. I mean, this is obviously being confirmed, but I feel like this may be more than that large and extremely dangerous territory here as it's moving in towards Cyprus. You still see some of that rotation on here, but it was just a little bit tighter a moment ago, but it's not showing quite as much of a relaxing in that rotation as we get towards Cyprus there. So again, Cyprus, Alabama, we have a dangerous tornado, at least a tornado that is being confirmed based on the debris within the Doppler. The debris is being lofted, and that's not what you want to see, obviously, here in this area. So we're looking southwest of Mound Bowl for perspective. There's your debris signature. That's not a good thing to see on Doppler. I know, we're just continuing to watch everything here for you. Just trying to give you the very latest. I know, looks like we're having some type of issue with the other radar source for now. So let's go ahead and make sure we keep it on here, because that's why you have multiple radar sources, because sometimes things can go out on us. But again, just continue to watch. Definitely seeing that debris there for sure as we get in the vicinity of Cyprus, Alabama. So again, interior room, away from windows, closet or bathroom, the best place to be in a tornado situation. Again, this big blue area here, that is the tornado picking up debris and being observed there on the Birmingham radar site. That's a pretty good distance away. So that's not what you want to see. And the latest updates about the same, maybe, I don't want to say weaker, probably about the same. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of argue over some of these pixels, but we're not seeing much weakening here as this moves towards Cyprus in our debris detection mode. Again, trying to get an idea of what's going on with the debris. It's in a weird area in this storm, but the storm relative velocity supports there an observed tornado with this. So again, that's what we're dealing with right now. Tornado, and you can see the latest scan here. A little bit, maybe a little bit weaker possibly, yeah, but we already have the debris. So, I mean, obviously you can't lay your guard down here. There's a chance it could still be here. We're in the rain, we're 4,000 feet up, and that type of debris signature is such a nasty looking one that you can't lay your guard down, because it may still be down and radar's just not getting a good look at the winds going in opposing directions. So again, Cyprus, Alabama, that's where we're watching things right now with this tornado debris detection product. You can see it here. You can see this blue is indicative of that debris being lofted up there, moving towards Cyprus in Alabama. I know they're talking about different areas of watches being extended or expired, and they're not sure exactly all the details yet, but it looks like it's going to be a replacement for at least one of them that's scheduled to expire at 11 o'clock Central Time. Of course, we talked about it earlier on, but based on the situation, in about 45 minutes or so, give or take, that things are a little bit calmer than what they are right now, hopefully, then we'll just keep the stream going on YouTube versus restart another one, because if we keep it going past 8 hours, we have to go ahead and start a new stream going on all the different platforms because of the way the streaming sources work. But again, you see the debris right now moving towards Cyprus, Alabama. That's indicative of a tornado. That's why we're showing you the debris being lofted up there and being visible from that Birmingham radar site. So, and I mean, look at that movement there. We'll have to watch it closer toward areas that are a little more populated later on. You see Centerville there. Let's see if we can get our share rate product on here. I think that could be helpful in this situation. We'll have to just kind of watch at least. I'm trying to look here before I switch you over to other source. And I mean, kind of gets tricky. Again, checking some different things, making some different notes about where to go. We're getting reports now, though, of damage in Utah, Alabama. You hate hearing that. That's from the National Weather Service in Birmingham. So, again, just trying to give you guys an idea of what's going on here to the best of our ability. So let's go ahead and go to our GR Earth, or there's analyst, of course, but let's go to Earth. So, again, you see here a strong rotation we've been seeing. Latest scans here, they get closer towards Cyprus, a little bit weaker, but still that's moving here, and we'll have to just be watching as it gets into more populated areas, potentially downstream. So I just kind of stay tuned here. Can't tell the exact movement. Some of these have been a little more erratic one way or the other, but we also have a tornado warning though while we're talking about it. As we continue to watch that area there south of Tuscaloosa, we have this other tornado warning here in Mississippi. It is for areas there of Simpson, Smith, Lawrence, Covington, and Jefferson Davis County. Right now, not confirmed, but just going to have to continue to watch everything here. But again, you hate getting damage reports like we're hearing about at least some type of issues arising towards Utah, Alabama. So the TES is diffuse now. They're saying the Birmingham office is telling us that. So that tornado may have lifted. Hopefully it didn't recycle, but it definitely could here. So we'll be watching, we'll be tracking that situation very carefully here for you in the Weather Center. Again, looking at some of our different modes. Definitely could still have something there, but I would lean toward it maybe not being there with the lack of circulation. The Weather Service is kind of reemphasizing the same thing I'm seeing on my modes here right now. You do see some rotation near Centerville that'll need to be watched here. That could be something for them to watch there further on over, but toward the west here around Cypress, the rotation seems weaker, but we still have some of that debris that was lofted here from just a little while ago that's showing up, but it may not be an active tornado that's in progress now, but you can't lay your guard down. Do not leave that tornado safe spot until the tornado warning is expired for your location, because things can recycle very quickly with this. They can change very rapidly, so that's what we're going to continue to watch for here in the Weather Center. But I think we're going to take a break right now. If we need to come back on this stream with me in front of the camera or on the microphone, we will, but right now they're saying they don't think this may be on the ground necessarily, but we're going to be watching, we'll be tracking everything here for you as it continues to evolve here. Definitely continuing to watch things here for sure, because they can change here at a moment's notice, obviously, as we've discussed here. So again, stay tuned, stay safe out there. We'll go back to the double box mode for now. I think that's the way to go at the present time. But things can definitely change on us in an instant. So we'll be watching, we'll be tracking here. And again, I may switch over just to the YouTube exclusive stream there at Cloud Weather in a little bit. That's the meteorologist Casey Cloud. If you search for it on YouTube, as the storm there in Alabama has moved into a more core, stable regime, more core and stable regime there, according to the National Weather Service in Birmingham. So that's definitely some good news. Definitely some good news. And then we're going between some of our different modes, so sometimes have some technical things we got to work out. But again, there's your broad view. We're watching how things are setting on up here still in certain areas, see how things are going. So definitely just kind of pay attention here still. Stay weather aware, and we'll be with you as necessary for the bigger type of threats, but still even the lower type of threats could still be serious, can still be deadly, especially if you're in a mobile home. So keep that in mind. We'll be keeping this stream going on YouTube past that 11:45 Eastern, midnight Eastern, that's 10:45, 11 Central benchmark. But if we need to start a new stream, we will, but otherwise it'll just shift over there here in just a little bit. So just a heads up there. But tornado doesn't seem to be on the ground right now there. But we'll be watching, we'll be tracking it all for you from the Weather Center as needed, and watching our local threat toward Tallahassee and Albany tomorrow as well, with that marginal 1 out of 5 risk in play.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking in right now because we have a tornado on the ground based on a tornado debris signature that's been noted by the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi. You may have just seen the polygon turn purple here, so we wanted to pop back into the stream just for a moment as we have some rotation. It's not overwhelming, nothing that's extraordinary. We're just on YouTube here at this point, continuing to cover, but you see the debris signature here. Right now, it's between Raleigh there and the Shady Grove community, so it's on track to pass south of looks like Raleigh there, but we'll just continue to watch things here in parts of Mississippi because it has that little shape there, that kidney bean type shape. So we'll see if things kind of become a little more organized. We're looking pretty low down to the surface, and we're not really seeing much rotation, but we're seeing a debris signature, meaning there is some type of tornado on the ground. So kind of unusual in comparison to some of the other storms I've seen today. Maybe not a really strong tornado, but you just never know. Obviously, a tornado warning's in place, so you got to take those tornado precautions. Interior room away from windows. I'll go ahead and pull up those safety tips real quick. So again, seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet or maybe a football helmet, something like that. That's what we've been emphasizing all day. I know if you're wondering maybe for the best part of the home to get into, maybe a closet or a bathroom, that'd be a couple of recommendations I would make. You go into one of those here to try to stay safe from this tornado that's on the ground right now. It's a confirmed tornado right here in Mississippi and Smith County. So this is south of Raleigh at this point. Again, continuing to watch this here. We're watching this action right now in Smith County, which is in central Mississippi. So this is a confirmed tornado. Now, we did not break in for the other tornado warning up toward Clay Lowndes and Tibahoff counties because we have not got confirmation on that one, but though we've seen some nasty signatures overall near some areas here, we haven't necessarily seen anything confirmed. We've had this tornado warning accident on Starkville and Columbus over the last little bit, and right now it looks kind of messy, but hopefully nothing's touching on down here. Kind of noisy, it seems, on the radar echoes, but we'll continue to watch things out this way. This tornado warning continuing for parts of Tibahoff, Clay, and Lowndes counties here in Mississippi until about 11:15 local time. So just for another minute, and I know the Birmingham office wasn't planning on extending anything out of this into Alabama at the present time. It didn't look like. So that's the good news. But we got to keep on watching this here. Continue to monitor things. I know there's some rotation west of Tuscaloosa, so we have to watch as well. We'll go ahead and go back toward the south, though, on that tornado that's confirmed right now in Smith County. You see that purple box? You see more lightning, though, down toward the south here, north of Hattiesburg, and there's some rotation moving toward Ellisville and Jones County. So got to watch that potential here as well for something to get warned there. So I know it's a thunderstorm warning that's being issued for parts of East Carroll, Morehouse, Richland, and West Carroll parishes there in Louisiana till 12:15 Central Time. Watching some wind energy. I know had some stronger gusts there, and the arc limits being reported, it seemed, just a little while ago, but reports according to the Jackson office of at least sporadic damage go back as far west as near Mississippi 13 there, near the Simpson-Jeff Davis line for a storm chaser with mainly trees and branches, but also some sheet metal, and the circulation is becoming harder to discern south of, it looks like Raleigh, though. Remnant debris fallout seems apparent in the correlation coefficient. So kind of a quick signature popping up. Might have been on the ground of the weaker tornado a little bit longer, though. Not out of the question. So just continuing to watch things here in the Weather Center. But right now we're just exclusively on YouTube at Clouds Weather. So hopefully you found me over here. We gave you the heads up about that earlier on. Just coming on over here. If we really get something really serious, though, then we'll go on all the streams if we have like a tornado emergency, something like that. But we're just going to keep on watching things here in the Weather Center, watching things as the situation does develop. We'll be watching our local thread as we get into ward later that Wednesday morning as well. So just got to kind of pay attention here. I know checking that debris signature action from earlier on. We're trying to load some different frames. It's harder to see near McGee. So it's kind of messy, and that might be why they didn't have the warning. Let me load the frames on the Jackson radar because we've been switching, so it gets kind of tricky here. But you can kind of see we're looking at some different things, and then you can kind of see that kidney bean shape there. So definitely may have had a tornado in there a little longer than we thought, based on just the different echoes that we're dealing with. This is that current view here at about 11:15 local time, 11:15 Central Time. So We'll go ahead and bat this on if you see the tidal rotating around McGee there, but it wasn't necessarily something that was confirmed at that point. You can't really tell if there's any type of debris in there because this is from 10:48 there, and the confirmed statement didn't come out until about, it looks like, as we get here in the statement, details till about 11:08. So could have had something back then though, definitely, but it seems like it's weakened at this point. So kind of interesting with this way correlating coefficient works sometimes. Maybe it wasn't really significant. It took a little while to pick up on it, but it looks like no plans for further warnings in the Golden Triangle at this point. So those terms are weakened overall. So that's some good news. So if this one weakens and the other axis here continues to stay below tornado warning status, we won't be dealing with any tornado warnings, at least for a little bit here, possibly. We'll just have to wait and see, though. Things can always ramp back up, but this is the only current tornado warning now, is my point by saying that. So we'll keep on watching, keep on tracking, keeping this stream going to protect you, your friends, and your family here during the overnight hours. Of course, you have interactive radar available at cloudweather.com as well if you want to see a different area that I'm not really focusing on, but I know a new tornado watch was recently added here for areas further on over into toward Alabama, getting through Montgomery there, and even Troy. I know they have a big football game on Saturday there, but you can see here that tornado watch is in play. It's going to be going here to about 6 a.m. this morning on this Wednesday. So going to be watching that throughout Birmingham as well, as it looks like poor looking couplet in Smith County compared to the amount of debris evidence. So kind of interesting. I think the debris, again, that's just a statement here, but from somebody, but I think that was from a little bit earlier on. So it looks like they're going to have to issue a tornado warning now for Jones County. So let's go ahead and see what's going on there. So watching things down toward Jones County at the present time. As we get toward, it looks like Ellisville, that rotation definitely tightening on up. So there it is on this mode. You can kind of see what we're talking about there. So a new tornado warning coming in Jones County. Could be headed toward Laurel here over the next little bit. It's a pretty highly populated area, so heads up, and tornado warning is about to be issued here for the Laurel, Mississippi area. Ellisville area here, the first concern maybe, but could end up heading more toward Laurel depending on the exact movement. They're saying it'll pass near both Ellisville and Laurel in the chat. So we'll just continue to monitor the situation here. I know. So this is the storm now of concern. We're going to get a new tornado warning that's going to include areas around Laurel and Ellisville. Go ahead and take this tornado precaution. Tornado warning now to midnight Central Time with a possible tornado over Ellisville moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So when we talk about those tornado precautions, what we're talking about here, and then go ahead and pull up the safety tips once again. You want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So nothing confirmed here yet, but that could change in an instant, obviously, like we've seen in some different areas. So there's your red box now. Tornado warning until midnight local time. That's the new area of primary concern. So we'll be watching there on Ellisville and Laurel. I'll be back if we get a confirmed tornado with the end of this accident here over the next little bit as we continue to watch here live on YouTube at Clouds Weather. Stay tuned, everybody, and stay safe out there as we get into these overnight hours. Make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts and have a way to be woken there, awakened by these warnings that get issued by the different National Weather Service offices, even if they're while you're sleeping.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Good early Wednesday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center, breaking back into this live stream because we have a confirmed tornado on the ground now west of Birmingham by pretty good ways. But this is in Walker County, Alabama. And you can kind of see some rotation, but our debris signature is showing a lowering here, indicative of a tornado on the ground right near State Road 69 right now. I'm going to be right over that. So you need to be in that interior room away from windows. You might be getting this alert on your phone here. Maybe waking you up during the middle of the night, and you want to go ahead and take those tornado precautions. Right now, there's a tornado on the ground here in Walker County, Alabama now. A little bit different area than what we've been tracking here throughout most of this event. But looking at this, we're wanting you to go ahead and seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. Again, confirmed tornado here with that green indication on the screen right now, right over State Road 69. That is a tornado debris signature starting to develop here. So got to get in that interior room away from windows, evolving here more into line formation. So we'll be kind of watching to see how this accent evolves over the next little bit as it moves toward Birmingham. I know there's a severe thunderstorm warning for Birmingham. We'll be watching as we get later in the morning toward the Big Bend, Southwest, South Georgia in general. Maybe for some spin-ups within the squall line. I know I posted about the biggest threat being between 7 a.m. and 1 p.m. in terms of that severe potential in our area. So we'll be monitoring that. But talking about our local North Florida, South Georgia counties. But Blount and Jefferson under severe thunderstorm warning here until about 1:45 a.m. as Birmingham, Bessemer, and Center Point, some of those areas around there, will be getting some stronger winds. Tuscaloosa, University of Alabama, 60-mile-an-hour winds a possibility there. So we'll be watching that potential here move in toward that area. So I just kind of paying attention there. But the biggest concern right now is that confirmed tornado that's on the ground here. It's just a quick spin up along this line. So hopefully nothing too strong. It looks like it's already kind of falling back down just a little bit there with the debris detection. So that's some good news. We'll be watching things. We'll be tracking things. I do want to jump over to our other tornado warning that's currently in effect while we're on right now. This is not a confirmed tornado, but looking pretty high up on the radar here toward Choctaw and Clark counties here in Alabama. We have some rotation, pretty significant rotation there between about Gilberttown and Tokesee here at the present time. It could be a little displaced from what it's showing on this radar, but looks like a no debris signature at this present frame. But we just have to continue to watch all the different scans because things can change pretty rapidly as we look at different things on that Doppler technology. So again, tornado warning here toward areas in, it looks like southwestern Alabama, Choctaw, and Clark counties until 1 a.m. Central Time, and then up to the north here, a confirmed tornado within the line itself. You see a little bit of a debris signature there popping up, and this is in Walker County, Alabama. It's already faded away, so this that quickly. The tornado might have already lifted, so probably a weaker end, a lower end tornado there. So that's the good news. We'll keep you up to date here as necessary. Break back in if and as needed. Of course, we'll be on for our local stuff as well. But just stay tuned here. We also, when we're not on the stream, have that cloudweather.com/radar set up there where you can look at interactive radar to get an idea of exactly where things are headed, where things are at currently, to give you guys an indication of exactly here of how you might be impacted by some of these storms and how they're impacting you in the short term. So keep it here to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you up to date. We're continuing right now live on YouTube as we get ready to go back to that double box mode like we like to go to. Still that PDS watch, by the way, and play. They go real quick over to the other mode till 3 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Central, that purple area. But it seems like the stronger tornado threat's starting to kind of go away some here. So that's the good news. But we still have to just continue to watch. You see slight risk of severe weather now for Bainbridge, for Blakely, for Albany, for Moultrie, for Thomasville, until about 7 a.m. until about 1 p.m. or so as we get further east in the marginal risk really. And then Tallahassee, watching them right on the edge of that slight risk versus the marginal risk, but still a risk of severe weather here on this Wednesday. But keeping you up to date as necessary from the Weather Center. So stay tuned to Cloud Weather as we go ahead and get that double box here now on the screen for you early in the wee hours, really, depending on where you're watching, the wee hours here of that Wednesday morning.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center with another update. We have another tornado on the ground right now in toward parts of Mississippi. You can see that really strong rotation. We're showing it's outside the tornado watches axis, which is definitely concerning. Folks might have went to bed and not been quite as concerned, but we need folks to wake up right now here as we have a tornado on the ground. So we're getting some new details in from the Weather Service now. It looks like they're out of New Orleans. They're saying this is a confirmed tornado at 12:47 near Magnolia, or 9 miles southwest of Macomb, moving east at about 40 miles an hour. You see that green area there off toward the west as we're getting in toward parts of Emmett County there, and it's moving in toward Pike County. So again, a tornado on the ground doing damage in the middle of the night here now. I mean, it's 12:49. A lot of people asleep, and this is debris that's getting up there pretty high into the atmosphere, almost looking like a stronger type tornado. It's not out of the question here in this type of situation. So this is the New Orleans office. So these storms just don't want to go away here. Keep getting them popping on up on us. It's just not a great situation to have to deal with. But we're checking all of our different sources here right now. I'm going to check in with the chat session out in New Orleans here and see exactly what they're talking about here in this type of situation, because it's definitely a nasty one here. Kind of get an idea for how they're messaging this there, and just kind of see what they're expecting this to do over the next little bit. So again, trying to give you guys an update here right now. They're expecting the tornado to approach I-55 just before, it looks like 1 a.m. Central Time. So don't want folks there along Interstate 55 and toward that area. I know that interstate, of course, takes you up toward areas like Memphis, for instance. You can kind of see here just the path of that kind of before it kind of gets cut off. But this is what it's going to be crossing here soon. Again, a confirmed tornado on the ground in the middle of the night here. And that debris signature is still very apparent, unfortunately. So that's a confirmed tornado that's on the ground here right now. Again, we're at about 12:51 here on this Wednesday morning. It's been a very long period of time here that we've been tracking these storms, and we're still having to deal with them right now with, again, a confirmed tornado on the ground there. That green lowered area showing that. And I know a new tornado warning just got issued up toward the Birmingham area. The jurisdiction where Marengo County has been placed under one, a possible tornado near the community of Putnam, or the community near Butler there, or near Butler, as we're watching things, as we're getting more beeps in. A confirmed tornado near Magnolia, or 8 miles south of Macomb here. Again, that debris signature thankfully starting to slack off a little, which is a better sign, because it was really looking bad there for a few frames. But I would kind of say that to you. I mean, it's popped up before it even had a tornado warning on it. Yikes. Not what you want to see. I know I'm switching between radars. That's why you kind of lose some frames there. But, I mean, that's 1:43 Eastern. That's 12:43 Central Time there as we kind of do the math. And then you have your tornado warning that's issued there for the confirmed tornado at about 12:44 Central Time. So it's been on the ground for the last little bit now. Moving toward I-55, weakening some. Hopefully that weakening trend continues. But again, these tornadoes definitely can develop on us sometimes with little or no advance warning. So again, a confirmed tornado right now in Pike County, Mississippi. Tracking that on into that county out of Emmett County. So just have to continue to monitor the progress of this. It doesn't look quite, in terms of the debris signature, quite as nasty as it did, but that rotation is still strong. And you got to take those tornado precautions around Magnolia interior room, away from windows, putting yourself really as far as you can from the outside of the building, getting that safest part of the home. So let's go ahead and see those tips. Specifically here, we're talking about just even a bicycle helmet, maybe, or a football helmet could help you with that flying debris, and putting on shoes can help you in the right wake of potential tornadic debris that's laying around here in the aftermath of a tornado. So giving you some of those tips there. Continuing to watch this here, the debris signature becoming less organized, less co-located, but this could rapidly intensify again. So we gotta be careful here. Don't let your guard down from Magnolia up toward it looks like Fernwood and Holmesville here in parts of this area, in parts of Mississippi, issued by the New Orleans office. We're talking about Pike County, Mississippi, with the Emmett County part of the warning being dropped on off. So that's some good news for those folks. But watching here around Magnolia over the next little bit, the debris not as co-located, not as well defined. So hopefully there's nothing on the ground now, but it's still, this tornado could still be underground. It's something we can not rule out at this point. So just continuing to watch things here. See if we have any traffic cameras in this area real quick. I know it's getting down there, but let me see. Do we have something near Magnolia? It'd be interesting if we did. We have one north of Macomb, pointing south. There is one pointing south, so it's going to be pretty far, but we'll see what we can get from the view north of Macomb, pointing its way toward the south. It looks pretty nasty there, even on this view. So let's go ahead and take traffic full screen right now. You can kind of see what we're dealing with here in this type of situation on the MDOT camera. This is I-55 South. It looks like, as we're kind of giving you a visual on what's going on, it looks pretty windy up there, up toward the more highly populated area. But again, just looking, there could be power flashes in there that we see way in the distance here. I mean, we're looking a little ways away though from where this could be hidden, but it's trying to give you that visual right now on the MDOT camera, on that Mississippi Department of Transportation camera. So I know that the percentage of the tornado in the chat is not as apparent anymore, but rotation is still impressive on its approach to I-55. So they're maintaining the warning for now. Again, the worst is to the south at this point here by a little ways. This is north of the more populated area. The circulation more to the south, but just continue to watch some of our different views here in this type of setup. We'll go back on over toward the radar right now, and you can kind of see our debris signature still a remnant of its south, but the cameras to the north of Macomb Road, but they're getting some pretty nasty rain and lightning. But the tornado is still going to quite a confirm one 7 miles south of Macomb, so that camera could be 10 miles away. But still some nastier weather, and there still could be a tornado on the ground here right near the interstate. Actually, that latest scan there is kind of maybe a little bit closer, possibly, to where we have the rotation. So there definitely could be a tornado crossing Interstate 55 right now here in Pike County, Mississippi. Got to really be taking those tornado precautions to get interior room away from windows. A couple other tornado warnings right now on the board in Alabama, Choctaw, and Clark counties under one. That's from the Mobile office until about 1 a.m. local time. And then another one here for Marengo County from the Birmingham office until 1:45. This is for radar indicated rotation, but we're looking high up on the radar, so it's not a given we'd actually see tornadic debris actually being picked up this high to be able to tell that the tornado's underground. It could be underground, we just wouldn't be able to tell because the radar coverage isn't as good out here. But you see Thomaston, one of these areas under this new tornado warning there. We'll watch for them in the next little bit in Marengo County. So again, just continuing to watch things here. Looks like a new tornado warning out of Blount County. I see some rotation here in Lamar County, Mississippi now. I need to watch this. That's more in the line, but that still could be an issue. But a new tornado warning right now toward Blount County. We'll go over there now. And that's in the area there north of Birmingham. We're seeing some tighter rotation again. Maybe a debris signature trying to pop out again. So things just don't want to let go. These storms just don't want to let go here. As we're entering hour 10 now of this stream on YouTube. That's something we don't generally have to do with me still talking at hour 10, but it's definitely warranted me having to come back on another update right now in this tornado outbreak. Again, nothing that's really been extreme over the last little bit in terms of maybe just extremely dangerous situations of PDS type warning, but still back up to 4 tornado warnings right now with one for parts of Blount County, Alabama. What's in this area that could be producing a tornado close to Locust Fork. You see the community of Nectar there as well. We'll just watch. So you see Onata there. As we look downstream, we'll just be watching the path of this accent over the next little bit. I know you see this thunderstorm warning accent toward Birmingham. We'll have to make sure nothing comes together real quick around Birmingham because more populated area. If we had a quick spin up, that could be more impactful. But this is what looks to be a quick spin up here in Blount County, Alabama right now. Don't know if there's anything on the ground, but just got to be taking those tornado precautions, interior room away from windows here right now into toward Blount County. But got a warning in Blount County, got our tornado warning right now as we get toward the south of Marengo County. Another one brought to Choctaw and Clark, but the one we really jumped on for was the one on the ground, the tornado on the ground here in Pike County, Mississippi. We had that in toward Emmett County a little while ago, and there still looks to be maybe some type of debris signature there right on the south side of Magnolia. So don't like seeing that. I mean, that looks a little bit more like it's co-located. They're still calling it confirmed. So yeah, I think we still got a tornado on the ground here. It's kind of maybe looking a little bit better in the debris, not as robust looking a moment ago here. It's kind of bad that up. You saw it kind of drop off, but now it looks like we have a tornado on the ground still. In this area, they go higher up. You see about 7,000, 8,000 feet, maybe some debris, but at least we're not really getting it much higher than that. But still could be any F1 type tornado, maybe as high on that enhanced Vegeta scale than F2 as they're saying the debris signature appeared again as it crossed 55. So it's going to the south side of Magnolia right now. Tornado on the ground, it seems. You see that rotation there. You see that debris picking back up a little bit. Definitely not so in the perfect spots at times, but again, I know that camera is about 10 miles away, but it's tornado on the ground. So let's see if we can get any type of indication off the camera again. This is from north of Macomb looking south. It's the one camera we have. So maybe power flashes that are in here that we just make them out as power flashes. It looks more like lightning right now, but could be some power flashes mixing as we're looking toward the south here on the Mississippi Department of Transportation camera. So again, just have to be kind of cognizant of what's going on here at about 1 a.m. exactly Central Time, 2 a.m. Eastern. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud, continuing to follow this tornado outbreak situation. So, again, looking at the MDOT camera right now, Interstate 55. Again, this potential, I should say, confirmed tornado is going to the south side of Magnolia at the present time. So, I mean, it could be skipping up and down. You never know. But, again, Interstate 55, the view right now, looking off toward the south. So, just continue to watch that. We'll get back on over to the radar right now. Again, a confirmed tornado on the ground here based on some different indications. It seems like the debris is further south than some of the stronger rotation, but it could just be an issue with some radar displacement here. But tornado warning right now for Pike County, Mississippi. I see the tornado warning there in play toward Clark County. It's been dropped off, so that's some good news as we're looking there and toward. Looks like Choctaw, but Marengo's still going there as we look off toward the east. We're watching Hattiesburg as well. There's some definitely rotation there. We got to watch toward Hattiesburg. Don't let your guard down there. But this area here in Pike County, a confirmed tornado, and they were not under the tornado watch, folks. I mean, that's definitely concerning, but things have been really tricky in this setup. So, again, let's go ahead and go back on over right now. You see a rotation tracker, so in that rotation around Magnolia, you see how it really came together over the last little bit to the south of Macomb. Again, I see that. I know in our PDS tornado watch at the moment, we don't have any active warnings, severe thunderstorm, tornado, or flash flood, but flash flood just to the north there for parts of, it looks like Choctaw, Clay, Lowndes, Montgomery, Octibaha, and Webster counties were up to 4 to 8 inches of rain have fallen, and numerous roads are flooded, so that's concerning there. So over areas like Starkville, Columbus, you kind of get the idea. Some heavier rain. This is a little less maybe, but just interesting to see that flash flooding threat started to come to fruition. Another flash flood warning there towards Jefferson and Selby counties around Birmingham. Some more northwest Alabama. And then one here as we get toward, it looks like more communities. Just continuing to watch here toward it looks like Colbert County there in northwestern Alabama as well. So just continuing to watch. I know got a bunch of different storms we're paying attention to. Definitely intriguing. We're just going to get back in though right now to this area. We have the confirmed tornado on the ground here around Magnolia, Mississippi. Again, look how tight that rotation's been on our shear rate product over the last little bit. So again, popping back in to keep you guys safe here in the wee hours of Wednesday morning here. It's 1:03 Central, 2:03 Eastern. As we watch this thread, I know there's some hail, possibly more to the north that would line up more with this type of structure here for sure. So we just have to kind of keep our eyes on that. So we're just going to keep watching. We're going to keep tracking here in the Weather Center. If we need to come back on, we will, but we'll keep the stream going for at least a little bit longer as we watch this thread here in the overnight hours here at Cloud Weather. And of course, You can get that interactive radar when we're not on, when there's not a local threat either. Of course, when there's a local threat, we'll be on a different platform. So, but talking about cloudweather.com/radar when we're not having to be on here, we're not on here with the stream. So, again, continue to watch things here early on this Wednesday morning. We're just watching every different mode here. The Doppler radar kind of keeping you guys up to date. And if we need to jump back, and we will, gust in the 40s recently on board Macomb and the Pike County Airport. I mean, the worst of the wind energy would have gone to the south, though. But we'll just continue to watch, continue to track here for you everything that's going on in the Weather Center. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back into the stream here at about 2:40 Central Time. We were hoping we could wrap this up pretty soon, but we've seen a slew of tornado warnings here. It's hitting us the last little bit. Now we have a PDS tornado warning in southwestern Alabama right now, so we need to go ahead and get right to it here. They've upgraded this. We were keeping an eye on this as a confirmed tornado. We put that on the screen, but now with this being a PDS tornado warning, we needed to jump in right now. A large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here as it's moving from around the Fruitdale area toward the Tybee or Tibby area here in southwestern Alabama. It's a very dangerous situation on our hands right now. You see that blue area there just east of Fruitdale. That's the tornado debris that's being lofted by this tornado, which could have winds in excess of 100 miles an hour, maybe closer even, as we're looking at some things right now. Velocity, doing the math here, 70 plus 50. We're talking about maybe went to 120 miles an hour here, folks, moving toward areas further east in Washington County, Alabama. So again, a PDS tornado warning in play right now. Dangerous scenario that we're dealing with right now in toward this area. This is pretty far to the north of Mobile if you're wondering where we're at on the map here. But again, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado right now on the ground in Washington County, Alabama. We're seeing that debris signature that's very, very well defined just east of Fruitdale here. We got to get folks in shelter because it's the middle of the night here, and people, hopefully they had multiple ways to get alerts and they're getting in their safe spots right now. But this is one of the stronger ones we've seen in a while here, really in a few hours maybe. So I know the times are kind of coming together or going together at this point, but that's a really, really nasty looking debris signature. I know the Weather Service there in Mobile saying that the debris is in excess of 8,000 feet and the velocity is just increasing there. So a likely tornado headed toward areas like Tibby or Tybee, depending on how you pronounce that locally there. Again, a very dangerous situation on our hands. At this point, as we're currently doing the country, it looks like with 6 tornado warnings on the board at the present time, including the most concerning one, the one we're on for right now, as it heads towards areas here in Washington County, Alabama. So again, this is a tornado warning for parts of Washington County and Alabama, a particularly dangerous situation here. Nasty, nasty threat. That's a really nasty debris signature. This is at 3,300 feet. We'll go further up. You see that debris signature over 5,000 feet. Still a debris signature closer to 7,000 feet. And then you started to lose it, but still something to be over 8,000 feet, even depending on exactly how you're looking at this. Going further up, I mean, depends again how you look at this, but still seeing some areas of rotation that are matching up with the debris here. So that's a really nasty look here, folks. Again, that's why we decided to cut back, and we were planning on trying to cut this stream here soon, but things have just escalated to an even higher level here. Once again, towards southwestern Alabama, we really need folks to take those tornado precautions. Again, let's go ahead and pop those up here on the board right now. Again, you want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. Again, a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning here, as we're getting toward these areas in Alabama. Along, it looks like State Road 17 is where the greatest threat is here. So again, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground right now. Here in southwestern Alabama. Need to get folks into shelter here. Really need to be taking those tornado precautions for sure with this type of threat that we're dealing with here. I just don't like seeing a signature like that headed toward a populated area, and that's what we're seeing right now in Washington County. So you need to give folks a heads up. Give them a call if they're in this area in the path of this confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Make sure they're awake to be able to take those tornado precautions that are on your screen right now. Again, seeking shelter into that sturdy building. Most people be in that right now, but getting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't want to really be on an area that's the more exposed spot in a home to the outside. Don't want to be in a mobile home really if you can help it either, as we've talked about before. And then protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet or a football helmet. Something like that here. So again, very important in this circumstance. Gotta be treating the situation seriously. Again, watching this thread now, we're getting that latest radar scan, and that is just looking not good, folks. I mean, that is some really, really tight rotation, folks. Headed toward this community Again, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here in southwestern Alabama. I know you're just seeing those blues, those reds come together here. That's right now it's so, and if these numbers are accurate, we may be getting one of the stronger tornadoes we've seen all day here on the ground right now. It's a significant tornado on the ground approaching State Highway 17. So this is a very dangerous situation, folks. So again, you got to take these tornado precautions. In fact, I need to go ahead and put this out on Twitter since we're not on Twitter right now. I'll go ahead and put out a quick retweet of this because this is looking so serious here, folks, in southwestern Alabama. I'll be back here in about 2.5 minutes with more. Stay tuned, everybody.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you at about 2:48 Central Time on this Wednesday morning, continuing live right now on YouTube. So the debris signature here, so that confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground here in Washington County, Alabama. A very nasty scenario that we're dealing with. You can see the worst moving in right now. We're looking at some of our different products here, continuing live on YouTube with this coverage. So again, things have taken a turn for the worst once again here in towards southwestern Alabama. That is a sobering sight there. Look at that debris sewing up right around that community there. I need folks in their tornado safe spot here in this area. So again, we're just continuing to follow this here, continuing to follow this situation in the Weather Center. In fact, I'm going to see if we can get on Twitter here as well because this situation is taking such a turn for the worst, and this stream is getting close to that 12-hour benchmark as well. I know we were hoping things wouldn't take a turn like this, but they really have. So that's why we got to kind of do some different things here we're not used to doing here in the Weather Center right now. But still a large tornado on the ground in some of these areas. So we just got to get folks into shelter here. What I'm going to go ahead and do right now, I'm going to turn the mic off just for a moment so we can try to join in on Twitter here. So stand by. It may take about 30 seconds or so, give or take. So stand by as we get ready to join on Twitter. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you now, and just welcome you on right now on Twitter at Cloud Casey for a very dangerous situation. I know we're still on YouTube for